Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? I had to make sure that I wasn't muted, so I didn't pull an Irish demon. So, wow, welcome everybody. Welcome. It is 9:30 early on a Sunday morning. Yes, early on a Sunday morning, and this is the Bridge the Divide stream where we jump over to Discord and do our bi-weekly or bi-monthly, twice a month, or as Randolph Richardson puts it, every fortnight, our Theist Helpline, where we go and talk to theists about what they believe and why, hear their arguments and their evidence, and I guess see what we can see. The conversations are always fun and interesting, and sometimes a little weird. But thank you everybody for being here. Appreciate that. Let's see. Who is here in the chat? I see a bunch of people have joined already. I see Clive Wells is here. Good to see you, Clive Wells, and also a member of the Godless Armies. Is just taking a few moments out from another reading of the God Delusion to say hello. Thank you, Clive. I appreciate that, as well as the ghosts. Thank you so much. Dr. Nimrod is here. It says hello, everybody. Good to see you, Dr. Nimrod. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Aaron Reese as well. There he is. All members of the Godless Army, appreciate that, bud. It says I look forward to quite a bit of master debating this fine Sunday morning. Always good to master debate on a Sunday morning. Reb Tippler is here. Good to see you, Reb. This is a good day, all. Good to see you, bud. And let me see here. There's Ireland would apparently big weekend for Ireland. Apparently, Clive's Paddy's Day, Grand Slam, and Mammy's Day. Big weekend for the Irish, and Ireland wouldn't have won if I didn't exist. Good. That's excellent to know, Dr. Nimrod. Excellent to know. And I'm glad that Ireland had an excellent weekend. Chris S., good to see you. Good morning to you. Thanks so much for being here. Welcome to JL Spiritualist Church. Appreciate that, Clive Wells. Where the only spirits are in the beverages. Just call me Avi is here. Good to see you, Avi. Thanks so much for being here. Mighty Possum as well. Thanks so much for being here as well. Cygnus TSP. Good to see you. It says hello, all you Jesus haters. Oh, let me see. Ilya Lates is here. Good to see you. Ilya says evidence of God incoming at T-minus infinity. Pretty much. So Super J live theme. Super J live theme says yes. First one I got live. Thank you so much for being here, Super J. I do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Evis Paquette, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Charlie Welch is pray for a safe show. Fingers crossed. Appreciate that. Charlie Welch, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with, aka the Welchie. Good to see you, bud. Sorsha Red Hair says, hello, everybody. Good to see you, Sorsha. As well as Colin, definitely not Cromwell, says, I'm not a Jesus hater. He was the best American that has ever lived. According to the Mormons, he was. Good to see you, Colin. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Frayed Edges says, hey, yo, what's up, y'all? Good to see you, Frayed. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're feeling better. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. Hashtag White Jesus. You got it. Absolutely. Cindy Johnson is here. Good to see you, Cindy. Thanks so much for being here this morning. And Mike Hunnert is here. It's good to see you. I'm new, but I'm loving the channel. Thank you so much, Mark. I do appreciate that very, very much. You know, the content I make, I try to, it's the stuff that I find really, really interesting, and I'm glad that you do as well. And I know that I'm one of many, so I'm glad that you choose to hang out here. I appreciate that, bud. Oh, let's see. It's the AM. Yeah, it's the AM. This is so early. So, it seems like every Sunday it always just feels a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's 9:30. And of course, the time change didn't help either. So, because losing and springing forward. Stephen M. Hawley is here. Good to see you. Says, aloha, y'all. Thank you very much, bud. And Evis Paquette says, let's all hope Peter keeps his mouth shut. So he was better. He was better on the last one. He was better on the last one. I'll give him that. It wasn't too extreme, but you never know. Mighty Possum says, we're here for your beard, JL. Thank you so much. Needs all the support I can get. And just call me Obvious says, yeah, the prey position comes from Mesopotamia. It means to be bound and submissive like a slave, hence why the begging position is the same. Funny that. Interesting. Very good stuff. Oh, Dr. Nimrod. So the item that you got sent, let me see, because you got an item from the Teespring. One moment. Uno momento, good sir. Ghost spiders haunt my beard. They do. They really, really do. That is not a lie. Clive Wells is not lying there. Let me see. I got to log in real quick just so I can double check. All right. Yep. There we go. And gotta look for. I feel like Irish Demon in this respect. Let me see here. No. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so saw that. Yep. And there we go. Yep, that was February 23rd. The order has been placed, so I'm imagining that they are still. It hasn't been updated yet, Dr. Nimrod. So I'm looking it up right now. I had it pulled up. I can pull it up right here. So, but yep, got it. I've got it set. The order's been placed. I just hasn't been updated yet. So when I get more information, I will definitely let you know. Let me see. Got some more people who pumped in. Oh, thank you very much, Sorcerer Red Hair. My beard looks fabulous today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Fenton Mully says, hopefully we get King Xerxes more in the future. So there's a bit of an update with King Xerxes. If you haven't, if you're not subscribed to his channel, but apparently he's had to step away for a little bit because he's got some problems with his living scenario. So hopefully we will see him again soon, but he's going to have to take some time off. He put out a short little video on his channel explaining he is okay. He just needs to sort out his living situation so he can have steady access to the internet. So he's dealing with personal stuff. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Oh, let me see. And I see where to go. Arto Riston is here. Good to see you. So a pro tip for saving money: earwax works great in shaping your beard. Never buy beard wax or Q-tips again. Gross. Grossy. But interesting tip from Hook, like an Hook, Smee, when he was fixing his mustache. Beard of Theseus, but that was the old beard, Clive. So is this a beard of Theseus situation? Interesting question, Aaron. Appreciate that. Elizabeth Sylvester, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. Thank you very, very much. Richard Taylor, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Just call me off. He says, "You exactly." Lars, good to see you. Happy Sunday. The week has been good so far. The last week was excellent, and looking forward to this upcoming week. So, yes, for anybody who is new here, this is the Theist Helpline stage. We do this every 2 weeks where we go on Discord. We have a Discord stage set up. The link for that Discord is down in the description. And we talk to theists about what they believe and why, hear their arguments, hear their whatever evidence they have to present. Just to see, just to talk about these things and talk about why they came to these conclusions. So it's interesting conversations to be had. They typically tend to, towards science. They tend toward the philosophical. Sometimes they tend towards, mind controlling worms. You never know who's going to show up on the stage. Thank you so much for all of those emojis, Dr. Nimrod. Appreciate that. Lori Marie, good to see you. Says hi. Thanks so much for being here, Lori. I see a bunch of amazing channel members in the chat. Thank you all so much for all the support. Vanguard Shield is here. Says hello all. I'm here for the fun. Let's see how dumb the callers get today. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Vanguard. So yeah, if you'd like to support the channel and have access to all of the cool custom emojis I've made for you, you can. The link is down in the description. It's 99 cents a month. It's about as much as I value my content, and you can hang out and get cool access to the emojis I make, and of course the channel badge, which is the expanding mind emoji. So, or the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. And of course, if you really want to support the channel, and if you're able to, you don't have to, you're able to, obviously the Darth Dawkins Squeak toy, you can see there up on the screen. The Darth Dawkins Squeak toy is available at darthdawkins.com. And it looks like this. The Darth Dawkins Squeak toy. What is it up here? Yeah. But the Darth Dawkins Squeak toy is available at darthdawkins.com. I have not heard any opinions as to what he thinks of that. I don't even know if he knows about it. But, I have no idea. Oh, it's all good, Vanguard. You don't have to. So you don't have to. It's not required. You can, obviously, just said if you like the cool emojis that I make, then and you want access to that, then you can have it. So, but yeah, all good. Yeah, take care of your kids. Priorities. Definitely prioritize. Friday just says, I don't know about King Z's stance on Transformers until I watched his last live. Apparently, he really hates Transformers. Something. Maybe I got that wrong, but whatever. I haven't heard this. I haven't heard that he hates Transformers, but he seems like a Voltron guy. Alien X, good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. This is good morning. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate that. So, man, I don't know about y'all, but I am excited. My wife just asked me a question. And I just answered it. our eldest dog Shotzi requires thyroid medication. She gets it in the morning and in the evening, so just making sure that we double up on her meds. So I'm excited. We have, it's going to be intriguing. As most of you might know, if you were watching McKinnon Mitchell's live stream last night, which he deleted and everything because he was doing an AMA. Hey JL, you handsome devil, will you be involved in some way with McKinnon Mitchell's upcoming film about Pastor Locke? So Peter Flamberg, good to see you, bud. Yes, I will be. I am involved to a small degree. I will be going out to assist McKinnon out in Tennessee, and I'll be helping him with setup, with cameras, with getting the shots good and everything. So I'll be helping him with setup, and I will have some personal sit down time with Greg Locke as well. I am very much looking forward to this. There are some questions that I would like to ask him, and I don't want to give away too much, but I am very, very excited. I'm very excited to go out there and sit across from this individual. So, despite the some of the content that I've made about him. Super J Live Theme has joined the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Super J Live Theme. Please enjoy all of the custom emojis I've made for you, especially the most recent ones, like Neil saying no, like Neil no, and of course Greg Locke. The Greg Locke emoji is one of my favorites, and a number of others. So a whole bunch of ones. Dr. Peel is in there. But yeah, appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support, Super J. You rock. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm very, very excited to go out there. It's going to be in May, and, McKinnon will talk with him, and then I'll chat with him, and it's just going to be, I don't know how it's going to go. I'm developing a rundown. I'm developing a rundown of what to talk to him about, of talking points I'd like to talk with him about. So if we get through it, we get through it. If not, if he walks away, then he walks away. I'm just very, very curious. It's not going to be too hard-hitting personal stuff. I'm going to leave that to McKinnon, but predominantly my stuff is going to be about how he reconciles certain things, how he reconciles his breaks in his epistemology, a number of deals. Because I really want to see just how philosophically savvy this guy is, and I want to see how strong his grasp is on the inherent problems with his asserted worldview, and of course the societal division that he creates. So let me see here. There were gifted memberships. You know what? I need to do that. Sorry, my bad. I need to pull up the live chat here so I can see those, because I don't see gifted memberships that go out. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, there we go. And I see, dang. Okay, so Colin Definitely Cromwell, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. You rock, sir. And thank you, Maxine Kennedy, for the 10 gifted memberships. So 20 new members to the Godless Army. Thank you all so very, very much. Appreciate that. So I got those. Let me go here and make sure I'm looking at, there we go. So I got the chat up. So I want to make sure. Okay. So I'll make sure that I don't miss those, because those ones, I could see super chats, I could see super stickers, but I cannot see those ones yet. So lots of new members today. And the Godless Army is unstoppable. Please, all of you new members, please enjoy those custom emojis. Throw those around. Those are amazing stuff. I'm very, very proud of them. So let's see. Context, please. What was this stream and what is this film? So just call me Avi. McKinnon Mitchell did a live stream last night where he did an AMA talking about his upcoming project, which is a documentary on Greg Locke. So I will be semi-involved in that. I'm just assisting when I go out there, so I'll be helping him with the setup, with his cameras, and then of course I will have some personal sit down time with Greg as well, if Greg allows it. So I'm looking forward to going out there. I'm developing my list of stuff and a few of things I want to talk to him about. So that's going to be coming up in May, and probably sometime a little bit after that, because the documentary is going to come out, and then my conversation with him. So it should be a lot of fun. Let me see. Peter Fleming says, I'm super excited. Will you do any crowdfunding? I will not be doing any crowdfunding for the film, and I don't think McKinnon will be doing any either. So I don't think he needs to. So, but if he does, that's totally up to him. I myself won't be doing anything on this channel. Let me see. Yep, there were gifted members. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Sylvester. Godless Army is unstoppable. Thank you, Fenton. Appreciate that. Lars says, did you see King Xerxes' latest video? My heart really goes out to him. Yeah, I did. I wish him, I messaged him and said, I hope everything works out, dude. So I know things are rough for him right now. He's young. I know he'll bounce back. He'll land on his feet, Smart. He's a smart dude. So Juggernaut Jared Reese says, hello, Mr. JL. Good to see you, Juggernaut. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, Elizabeth, for showing all those cool emojis that I made for you. TJ Jones, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Johnny Peterson says, what gives? Many things give. Many things take. So, but thank you for being here, Johnny Peterson. Appreciate that. Let me see here. Mighty Starlock says, hi, JL. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Mighty Starlock. Anton Ekstrand is here. Thanks so much for being here as well. Look at all those emojis. Cool. Bunch of damn witches. Such a godly. Yeah, he is a super godly guy. I hope he raps, Frayed. I really do. I hope he raps. Historical Philosopher, good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. Maxine Kennedy. Oh, you all rock. So, yes, I'm very curious. I'm very interested in what's going to go down when we go out there. I don't know how. I wish I could make predictions on that. I really don't. He's an unpredictable dude. I don't know how it's going to play out. But I am super excited. I'm super excited to go out there and meet him. I didn't get the opportunity to run into, when I went out to the Ark encounter, I didn't get a chance to run into Ken Ham. I would have loved to run into Ken Ham. I would love to have a debate one time with I would love to debate any of these cats. I'd love to debate, Locke, Hovind, Ham, any of those fools. But you never know. I mean, it's probably because my channel's not large enough yet, which is why. And eventually the channel will get there and, start, more eyes. The bigger you get, the more eyes are on you. So hopefully it'll be that. That's what it takes, is what I'm thinking. Is I'm just too small for any of them to engage with yet. Let's see. Being a warlock myself, I can safely say Locke is an absolute nutbag. Yes, Avi, he is. He is a lock nut. He absolutely is. All right, so we're kicking this off in about 10 minutes. Hey, Peter Collins, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says hi, JL. And good day, everyone. Good to see you, Peter. Violet Knight is amazing. Yeah. Oh, I am the lead. Violet Knight. 11. Thank you so much, Angel Rivera. And thank you so much for being here. That would, I wish that I had been casting that. Yeah, David Harbour was amazing in that. Absolutely amazing. That movie's already greenlit for a sequel. It's amazing. Tommy Vercola is one of my favorite directors. He's amazing. Peter Flame versus MDD is what it is. But would that channel be a way for you to grow, engaging in debates over there? Okay, so there's a reason. I stopped supporting MDD. Hey, Ravens Eden, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I stopped supporting MDD during the whole Nathan Thompson kerfuffle. When Nathan Thompson was doing his thing, and then when he got arrested for harassing children and did that whole stunt, MDD continued to platform him and continued to pay him to be on their to come and engage in debates. So not only were they essentially supporting what he was doing, or basically I wouldn't say they were complicit, but it was indirect support of it by validating it, by having him on there, giving him a platform. They were also paying him to do that. So no, I stopped supporting them. And from what I've understood, from what I've seen in the past, MDD turns into a complete and total shit show. That's what they're there for. They're there for the dumpster fire. They're not there for structured debate. That's what they want. And I'm more for, I really want the dialectic. I want to have the exchange of ideas, not turning into, insults and this nonsense. Vanguard Shield says, I got to go. I will be back as soon as I can. Take it easy, Vanguard. We'll see you when you get back. Yes. Gauden's Raber, good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. Says MDD is shit. Yeah, they kind of lost our respect over the whole Nathan Thompson thing and several other individuals when they platform individuals who are demonstrably racist or they're demonstrably homophobic or transphobic, just general hateful individuals who want to use that platform to spout their nonsense, their crazy ideologies or their hateful ideologies. I get that there's an entertainment value. People want to see, it's like watching Jerry Springer. Back in the 90s, people want to see that other people's lives are worse than theirs because it makes them feel better about their own. And I understand that. I get it. That's the vast majority of them. So that's the point. That's what James makes his money off of. And he's allowed to do that. It's just me. I, for one, don't think it helps anyone. But that's just me. So, and anybody who actually does come on there and has the information that needs to be given out and shared, they don't get the opportunity, or they get shut down, or they get talked over, and it's just it's Ardo says it's an unmitigated shit show with no real moderation, right? Henry says, I say we play dodgeball with books. The scientists get numerous books on biology, chemistry, etc. that we've developed over time. The ministers get their one Bible. I think it illustrates the point. Good point. Yeah, I like that. Dr. Nimrod says MDD is only there to grift. Agreed. They are there. They are grifters. It's what they are. It's just I would say grift because grift would imply like a con. They're there to draft. They're drafting off of the need for that, the kind of societal inanity. They kind of like look at the car wreck, the rubbernecker, phenomena where people see an accident, no matter how bad the accident is, they have to look. So they are drafting off of that. So I would say that. Pot stirs as well. Agreed. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. But you never know if I got an invite to be on there, and it would really depend upon who the opponent was. That's what it would come down to. If James wanted me on there to do a debate, I've been on there one time before. I was there backing up Team Skeptic once. I let him take the lead. I just had some backups there. He handled the science and I handled the philosophy aspect when we were talking to Smokey, I think. It's Smokey and somebody else. And those guys are so philosophically inept, it's ridiculous. Lars says, catching the Theist Helpline after being dragged to church every Sunday is the perfect mental detox. Appreciate that, bud. Thank you very, very much. All right, let me see here. We got 5 minutes to go. Let me pop over. I'm already up on stage. Looks like we have a new person we've added to the stage. Mobarak is here. So a new person on the stage. I see Peter's there, Randolph's there, T-Jump's here, Taco's here, and so am I. So let me go ahead and get this over, get this set so I can share it. Pop that out. Good to go. Anton Ekstrom says, my biggest issue with MDD is having on people who are just trolls, who don't believe the things they present, like Alex Stein. It turned into a farce. Absolutely. Providing the platform for people to just run their mouths, not a fan of that. Colin says, I definitely need to get into these grifting and drafting techniques. Apparently, I can earn beer money from it. You absolutely can. You can. T. Jones says, I found that science and scripture are often in agreement. On what precisely? You'd have to clarify that, TJ. Broaden that out a little bit, Like, what particular claim would you say? Dan Shire is here. Good to see you. Dan says, I don't know. I think James has a vision of a legit debate channel. He just chose the wrong path to build his base. That's entirely possible. He may have found that one direction is more profitable than the other, and that's why he went in that direction. And it's totally his right to do so. Make money the way you can. You're going to be on YouTube. It's hard enough as it is. You find your niche or you find your niche, go for it. More power to you. Ix is a BitChan panel member. I'd love to see him more often. When Ix is in here, it's always good stuff. Absolutely is. Charlie watches T-Jump, plays video games while acting engaged. It's annoying as fuck, like he has elevated himself to Lord status and all are unworthy. I would say that deserves more conversation. Because there's stuff about T-Jump in that respect, but I get it. I totally understand how you come to that conclusion. TJ Jones says, for instance, Bible says Earth is a sphere, ball, and globe. No verse in any version says that. No, it doesn't say it's a sphere. It says it's a circle. And it also says that it stands upon the pillars of the earth. So you're looking at Isaiah, book of Isaiah, and Acts as well. So, book of Isaiah, I think it's like 40:22. There's a bunch. There's a bunch of things that allude to primitive people's ignorant understanding of the planet in and of itself. And so what they saw as a plane was actuality a sphere. We know it's a sphere now, but of course they didn't then. So there was poetic language in there that alluded to that. So like the circle of it, if you look and you make basic observations, like for example, when you look like the sky in and of itself, the fact that there's a number of observations that were made that you could repeat that they could have made in primitive times, that you can understand the conclusions that they made from the human perspective, standing on the earth and looking at particular things, why the earth looks flat, why the expanse of the sky and that whole kind of deal. So yeah. Let's see, you got a couple of minutes. Colin says the Earth is not a sphere. Stop brainwashing your audience. Okay, agreed. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. Good point. Excellent point. Thank you for pointing that out, Colin. It's not technically a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. Appreciate that, bud. I do. Hi, Inquisitor. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Juggernaut says, people also thought we lived on the back of a turtle, and it was well accepted as well. World turtle. Absolutely. All right, let's see here. No, TJ, no. The circle of Earth does not describe a globe. It doesn't. No, I know. That's not what they were talking about. When you go to when you're looking at the English translation, that's fine, because the English translation is the best translation from the original Hebrew or the Greek. But the words that were utilized there were indicating a circle, like an actual just circle. So, but not a sphere in and of itself. There's no because the two things are different. There is a different word for sphere, and there is a word for circle. If they had meant a sphere, they would have used the word for sphere, which is why it translates to circle. So, plot hole, good to see you. Says, I sent you a great video. You should watch it. Awesome. Well, okay, let's present the screen. Let me share my screen over, make sure my audio is set. Boom, share, and let's get this party started.
Okay, and you started the stream, right?
There we go. Good to go.
I mean, started the stage. Okay.
Yeah. It's all ready to go. You should have perms, Randolph.
Perfect. Okay.
There's Carly with T-Jump image
Okay.
again.
I need to start. Sorry, I need to start it. I need to start it now. Sorry.
Thank you, Lori Marie, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 7 months. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that. And I see, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, good to go.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the Theist Helpline. Today is March 19th, 2023. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. X is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist, and he's mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine
I actually think
lazy
Jefferson
boy
won't
chair.
be joining us.
J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator.
Nimrod, I
who
brought
has
it up.
extensive knowledge
I
of
brought
the
it
Holy
up a couple
Bible
of
and
times.
Christianity and the history surrounding it. Mubarak is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter Tucker's YouTube show.
Nice.
Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Anders, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. Let's see, the epistemological conversations with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience with a slightly different approach. The hosts engage with only one person per episode and endeavor to be non-confrontational. The goal of the channel is to help people evaluate the claims posited by their belief system.
I like J. Mike. J. Mike's cool. I'm trying to challenge him in beer.
I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada. I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists.
I know it well,
A
Aaron.
national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects.
And hey,
of
Cindy
Canadian
Sue, if I didn't say hi to you, good to see you, Cindy.
Taco is the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline. He's a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a debate in his life. He also manages the queue for people who are trying to join our panel to convince us that a deity doesn't exist or what other topic is.
Hey, Mr.
relevant.
Millord, good to see you. Tina Jones, good to see you.
Tom Jump is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing
Agreed,
what Abrahamic
Repo.
churches should be doing.
I don't
but
know
are
if he'll
not,
be here today.
helping people by providing
Probably not.
affordable housing. A noble goal indeed. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Agreed, Dr. Nimrod.
We
and
appreciate you being
I've
here.
tried
and
to
we look
assist,
forward
but-
to speaking with you and hearing your arguments in favor of theism, or that a goddess or a god exists. Before we begin our show, did anybody on our
Agreed,
panel
Peter.
have anything to say? And also a great welcome to Mubarak for joining our panel and becoming one of our regular panel hosts.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone is as excited as we are.
And I feel like this week is gonna be the week. But I get good evidence for theism.
You got a feeling?
Indeed.
I mean, it's very possible. It's definitely logically possible that we all become convinced today by Smooth, who's up first. Also, if anybody else would like to raise your hand, feel free to. We'll just get to people in order here.
Stop.
Oh, guess not.
We've got Russia Defender up next, who's always feisty.
Good morning, Russia Defender. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Honestly, don't know why we keep bringing him up. He's a troll. So
Back out of Discord real quick and then rejoin if you're on your phone. It's probably messing it
I
up.
wonder
Just keep
I
doing
wonder
that.
if he's got a comment on the ICC issuing a warrant for for Putin's
It
arrest.
looks like he is. I mean, I saw
Yeah.
that update to his name.
Who's the ICC?
The International
City
Criminal
Judge.
Court.
In the Hague,
Some,
Netherlands.
Some trafficking accusations going around, right?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Good morning.
Bro, phone on stages is so trash, bro. It never fucking works. But,
Yeah, I'm with you, dude.
honestly, both the Putin charges by the ICC and the Trump charges, it's all performative, dude. It's all politically motivated. It's like nothing burger fucking like law. It's just all just to like condemn like people because they're political opponents. That's how I see it.
You don't
Because
think
they
both of those people
object-
have actually committed crimes?
You think it's surprising the
Because-
deep state, both Putin and Trump at the same time? At the same time, you think that's a coincidence?
You think abducting kids and
That
then
didn't happen. There's no evidence. Yeah,
distributing?
you have evidence?
Yes, there is evidence.
Go
There's
ahead.
actually people in Russia claiming to have,
Oh, actors. You got
adopted
actors. Great.
Ukrainian. No,
great.
you don't got actors. You got people in Russian government.
Oh, okay. This is off topic, and we shouldn't probably
Yeah.
be saying stuff like that here. So let's. Do you have anything related
Hey, Blue
to
Moon, good to
theism
see you.
would like to discuss today?
Yeah. So, I was gonna say that. I was gonna continue on some of the things I was saying in the other conversation, but the evidence against natural science, right? Or at least not all of natural science, but like macroevolution, proves that the only reasonable option in all of the available options is that God or some sort of creator created life, as opposed to like natural causes. So
Well, okay,
Yeah.
so Russia, that's two different things actually. So you mentioned evolution, and then when you talk about creation, you're talking about like abiogenesis. So they're two separate things. Would you agree that God can exist and evolution can be true?
I mean, yeah, that could be the case.
Oh yeah, he said macro, so I'm assuming you believe in microevolution.
Yeah, of course.
You,
Absolutely.
you understand it's the same mechanism, just different timescales.
Well, the problem is that you can never show that because there's no way to prove like over millions of years that that's happening. You can only prove what we can see. We cannot observe that scientifically.
Yeah,
We've never
well,
observed millions of years.
we've
of evolution.
observed speciation.
Yeah,
Well,
we've never observed one kind. to
That's
another
not
kind.
true. We can actually prove what we cannot see, and evolution dictates that it is
How?
over multiple generations.
And
Well-
speciation is macroevolution, not
Well,
micro.
there's also something important to point out, Russia, is that so our understanding, like our current level of understanding regarding evolution, allows us to make advancements in other fields. So predominantly, and we've made giant advancements in agriculture, in animal husbandry, and in medicine. Okay, so these three fields that help us to keep us alive as a species on this planet, which have been vital to us. The reason we have those advances is because of our implicit understanding of evolution. So if we were wrong about evolution, if evolution was fake and didn't work the way it did, then we wouldn't have been able to make the advancements we have, because all of those are predicated on our understanding of the they're predicated on the understanding of the mechanism. So,
but hold on, the mechanism I never disagreed with. Remember, I never disagreed with the mechanism of evolution. I'm disagreeing. My disagreement is history. We're disagreeing on the history of evolution, not the mechanism. I'm not disagreeing on the mechanism.
Okay,
but the history of like millions of years and like
yes, but the
humans,
history
that's what I'm rejecting.
The understanding of the history goes into that.
No,
you're also off if you
That's not
think, depending on your age of the Earth and what you are saying. In fact, I'll just ask, how old do you think the Earth is then?
I don't have a position on that. I don't know.
Do you reject Do you reject
the direct answer on that?
Do you reject the evidence?
And if you don't know, how can you claim that the history is wrong? If you don't know the history,
I'm claiming that your claim of like how history happened is wrong. I'm not claiming that I have like this very detailed example of what it is. I'm just saying I'm rejecting your hypothesis.
How can you claim history is wrong if you don't know the history?
Because you're claiming you know the history and you haven't provided the evidence.
No,
so
Russia, we do have the evidence, because we can look at what we have now. We can understand the mechanism of what it is now, and we understand the past as well. We understand many, many variables in the past, as far as like what the climate was like, what the ecology was like.
Observe that.
No,
you never observed that.
Well, technically we can measure it because we have evidence of it.
Yeah, but you're assuming that all the factors remain constant, like carbon dating, for instance. That assumes all the conditions remain constant.
No, that's why we use potassium argon dating.
Okay, what's that?
Potassium argon dating is valid up to hundreds of millions of years.
How do we know
even
that?
further, huh?
How do we know that?
Because we implicitly understand chemistry and physics.
Yeah, but again, those chemistry and physics abide by the laws of physics, which you're assuming remain constant for that to be true.
Okay, so what in your worldview, in your mind, what would entail that they were different in the past?
What do you mean?
Like, what is give you? So you're saying that we're simply assuming that they were the same, but no, we have no reason to it. We have no reason. There's nothing to imply that they were different. Okay,
well, we have no reason to believe one way or another. So I simply reject the evidence.
So I want to we have novel testable predictions. That's the evidence. So you can start with any hypothesis you want. You make predictions about the future. If you get it right, you have evidence, and we've done that. What is your evidence? Like, if you think that ours is wrong, why are we able to predict the future accurately and you're not?
Well, aren't you kind of like pivoting the conversation? I thought we were talking about like evidence of the past. You're trying to move to the future.
That is the evidence of the past.
We're talking about the past, bro. You're pivoting.
Our evidence of the past is our ability to make novel predictions about the future. So
I'm talking about the evidence of dating.
But science is about being able to predict the future. We are able to use the geological column and genetics to not only build a history, but we are able to predict the future.
No, you can make fairy tale books where you show an ape slowly walking until it becomes a human.
Hang on for 1 second, everybody.
Can I just get a chance here? So the evidence that we are right about evolution is that
I'm not sure why Darwin's strongest soldier is up here as well.
If this is true, what would we expect to find in the future? Like, would we expect to find a half lizard, half fish called Tiktaalik exactly in the exact?
I knew that's where he was going with Tiktaalik.
We would expect it to be, and if evolution is true, we then look, we find it, we're correct. That's evidence of evolution. So evidence.
Wait. I'm not rejecting that.
Wait.
That's microevolution again. We're talking about macroevolution.
Stop talking.
No, dude. You need to show
stop
evidence.
Talking.
Show evidence.
Mute him. So the evidence is the ability to predict the future before we know it. If we can predict the future before we know it, that's evidence. Evolutionary worldview can
you could've
predict
just
it.
gotten lucky.
Stop talking. Mute him. Oh my God, mute him already. So if we can predict the future
Could have
before
just
we
gotten
know it
lucky.
and get it
What?
right, that's evidence of the hypothesis. So the hypothesis of evolution that we could predict that we would find a half lizard, half fish at the exact predicted geological layer is evidence of evolution, and it's not evidence for creation because creationists didn't predict it. We can predict things we'll discover in the future and be right. You can't. That's the evidence of evolution.
Also, to point out Russia Defender, just someone in my live chat. So Dr. Clive Wells, who is who works in I think the theoretical physics, stellar evolution calculations confirm the constancy of the laws of physics over the lifetime of the universe, which is 13.8 billion years. So yes, but either then it's like we're not talking about physics like that. But when it comes down to it, just like the planet in and of itself, that we understand these things. T-Jump is correct about the prediction of Tiktaalik. And so we do have the information. We can. So, but my question to you was, you seem to believe that it could have been different in the past.
Well, I wanted to go with my question because he keeps up evidence. Evidence is novel, testable predictions. We can predict the future. So, Russia Defender, we can predict the future with our hypothesis. Your hypothesis can't. That's the evidence.
No, I'm simply saying that speciesation happens. So when you bring up like a lizard, half fish, whatever, that doesn't mean
I don't
anything.
care.
Right? That's just another
I don't care.
species of the same animal. But can you prove the history of
Macroevolution
evolution,
happens.
which is what
Wait,
I
wait, wait, wait,
initially
wait.
argued? Can you prove the billions of years
Yes,
and
you
the
can.
fucking like the ape to a human?
Yes.
Can you prove any of that? Do you have
Okay,
any evidence?
hang on a second, T-Jump. Hang on. I know where you're going, T-Jump, but Russia, come on, dude. Yes, we can verify the age of the Earth. You did ask that previously. We have independent. How do we independently verify uranium zircon?
I want to keep going on my questions here.
I understand that, T-Jump, but hang on a second. So we have independently verified the age of the Earth. We know it to be around 4.5 billion years. Uranium zircon dating is what
How do you know that, dude?
Uranium zircon dating.
Let me just say this one thing, right? You guys know Aaron Ra? Do you guys know who Aaron Ra is?
Yes, we know who Aaron Ra is.
So Aaron Ra says,
I'm his producer. Hold on.
I'm not finished. Peter, let me make this point, bro. Chill.
Hold on. I'm his producer.
Hold on, bro. Let me make this point.
His name is Aaron. His name.
Come on, guys. One of y'all concede and let the other talk for a second. Have a conversation. Come on.
I just want to make this one point, right? So Aaron Ra, I'm telling you this.
Aaron Ra.
So Aaron Ra, whatever, right? He says
Aaron
that,
Ra.
there's no evidence that Jesus ever existed, right? And there's no evidence, and that was 2,000 years ago. So he can
argue
make
with
that
Aaron Ra
claim,
about that.
but you guys get to claim that millions and billions of years ago, this animal lived, and the climate was exactly.
That was a complete non sequitur. What the hell did Aaron Ra do with anything we were talking about?
Well, bring us the fossil of Jesus, and then we'll date it.
Oh my God! Can
Also,
we go back to
Aaron didn't say that.
What's your dating method?
Oh
but yes, let's go back to a novel testable prediction that you can go to the future.
Russia,
or
I just told you we use
uranium.
We use uranium zircon dating to date the age of the Earth. We independently verified it with zircon samples taken from the moon during the Apollo missions.
Bro, what does the moon have to do with anything?
And fun fact, I recently hosted a conversation with someone who is in physics and who actually engages in dating. We can date sometimes up until the day. We're that accurate.
Oh my God! Please stop.
Well, of course. So according to a guy with a PhD, that's true. But how do we know for sure? How do you know for a fact?
To know something for a fact.
Education.
Please stop. Oh my God. To be able to have evidence is your ability to predict the future, predict things we don't know yet, and get it right. So if we, like argon, zirconium dating, all that stuff, the reason we know that's right is because we can use it to predict the future about things we don't know yet and get it right.
Like
you
what?
Cannot do
Give
that.
me an example
Lots
of dating used to predict the future.
Forget that garbage. I don't care. What is?
Wait, why are you running
I gave
from
you an
that?
example because that's a pointless example. My example is Tiktaalik. It's very easy to understand.
That doesn't have anything to do with dating, though.
Stop.
I want to know about dating specifically.
Stop! Holy shit!
See how fantastic this is going, T-Jump. Thank you.
That's evidence of any hypothesis we have. So we predict evolution is correct, and if we can use that to predict the future about finding double hinge jaw joints, about finding Tiktaalik, about finding ERV patterns, that's all evidence.
Dodges retroviruses. Yeah.
Evolution. Why do you think? How is it not?
Because that's evidence, right? But it's only evidence of microevolution. You need to demonstrate the history of evolution which you have failed to demonstrate. So
Please,
my
how
last
does
Can I
that
interject?
have
Oh,
anything
no,
to do
no,
with
no.
Can you
microevolution?
demonstrate,
Stop.
right, a prediction you can make in the future based off of dating, based off of some sort of carbon dating or whatever dating? Can you prove the future with it? How?
Yes, that's what I just
How?
did. So if I can have a prediction about evolution
Morning,
is
Mild
millions
Bill.
of
Good to
years
see you.
old, and then I predict we will find Tiktaalik because evolution is millions of years old, and we find it, that's evidence of evolution being
No, it's
millions
not.
of
It's
years
just
old.
guessing.
Yes, it is. The Russian defender.
No. Oh my God! Please stop.
Do you know
please
how
stop.
much
No,
of science is just guessing and
Stop,
making like
stop, stop.
ideas?
So yes, science is guessing and then confirming the guess, and if you get it right, that's evidence. You
No,
don't
it's not
have any
evidence.
evidence.
Yes, it actually is
Or
Russia.
refute
Russian
need
that.
direct
defender.
evidence.
Hold on.
Wait,
Russian
you need
defender.
direct
There
evidence.
is no separation.
Wait. So why
Like, you
do
need
you
to show me a
think?
dinosaur walking
why-
around. You need
why
to show me
do
a
you
dinosaur
think-
walking around that we can observe.
Why
we can
do you
examine.
think? Stop. Why do you think the ability to predict the future accurately is not evidence?
Because anybody, like, listen, do you know how many things Alex Jones has fucking predicted and gotten right? Is that
0.
evidence that he's right?
Well,
Less than the amount he's
I
gotten
have a
wrong.
He predicts
question.
stuff
Please
all
don't
the
get it wrong.
time, bro. He said like all these
Wait,
different
Russian
stuff.
wait.
defender.
Oh my God! You
Russian
should have
defender,
Aaron
I
Jones talk.
talked
You should
to-
have Aaron Raw talk to Alex Jones.
Hold
That'll
on.
clear this whole thing up.
Hold on. I have talked to Neil Shubin, the guy who found Tiktaalik. Russian defender. Can you tell me how he found Tiktaalik? What was the process involved?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why
Nothing you
think
say
it's
to
wrong?
this
it
kid
doesn't
matters.
matter, but you know it's wrong. You don't know how he found
Because
Peter,
I haven't
everybody,
seen the
nothing you
evidence.
say
I
to
just
this
haven't
kid
seen any of the
matters.
evidence.
Russian defender.
doesn't.
Okay, let's go
Nothing
back.
you say to him.
You
we
said
matters.
can skip and go to the
So-
I'm not 100%
no,
one.
please, just
Our
let me
argument
go to
is
this
not-
point.
You guys are
Okay,
trying to quiz me on 10
So,
Alex, bro. I don't know anything about that, bro. So
the-
stop trying
there
to, like,
is
do this fucking
the
quiz.
only separation between micro and macro evolution is time, and so you already
But that's
granted
your
us
opinion.
speciation. No,
That's
that
your
is
opinion.
the factual view
Can
from
you
the
show me a fish
scientific
walking out of water? Can you
community.
show me that?
No,
What's
and
the
that
point
is
of
what I
showing
would
you
call.
anything? You don't know
So-
these
Can
key
you show
points
me
of
an ape turning
information.
into a human?
So
You can't show
that
me
isn't
macroevolution.
evolution.
It's over millions of years,
And
bro.
so what you're telling us is you don't understand what evolution is, but that's
No, what I'm
okay.
saying is you have no
You
proof.
think that a fish just walked out of the water one day
Over
and
millions
was
of
like,
years, yes.
over
millions
millions of years. Yeah, you do understand we have like semi-aquatic creatures like frogs, right? That
So,
go
let me
in the
ask you,
water and
How
go
does a
on
fish walk out
land.
of water? Do you have any evidence of that?
You agree there are frogs, right? That go
Yeah, but
on
frogs are not
water
fish.
and
How
on
are
land.
frogs fish?
So you agree now that we have fish. You agree that there are semi-aquatic creatures that go in between, and you agree that there are land creatures, right?
Yeah, but I got no evidence of them evolving up to that.
Well, we have all empirical evidence. That's what the scientific community
Where's
is.
that
You're
evidence?
just reject. So if I gave you a journal from Nature, would you accept it? And you would go, "Oh, well, I've seen this journal from Nature. It is a peer-reviewed
Bro, you
mainstream
can show
science."
me all the journals you want, but science is about
There
observation.
we go.
If you guys are
That's
scientists,
what I'm
you know that.
saying.
It's about
You don't accept
observation.
science.
Nobody
That's what we're
has
trying to point
observed
out.
millions of years
Russian defender,
evolution.
do
No
me a
one's ever
favor.
observed
Just
it.
in
No
your
one's
own
ever
words,
studied it.
define
No one's
Russian
ever
defender.
like, examined it.
Russian defender. In your own words,
Yeah.
just define. Give me a loose definition of evolution.
Evolution is the theory of natural selection through random mutation that slowly progresses living beings.
That's an odd definition, strangely worded.
Little
That's a great
convoluted,
definition.
but I
Sort of.
Slowly progresses.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's the natural selection is the mechanism, is part of the process, but evolution is essentially the positive or negative selection for or against specific gene alleles depending upon evolutionary pressures over time, resulting in changes to the organism. So
Also, speciation doesn't happen through mutation; it happens through adaptation. Actually,
okay, but Russia, at the very start of this, like you accept the
What's-
mechanism
what's
of
the
evolution.
mechanism of
You
adap-
accept the
What's
mechanism of
ad-
evolution.
adaptation.
yeah,
Peter, you accept the mechanism of evolution. You understand that. That's great.
yeah,
You don't have a problem with God existing and evolution being true. Fantastic.
yeah.
Okay,
No
that's
problem with that.
fine. The evidence that we have that we derive these conclusions from all specifically state the conclusions that we are telling you. Okay, so let me ask you this. If it's not the case, why does the evidence say something different?
Well, I've been asking this whole call, what is the evidence that I'm looking at that we can examine together?
You were given piece of information, you rejected it or pled ignorance towards it. So
well, I just said that
there's
that
really
evidence
nothing we can
was
do
not
with you.
proof. No, I didn't plead.
Look.
No, don't lie. I didn't.
I'm not lying. That's exactly what you
Someone
said.
asked me to define.
He just brought up a
technology, bro. That's not
specific
fucking
false. I don't
evidence.
know what that is. What I don't care about that.
He asked me to define a word, dude. This is not a
No,
fucking like book.
no,
this
I
is not
asked
a
you to
book
define
tournament.
a word.
This is
Actually,
not a nerd
Russia,
tournament.
You're
Russia,
just going. Are you
Russia,
insane? Is that what's going
Can
on?
you
Russia,
define
Russia,
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Russia,
Can you define that?
Okay,
T
so
jump,
this is just a
Russia.
giant
Hang
troll
on,
thing.
guys, Russia.
Dale, it's just a giant troll. I don't take this serious.
I know.
I
You're
never
fucking
take it
troll.
serious.
T jump,
Can
T
we-
jump brought up
No,
a
your face is a troll.
Please skip to the next guest. We've got someone with
No,
their hand
I wanted
up,
to
and
actually
we've
talk
asked
with them, and you guys
JL
kept interrupting.
suggested never bring this guy up again because this is
No.
the argument from Nuh-uh. We're
Bill,
never going to get
uh,
anywhere.
Stop.
Like,
just
I
a
can
sec.
make
Let's
progress.
just hear
I
what
can make
T-Jump
progress
had
with
to
Rush
say.
to defend me. Like, I can actually make progress with him if you guys stop interrupting.
No, you can't T jump.
Just want to like go through the simple concepts. You guys are bringing up way too many complex topics that are way over his head. You got to start with something way simple, way simpler. Like, in order to make, like I did it last time. Remember, he even admitted he didn't know something or had to check something to forget what it was. You have to go way simpler with people like that.
You are way too charitable.
It
with
would
that.
work.
Idiot.
It would work, T-Jump, but he needs to come up and be less heated than he.
No, he can
was
be
today.
exactly the
It's
way
just-
he is. Just let him answer my questions.
All right, Russia, go ahead and answer the question,
We
and
got
then we're
more
going to go ahead and
patience.
move on to the next guest.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Novel testable predictions. Why is the ability to predict the future not evidence?
I mean, it can be evidence, but you have to show like
Right.
a huge body of it. Like you got to show like hundreds of examples for it to like
Sure.
build a theory together, because that's like a huge
Right.
burden of proof.
Yes, and we have hundreds of examples of evolution predictions. So doesn't that mean it's evidence?
Well, I'd have to see that.
Okay. There's a great video by Jackson Weed about the predictions made by evolution. He lists like about 20 examples. If you accept those were actual predictions, would that be evidence of evolution?
Maybe if I watch that video, I'll see.
Okay, this is a great example. See, guys, progress. It's
Jack.
easy. You just got to start simple.
Yeah, you're trying to teach kickboxing to a snake.
Dude, Jack, you burped in VC, bro. I saw you
Yeah.
burping in VC, bro.
Okay, that's great.
You're on recording, dude.
Come
You're on
on, man. Okay.
What?
Well, thank you for answering that honestly. And T Jump, if you could send him a link, I'm sure he would watch it or read it or whatever.
Agreed, Dan Shire. It's he's got his
Anybody
tactics.
have anything they want to say
he's
before
there.
we move on?
He's
to
there
Darth
for the
Nihilus?
needling. He's there for the dollar.
One
It's
thing I found
what gets
interesting
him
is
his
he
super
was
chats. So.
emphasizing that there needs to be massive amounts of evidence to build a theory, and that's not my understanding. Like the quantity of evidence is important in certain things, statistical analysis and whatnot, but sometimes that's not always available. I don't know if maybe T-Jump can
This true, Fred.
or
You
JL
need to
Warren might be able
disapprove
to expand on this a little bit. If not, that's okay.
No,
Hey, Color.
he's right there. You need a lot of evidence to build like a sufficient theory. It's not just a little bit isn't sufficient. And so
Hey,
he's
Colorado
completely
Biker,
right
good
to
to
say
see you.
that you need a lot of evidence to build like a really strong theory, not just a little bit is not sufficient. Like one observation is not enough. You can build a hypothesis with one. You can build a hypothesis with zero. But if you really want a solid, well-supported theory, you need a lot of evidence.
Hey, Feckinel,
Evolution
probably
has that,
not.
has one.
I don't think he will.
About as much evidence as heliocentrism.
That's the clarity I needed. Thank you very much for that. So the distinction is with the hypothesis, you don't necessarily need it, but with the actual theory, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
And my only point would be, it seems like an actual epistemology debate because he's not going to accept mainstream scientific evidence, and that's actually where we need to convince him to accept science and the scientific process.
That's why you got to start with
his problem is he
simple
doesn't want to
philosophy.
learn.
Oh, I agree with you. I think you were doing good, T-Jump. I'm just saying. I think it's
Hey,
His main problem is just he doesn't want to learn.
No, he's
his
totally fine
entire-
with learning.
okay. Hello to we have a guest here, Darth Nihilus. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
I wanted to ask, do you believe in abiogenesis?
Yes.
What do you say?
No, I accept the evidence that we have for abiogenesis. That is something different than believing. Believing, if you're going to use the word believe, that when talking to a theist, that word has baggage. So let's use a different word so we can be accurate in what we actually do, and it is that we accept the evidence that we have for abiogenesis because of how it's presented and how we got it.
And what
Someone said that
because you don't believe
uranium zircon dating is wholly inaccurate. I think it's in the the stage
so,
chat.
Wait,
Again,
can we skip the
the word
semantics? Yes,
belief-
I
the
believe.
word
Yes.
belief-
Wait.
Yeah,
the word
so-
belief.
Peter,
when talking-
skip the semantics. Yeah, no, I believe in abiogenesis. What's your next point?
Okay. So my next point is so you believe all this happened automatically through probability and chance alone, right?
Is
No.
determined by physical forces. Yes.
Yeah, determined by physical forces, so
Yes.
through chance. Now,
No.
Determined and chance are different things. So determined by physical forces
But-
is not
but
chance.
what is this physical force?
Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, those forces.
But did it not occur through chance?
No, they're determined.
Determined by what?
Physics, the laws of physics.
Well, it
And
did
does
require
physics occur through
the
chance?
appropriate conditions on the Earth for them to arise. And those had been off, obviously, like temperature wise stuff. So, but yeah, all it requires is the correct circumstances. That's it. So T-Jump is correct on that. It's just there are fundamental forces in the universe, and that we are a result of the combination of those in the correct environment. So all it takes is the window to open for life to emerge, and that's what happened on the Earth. So,
But do you not agree that in order for these organisms to emerge, certain particles had to collide at a certain angle, at a specific time, in a specific place, in order for an organism to arise? And is that
No.
not done through chance?
No,
It's not.
like magnets don't come together by chance. Magnets are drawn together because the positive and negative ends pull each other together. So particles like atoms bond together. Carbon is one of the most reactive that has the most ways to combine than anything else, and so it combines in the same way a magnet combines. It's not because they just
You're
randomly
correct, Rebo
happen
Sandman,
to align
absolutely.
in a random way. It's because the physical connectors on the particles are determined to connect in certain ways, and those certain ways lead to life. Just like magnets are determined to connect. It's not random that magnets, like a positive and a negative end of a magnet, connect. It's determined that they connect.
It's
but you
simple.
have
I have a
these
simple
other
way of
molecules.
explaining it. If you take 2 hydrogen molecules and 1 oxygen molecule, do you think it happens by chance that you get water, or do you just get water?
It happens through chance. The particles need to collide at a certain angle, right, in order for the water
No.
molecule.
What do you mean by a certain
Yeah.
angle?
A
You mean
certain
by
angle in a certain position, in order for them to react and produce.
What do you mean
water.
by angle?
Angle means angle, sir.
Yeah,
There's particle
explain in different
fusion.
words what you mean by angle.
Angle.
Particle
I have
fusion
no clue
doesn't
what you-
work by angles. This doesn't matter what angle
Yeah.
you smash the particles together. That doesn't make a difference.
No.
So you're saying that if I smash 2 particles together at that first collision, I will get the product I'm looking for.
Yes, that's correct. Like
So
if you
why
smash the
do industrial
particles,
processes, for example, do they increase temperature to increase the rate of reaction? Right?
because you have to smash the
There's more
particles together
particles.
hard enough.
Yeah, more particles are going to collide, and therefore that increases the probability of your compound that you want being produced.
Yeah, because you have to expand the particles, the electrons, so that it can fit in like a key. So if it's cold, it's too cold to actually fuse. So it's not angle doesn't matter. It's not because of angle.
Well, so angle does matter.
No, angle does not
It
matter.
does.
It doesn't matter if you go
Explain
left,
how-
right, top,
explain-
down. Makes no difference.
Explain how it
It
matters.
does, sir.
Explain how it
Particles need to
matters.
collide in a certain position in order for the compound to arise. They don't just
Explain
collide
how
and
the
then
ac-
the compound
No.
magically
All right,
forms.
explain how the angle matters.
Explain how the angle matters. Well, sir, the angle matters.
I'm not
in terms
100%
of
sure,
bond
historical
angles.
philosopher. I'm curious
Yeah,
as to
bond
how
angles
he's
are a
determining the
representation
odds.
I'm
of
Like,
asking
like,
you.
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm
Bond
asking
angles
you to
exist within the
explain how
molecule.
the angle
No.
matters.
He did. Bond angles is an explanation, is an answer to that question. Bond angles are how the particles will align after they've bonded. They don't need to bond in that way. They don't need to connect like from the left. They bond in that way because of the shape of the particles after they've been bonded. So all they need to bond is that the electrons need to go
Jack.
around
It's so true.
and make like a different bonding pair.
Right.
But that doesn't
But
happen
again,
based off of direction.
if I smash 2 particles together, well, I get the compound that I want at first.
Yes.
But how? How would I get the particle that I want at first, or the compound that I want at first?
Because if you combine hydrogen and oxygen, you will always get water, and it will always have the exact same bonding shape, no matter
Can you
which
not get
direction.
hydrogen peroxide from hydrogen and oxygen.
I'm just kind of curious how he's trying to calculate the odds on
So,
this. Like
it's not always
it's
only
chances,
water, is it?
probability wise, but
Oh, if it's H2O,
what
it's always
probability
water.
functions given that we have a system of one
Well,
and a
H2O is
success rate
water,
of
yeah. You
one?
can also get H2O2.
Yeah, which is not H2O. So if they will always have the exact same shape because the particles fit together like Legos.
Hey, fangirl,
It
good to
doesn't
see
matter
you.
which direction you add the particles. It's irrelevant.
Are you
I
not
don't know
late?
what
Just
is your
a
point here? Why do you
little bit
think
of craziness,
Oh,
but
particle
my main
direction
point
matter?
is here that you believe that these, or I'm not going to use the word believe because the other guy doesn't like it.
Belief
but
is fine.
you hypothesize or have evidence for life emerging from inanimate, non-living objects through determination by physical forces, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
for that argument,
The answer is
do
yes.
you
Just
think,
stick
do
with
you
yes.
think,
Just stick with yes. What's
hold
your
on,
follow up?
I have one
Now-
question. Do you think a God is involved when you take two hydrogen molecules and one oxygen molecule? Is there a God involved to make water?
Well, sir, what God does is he sets up the dominoes and he pushes them down.
That's not my question.
Yes,
Wait,
sir.
Is the God involved?
forget
Is the
that
God
question.
involved in the
Forget that
chemical
question.
reaction to
Forget.
get water?
Forget. Keep going. Keep
Indirectly.
going. So you had a question, Darth Nihilus. You were asking
Yeah,
about
okay.
do I believe that particles come together and form everything in life? If from abiogenesis, is there evidence? Yes, there is. What were you going to with this question?
Okay. So now that we've established that, can you tell me how believing that God created the universe and everything within it is less plausible than believing in abiogenesis?
One makes predictions, one does not. So in the case of abiogenesis,
And-
the processes required in order to explain the origin of life have been hypothesized. We expected to see, well, if this was caused by, say, RNA on clay, then we would be able to do experiments with finding RNA on clay, and we have found those experiments. And so the ability to predict what we would find before we found it is something that only abiogenesis can do, and God has not been able to do that at all, as far as I know.
But how do you know what God is able to do or not do?
The
How do you
hypothesis
know?
of
Do
God.
you
Wait, I don't care.
you
So
have
the
evidence- do you
hypothesis. I
have
don't care,
evidence
Peter.
that
I don't
God
care.
is
I don't care. I
involved?
don't care. I don't care. The hypothesis that God exists, it can't predict the future. You can't predict the future with the belief God exists. I can predict the future with the belief abiogenesis is true. That's the difference.
So you can predict the future in what manner?
I can predict things about the universe that we haven't discovered yet and get it right before we've
Such
discovered it.
as, we don't even
Such
know
as-
much about our own universe.
Yes,
the
that's
light that
fine.
comes
I
to
don't
us
care. I don't
through
care. So
telescope.
any
millions
predictions,
of years
any predictions work. That's all science does. That's why all of the evidence in
Can you tell me-
abiogenesis is there.
Can you tell me what's going to happen 50 years from now? Exactly
No,
as it
that's-
is.
Wait. So I don't think you understand what future prediction means. It doesn't mean you can predict a general thing like that. You can predict specific things. Like, can you predict that RNA will form corpuscles on clay that are then used to form cell structures? That was a prediction made by abiogenesis, which we then discovered was correct. Can you make self-forming RNA molecules of up to like 50 or so chains? Yes, that was a prediction made by abiogenesis, which is found to be correct. So we make predictions about the field, not just random predictions about 50 years, which have nothing to do with the topic.
Okay.
If
It
doesn't
abiogenesis
mean-
is true, we will predict that certain factors that we would expect to be the case if abiogenesis happened will be discovered, and then we discovered them.
It doesn't mean that scientists can
Oh.
predict lottery tickets.
Okay. So when you say predicting the future, do you mean that with regard to these RNA molecules and so on, you know everything that's going to happen to them in, say, the
No.
next, million years?
No, all I need to do is predict one thing. So if I can predict one thing that will
I know
happen
Super
to
J
them,
life theme.
and you can predict 0 things, that means mine has 1 evidence, yours has 0 evidence. Now we can predict tens of thousands of things that will happen to them with accuracy and be right like 90% of the time. You can predict 0 things. And so the fact that evolution and abiogenesis can predict tens of thousands of things that will happen to these molecules that we didn't know yet, and you have predicted 0 things that will happen to these molecules, means there's evidence for abiogenesis, but no evidence for God.
Well, there's no necessary. God doesn't need evidence necessarily. Belief in
What?
God is based on faith.
Okay.
Why?
So
why,
that-
Why would you use what?
Why do you think that is a good thing?
Yeah, why would you use faith?
Why would you use faith?
Well, see, is God coming to me and showing me Himself? Is He standing? in
Okay,
front of
but can you name one thing that I couldn't believe based on faith?
To rephrase that, how does faith?
Hold on. Let him answer. Hold on. Let him answer.
I want to rephrase that a little bit. I want to rephrase that a little bit. One sec. So
elaborate.
how does faith differentiate your imagination from reality?
I want to know. Now, get to my question. Is there one thing you could not believe based on faith?
Elaborate by what you mean by that.
That's why I literally just said.
You believe in a God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us which God you believe in?
Allah.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much, fangirl, for that.
So you can believe in Allah based on faith.
A little
Could a
dancing
Christian believe
pair.
in the Christian God based on faith?
Yeah, they could.
Okay, so how do you figure out which of you is right?
Because I have faith in my God, right? So by default, I believe that my God is the
so does
correct
the
one.
Christian. So does the Christian. My question is,
and that's not
how
relevant
can
to
you,
me.
but can both gods exist?
Both gods cannot exist.
Exactly. So
But by default, I
I
believe I am right. So if I believe I am
get
right,
that.
there is
I
no
get that.
scope
I
for that
accept
other
that.
God to exist.
I get that and I accept that. My question is, how can you and a Christian who both believe that their God is the right God, how can you figure out who's right and who's wrong if all
Not
you
much,
have
Avi.
is believing on faith?
Yeah, well,
T jumping Peter dick
Christians and
measuring.
Muslims do agree on the idea of the God of Abraham, same as Jews. That's why they
So
call
this-
Abrahamic religion.
Mubarak want to chip in?
Wait. So a better way to ask the question is, how do you use faith?
No. Let Mubarak chip in because he made a claim.
accept
He made a claim about Islam. We've got Mubarak now. Mubarak,
Different
chip in.
topic, different irrelevant topic. How does faith differentiate imagination from reality? How can you say because you believe in by faith that it can be true versus somebody else who believes something else by faith? Why are they less likely to be true?
Well, see,
Why did you
my
first
God-
say that the God of Islam and the God of Christianity
let him answer
different?
one
Wait, sir,
question, man.
one question at a time, thank you.
Yeah,
My
let him answer
faith-
one at a
You
time. Peter.
backtracked on an answer. You said the God of Christianity and the God of Islam are different gods. They cannot both exist at the same time. And then
No, sir.
just
You asked
seconds,
me-
and then
you
just
asked me,
seconds
can two
later,
gods-
then just
Sir.
seconds later, you said they are the same God, so both
No,
are
sir.
right.
You asked
which
me,
of the two
you
is
asked
it?
me, sir, can two gods exist? I said no. But I also
No.
added on that fact that we, in some aspects, Christians and Muslims, agree on the idea of God, i.e., the fact that we both believe in the God of Abraham, but Christians believe in the Trinity, which we do not believe in.
So
Hey,
it's not the
NA, good
same
to see you.
God.
It is the same God
It's not
in
the
terms
same
of the
God.
idea.
You can't
but
have a
different
God that is a
understandings
Trinity.
of
Hey, Glober
Hold on.
Mom, good to see you.
Hold on. You cannot have a God that is a Trinity and have a God that is not a Trinity and both be the same God. That is impossible.
Sir, I did not say that they're the same God. I said that they're the same idea of a God, i.e., the God of
Yes.
Abraham.
So how do you figure out who of the two is correct?
Scott Stanton,
The
yes,
Christian
Morton
who says
Sports.
that there's a
understanding is correct.
Trinitarian God, or the Muslim who says there's only Allah. How do you
Okay.
figure out, based on faith
I don't know,
and
Cindy
only
Sue.
using
It's-
faith, which of the two is correct?
What my faith in Allah says is that He is one alone.
I know
with no
what your
partner.
faith says.
Right.
What I'm asking you to do is give me a mechanism how faith can be used to determine what is correct.
Oh my God! Like we
If
just spent
both
5 minutes.
you and the Christian
sir.
can use the same thing, then how can you differentiate which of the two is correct?
Oh my
How can you differentiate which of the two is inconsistent with the other two views? Now, see,
They
if you
are
want me to
inconsistent
go into the
with the
details
other
of this,
views.
I can. All right. So you look at Islam and Judaism and their understanding of God, right? And you see both Islam and Judaism have strict monotheism. Then you move on to Christianity and you see the Trinity. Now, where did the Trinity come from? You can look at the origins of it.
How's
And you
this
can see
relevant to
that it was heavily influenced
faith?
by Roman pagan religions.
Darth, how is this relevant to faith?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you how I distinguish between what is inconsistent with regard to this.
Yes, but
God.
you have already agreed that a Christian can believe in the Christian God based on faith, or using
Yeah,
the
they can.
exact same
But
mechanism.
did I say
that,
that their faith?
Hold on. You both use the exact same mechanism to believe in a God. You cannot both believe in a God that is real. So how do you determine if the only thing you're using is faith? How can you know that you're believing in the right God? How can you believe? How do you know that the Christian isn't right? Believing in the
Well, sir,
Trinity
as
God
I told
based
you,
on faith.
as I told you before, my faith says that the Christian's understanding of God
Hey,
is
Victory
not true.
Joker, good to see you.
Not what
So
your
my
faith
faith
says. That is what your
nullifies
holy.
Christian's
No.
faith.
Hold on.
Then is God.
That is what your holy book says. It has nothing to do with your faith in believing in God. Your holy book dictates several things about your God. The actual belief that you have, merely based on faith, has nothing to do with your holy book or what it says.
So you're saying that the idea of faith, the categories of faith, has nothing to do with the holy book at
If
all.
I could piggyback
What
off
I'm trying to
God.
convey is that
Fucking
faith
hell.
is not a reliable pathway to truth.
yeah,
And
that
you seem to
Yes,
think
sir.
it
Doing
is.
pretty good,
Because
Victory.
as we've established before, your method of discovering truth is based on evidence, right? Pure empirical evidence.
Yeah.
So, with regard to abiogenesis, you have evidence for the geothermal conditions of Earth millions and millions of years ago.
billions.
You also have, you can look at the proto-organic molecules and so on that existed at that specific time, and you can make assumptions based on that on what happened. Abiogenesis is still a hypothesis. It's not even risen
It is.
the level
It
of a
is.
theory.
But we do have strong evidence for several of those hypotheses, and we have been able to recreate the environment of an early Earth 4 billion years ago. And it turns out that there are several ways to get to life, and we have observed this in the lab to be happening spontaneously. But this has nothing to do with my
Spontaneous-
question about faith.
Well, if I could
Because
just
this is not
piggyback
faith.
off what both
So
of you saying.
spontaneous,
Hold on one second, Darth.
spontaneous
Before you go forward, there are good reasons for why we think abiogenesis happened, why carbon is such a volatile chemical, as T-Jump was saying before. We have liquid water. We are in the circumstellar habitable zone. There are numerous reasons for why it actually makes sense that life chemically arose here. But when we're looking at faith, we don't have any idea how to use it as a proper tool. We can't tell your faith from someone else's faith, and we cannot determine your views from fantasy. We want to try and tie it to reality. And so when you say faith, what type of tool is that? How can we...
And it's
use
worse,
it?
Amy,
Well,
because
saying-
his faith can lead him to believing two mutual exclusive propositions. And so unless he can provide a mechanism to figure out how to determine which of those two contradicting propositions is the correct one, then faith is an unreliable way to figure out whether or not
That
you
is
should
the
believe in your
question,
God.
Darth. We don't view faith as a
Yes, sir.
reliable methodology
So-
to truth.
Yeah, so if you do not view it as a reliable methodology to truth, there's no point talking about my faith, is there?
Well, there
Sure,
Well,
because
there
faith.
is actually.
there is the
actually,
question as to why
because
you choose to
the
utilize it.
reason
No,
we can
that's true too.
the reason we can talk about it is because you use it on a daily basis to believe in something, and that wouldn't be a big problem if the thing that you believed in didn't dictate your entire life, because it has a book attached to it that has laws and rules in it.
Well, sir,
If
can I ask you something?
if your faith leads you to a
yeah.
wrong
Now
position,
he's just fucking
then you
bloviating.
will be following
So-
the wrong book,
Yeah.
aka the
All right.
wrong rules and laws.
So
Right?
can I ask
So
you a
it is
question?
important to talk about.
God, fuck.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you follow laws?
Yes.
Are laws dictated to you? I.e., if you follow them, right, you do not get
In
punished,
my-
and if you break them, you go to
in-
jail.
Yes. In my country, the laws that we have in my country are made by humans.
Okay.
That
And-
we as hold on, humans that we as a collective, as a community, elect to make those laws.
Come on, Peter.
So basically, we make our own laws,
Okay.
and they change.
And
And
now-
they change over time when new
Peter's trying
evidence
to
comes
anticipate
in,
where
and it
Darth
turns
is
out
going,
that
so he's
we've
trying to
got
head
a
him off
law
at the pass.
that actually isn't a good law. So that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
when
sure,
the law
sir.
is taken
Yeah,
off the books.
yeah. And do you have to obey these laws until the end of your life?
It depends on whether or not I want to go to jail. This is something
Yeah,
that we
because
as a
you, as you
community.
said, you'll
This
be
is
punished
this is
if
something.
you break these laws.
No, hold on. This is something that we as a community decided on. And I live in the Netherlands, which is kind of weird when you look at it from our point of view to different countries. We have a completely different judicial system than a lot of other countries, which means that the way we deal with crime seems to be working better than it does in other countries because crime rates are going down and we can no longer fill the amount of prisons that we have. So we rent
Yeah,
them out
Avi,
to
what I was
Norway
doing
and
was
Belgium.
double checking something. Somebody made a claim that,
If
you
I
know,
could,
that
if I could
they
just
were-
say,
I was
first of all, I wish our
misrepresenting-
prison systems were like that. I agree with Peter, but there's two different types of laws that we're talking
that I
here,
was
legal
misrepresenting
laws and physical laws.
lead
You
uranium
said that
lead dating,
we
and I
shouldn't be
wasn't,
talking
so
about
I was
your
double
faith,
checking
we should
that.
just be talking about faith. I agree with that because I don't think anyone's faith is a good methodology to truth. And so my question to you
Very
is,
much so,
are
because they're
God's
not asking
laws
the
more
correct
like our
question, so-
human legal laws or more like the natural physical laws?
So you do realize that most laws that you have today are in some way, shape, or form influenced by religious laws.
I disagree with that. We have a secular law system.
Less and less.
Well,
we're
Oh
trying
yeah,
to get
less
rid
and
of.
less. But you
We're,
look
we're
at
trying to
countries like
get rid of.
America.
We're trying to get rid of those actually.
Yeah, you are trying to get rid of
Darth,
those, but that still
just
doesn't change
Darth,
the fact that
just
nonetheless,
because we
still
have a
influenced.
legal, just because many countries have a legal system that is pretty okay. So legal systems evolve over time, and so even Mosaic law was influenced by I guess like moral frame or like law frameworks or rule frameworks that came before it. So they evolve over time as our understanding of reality, as our understanding of social, paradigms evolves over time. So, but all of these are predicated upon everything. Our moral, our legal systems, the rules we set down for society are all predicated upon, us understanding very early on what it takes to have a functioning society. So, like, for example, when we realize very early on that working together, working cooperatively, not stealing from each other, not murdering each other indiscriminately, that these things work towards our advantage and that we should engage in them if we want to have a successful and surviving society, that this
But
is the best
In
option.
the same way,
So there's
But
nothing,
in the same-
but there's nothing, but Darth, there's nothing about them that entails that they were handed down from a god or anything. People can use that, try and
this is not
attribute that to
even
give them
about
more.
whether it's
Darth,
handed down by God or
people
not.
in the past have used that argument that these laws are handed down by a god or something of that nature to give them more power or validity in some way, but it doesn't entail that they are or that they were.
This is not even about whether these laws were handed down by God or not.
Well, I will.
This is simply about the origin of these laws, and
Which is
how they
irrelevant. Which
influence
is
the model.
irrelevant. The origin of them is irrelevant.
All right, so,
We've moved on.
He asked me, is
we've-
God's law similar to human law?
So we've
Right.
progressed beyond these religious laws. In fact, many of these laws that were based on older religions, which seem to be very often including attempts to start with a basic legal system and failed miserably, by the way. We've been removing these things that have somehow carried into current legal systems. Like just about 10 years ago, I was part of a petition here I was not one of the organizers, but I promoted it. To remove blasphemous libel from the Canadian Criminal Code, and we succeeded. And there's more and more instances of this happening all over the world. Like the religious laws are sorely outdated. They're very punishment focused, which we know much better now that rehabilitation is a lot more effective than punishment. And the whole world is gradually moving in this direction and moving
Well, you're
away
telling me-
from the black and white hateful legal systems that are introduced by religions.
So
Real
I
quick,
like
that
to point out-
blasphemous libel law, was that against, like, you can't blaspheme God or you can't, like, blaspheme people?
Oh no, that was
Yeah.
blasphemous libel. It
Oh.
was definitely anything making a statement about religion or its deities in writing, and so that's been removed.
And who
So,
would be the victim in that
So-
crime report?
so I am so happy
Yeah.
with that, and we need to get more of that removed
Okay.
in the United
So,
States. But I also
if I
want to
could
know,
make a point.
Darth. After that, I do want to know. I just want to ask: did you say that you met God?
I did not say that I met God. I don't know where you're
Oh,
getting that from.
okay. That just see someone in.
You said
Okay.
you saw God earlier in this conversation.
No, I do not say that, sir.
Okay.
I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well,
Accept that. That's cool.
I'm kind of want, because since we've covered a lot of topics here, but kind of like centering back to the original thing when you're talking about faith, that God doesn't work by evidence, that it requires faith, and that faith is how you make these determinations, right? Peter brought up a very important distinction is like, how can we determine things that are real utilizing only faith? And faith doesn't work. It's not reliable as a pathway to truth. So the question then becomes, why would you utilize faith, recognizing that it is not a reliable pathway to determining the truth about reality?
So I want to ask you a question with regard to that.
Okay.
If God, or something that looked like God, something that appeared like God,
Okay.
came today, right? Showed himself to you, said, "I am this, I am God," right?
Okay.
Would you believe in him?
No,
course.
not immediately. Of course not.
Well,
Because how would
Exactly,
I be able?
sir. Exactly.
Well, hang on.
Now-
Hang on a sec. So, because I wouldn't believe it straight up, but the reason for that, which is important, is because how can I make the determination between this being the actual like God of the Bible or the God of Abraham or whatever, and just a sufficiently powerful entity that can appear that way? I can't determine that.
or
I
have
can't
the
determine.
technology-
Hang on, Peter. I cannot
Or
determine
have
with
the
any degree of
technology to do
certainty.
so.
I cannot determine with any degree of certainty that this thing is not lying to me. So no, I would not believe it, and I would be rational in not
sir.
believing it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
And do you know what the Quran says about this? Right? It says exactly the same thing. That even if God were to show Himself to them, they would still not believe. Do you see
I
the
have-
importance of faith now?
That's not true.
No,
They're supposed
no,
to
what-
find the Quran.
Now I have a solution to
Right.
that. I have a solution to that.
Randolph, just a moment. Okay, Darth, did Muhammad believe when the angel came to him and revealed himself to him?
When Jibreel came to the Prophet, at first he was scared, right? Then the Jibreel told him to read, and then he read.
Okay, when did Muhammad believe in Jibreel?
When he appeared to him?
No, he didn't.
But sir,
No,
before I point out something else,
he ran home and hid in his wife's bed. And the Quran tells about the Muddathir. There's a whole surah about it, begins with it. Says, get off your bed. Go and preach. And his
Yes,
wife
sir, it does.
wait a minute. His wife, Khadija, brought her cousin, a priest, a Nestorian priest, and told him, confirmed to him with evidence, according to that it is Jibreel. You have to believe in him. So for Muhammad, even the existence of an angel, a godlike entity appearing in front of him, was not enough to believe. So that's the evidence of the best man of mankind did not believe just by sight. Even with the recitation of the Iqra, when he told him recite, he didn't believe. So here's a point. You shouldn't expect other people, as a Muslim, you shouldn't expect other people just to believe if God just revealed to them. You need other evidence. And Muhammad did not just accept it until he got other people to confirm what he saw.
Can I ask you, sir?
Yes.
Can I ask something? Well,
Yeah.
what was the Prophet? Did the Prophet have to have faith first in order to believe in Allah and Jibreel?
What? Did he need
Did he have to have
faith?
Iman? Did he have to have Iman?
Yes.
Okay, so he had to have faith in order to believe in him. So do you see the importance of faith?
Well, that's the thing is, you could believe in anything. You could have faith in everything. That doesn't add value to the thing you believed in. You know, it's not
If you have faith in two contradictory things, right? That faith is obviously can be demonstrated to be false.
But what you just told
But
us
you have people with cognitive dissonance who believe in two different things.
Well, then we know that their faith is inconsistent, right? But if you have faith in one thing, right, there's a difference.
I'll hand it right back over to you, Mubarak. But Darth, when you say he had to have faith and then he found evidence, to us, that means he had to become gullible and then he was open to believing in God, because that is what we view faith as.
Yeah,
Faith
it's
is,
like it's weird. Why would I
belief
hold the
in God, yeah.
unjustified? Yeah, why would I hold the unjustified belief and then get the evidence? Because how would I be able to determine that I'm not interpreting the evidence wrong through my prior held belief? So it's like you're saying that he had to believe in it first with no evidence before he could get the evidence that it exists, which makes no sense, because there are many things, like Mubarak said, there are many things that I could believe in with no evidence, and then I could wind up being wrong because I made the wrong assumption, because I'm going to hold to this belief first, and then I'm going to interpret the evidence as though this were true. So that's a bad way to go about it, about determining things. So why would that be necessary?
Okay, so with this evidence that was presented to the Prophet, right, i.e., Khadija's cousin, right, the priest, confirming that what Prophet Muhammad had seen was Jibreel, would this evidence be sufficient evidence according to you? According to you.
Okay, so if I see something, let's say I see a woman robed in a blue cloth and comes to me and tells me that she is the Virgin Mary. Okay?
Agreed, Avi. Absolutely.
And I go to a Catholic priest, he will tell me that it is a vision of the Mother Mary. Okay? But I could go to someone else, to, let's say, a Buddhist, or not Buddhist. Let's go with a Shia, okay, a Muslim Shia. He will say, no, this is not the Mother Mary. That's Fatima Zahra came to you and told you. So it depends on who do you get the when you use stuff like this. It depends on who do you get the confirmation from. If
it swings that direction, I'll try to get it in.
For the priest telling Muhammad that it was the angel Jibreel, he wouldn't known who was that entity in front of him. If he went to one of the Arabic kahans, maybe he would told him, "Oh, just the demon came to play with you," and they will never know. The difference.
And then again, do you see the importance of faith?
No, we see how faith doesn't work.
Yeah,
right.
It depends on which faith.
I told you that without faith, can you believe in God?
So you telling me that without accepting the belief in God, you cannot believe in God? That's the thing. It's like
I know you're ex-Muslim. Have you heard of Iman? Iman.
Yeah. Yes.
And what is Iman, sir? What is Iman?
There's 6 parts of Iman. Okay.
Yes, 6 parts.
Believe in God, believe in His messengers, His books, His angels, and al-qada, which is basically qada and qadr, and the final day.
Okay.
So
now, if you believe in all of these, right, and if you, let's say, somebody does not believe in, let's say, one of these or 2 of these, can they be a Muslim?
Darth Nihilus?
Yes, sir.
Can I present you video evidence of you stating that God has come to you Himself? I'd like to know what you meant by that.
No, sir. I did not. You can provide the video evidence, and then I'll say.
He even hang out and listen to it real quick.
And by the way, to answer your question, Darth, yes, I could be convinced that a God exists if sufficient evidence is supplied of its existence.
Is there evidence for God?
Well, you're claiming that you're claiming that there is. So.
No, sir, I do not claim that there's any empirical evidence for God. Sir.
Well, there's no evidence for God.
Belief in God is based on faith.
If there's no evidence for this God's existence, then there is no reason it should be believed.
I said that there's no empirical evidence for God's existence.
Well, yeah, okay.
The only evidence you presented is just
faith. You can say, oh yes, this universe was created by God, but that's not sufficient evidence for you, right?
Yeah, that's
You
just
can
an,
point
an
out-
assertion that has nothing to back it. That's
you
a
can
claim.
point out
That's a claim that
predictions.
does
You can
nothing
point
to
out
back it up.
predictions made and prophecies made by the prophet, right? That actually did come true. This would not be sufficient
No,
evidence for you.
no. It's because we can go to each one of those and we can break them down. I'm sure Mobarak is very familiar with this. Is that we can go to each one of those and we can literally take them point by point by point, and we can demonstrate how they are incorrect or they are so vague that they could not be considered a prophecy at all. So,
All right,
and this has been done. This has been done by scholars better than me, but done by many individuals who have broken them down point by point why these don't hold up.
Right. So one of the predictions, quite detailed, not vague, one of the predictions that the prophet prophesied was that towards the end of days, the barefooted Bedouins would be building large towers. Has this come true or not come true?
Okay, so you said towards the end of days, who will build large towers?
The Bedouins. It's a sign of the day of judgment.
Okay, so like, is there a specific time?
There's no specific time, no.
Okay, have humans been building towers since time immemorial, since we could learn how to construct things?
Barefooted Bedouins did not used to build towers.
Okay, so who are the Bedouins?
The Bedouins, they're travelers, sir. They're nomads. They move around from place to place.
Who are they today, though?
Who are they today? Well, if you go to places like the Gulf, right, you'll see a lot of them are Bedouins,
Okay.
right? And they have built towers. You can see places like Saudi Arabia building
well,
super high towers.
All right,
Places like
but
the
everywhere
UAE,
built, all humans build towers and have since time immemorial.
Yes, sir. But do you realize the difference between the barefooted Bedouin and the settled Greek?
That's what I'm asking you. Is like what? Just because a group of human beings builds towers does not indicate anything, and plus there's no time frame. It's not saying specifically when this will happen. If I want to make a prediction, I will predict that a particular event will occur at a particular time, and this is what the circumstances around it. So the more accurate the prediction, the better. But if you're just saying that the end of times will be heralded by this thing that humans already do, well,
Sir,
that's
again,
not a prediction. That's not even a prediction. That's just a claim.
Can you explain to me what is the difference between the barefooted Bedouin and the Greek?
It's irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant
No,
because
sir, it's very relevant.
No, it's irrelevant
Very
because
relevant,
the
sir.
prediction is about a group of people doing something that all humans do. Okay,
But
so
again,
it doesn't
sir,
matter.
I'm
So
gonna
yeah,
have to
so
ask you to
basically,
explain it again. Explain the difference between the Greek of those times and the barefooted Bedouin.
it's irrelevant.
No,
Human-
sir, it's not irrelevant.
Darth,
it's very relevant.
Darth, it's not a prediction because there is no time frame given. There is no end of days specified as to what exactly that is, when it will occur, and it says that this will be a herald of that. What does that even mean? Like, it doesn't indicate how much time will take place between the Bedouins building towers and the end of days. This is a completely and totally vague assertion about the future that could be applied to any scenario. Anybody,
So
and not to mention,
if we look at
our species has
of
interbred
the-
so much. How could you say who is a Bedouin and not legitimately?
So, sir, the barefooted Bedouins, they roughly inhabited the area that is the Arabian Peninsula today, right? The Bedouins. Now, the definition of predict is something say or estimate that a specified thing will happen in the future or will be a consequence of something. Where does it state to me that the prediction has to have a time frame attached to it?
Because that's what makes it a
Okay.
prediction.
Yes.
Can you provide
But
proof to me that that's what makes it a prediction?
so
Yes.
that's the thing. Do you know what the words mean in the hadith, in the prediction?
The words mean yes, because they've been
Yes.
translated, sir.
Okay, so the tatawul in binyan, which is mean that they compete in structure and building. Is that a thing that happened before in Arabia or not?
Is this referring to the Bedouin, sir?
Yes, I'm referring to the Bedouin people who
Yes,
were
sir.
living. Okay.
So since you know Arabic, and I assume you're Arab, tell me,
Yes.
sir, did the Bedouins compete in building tall structures?
Yes.
Where?
You just have to go see which the cities, the ancient cities in Yemen, and to go see the ancient city in Petra.
Sir, that's not Bedouins.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not Bedouins.
Yes,
They're
they
different
are.
people. They're
No,
different
they're
people, sir.
not. They're
Sir,
the
do you know what a
same
Bedouin
people.
is? Do you know what a Bedouin is,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
What is a Bedouin?
I am one. I am
Yeah,
one.
what is a Bedouin? Since you are one yourself, what is a Bedouin, sir?
Okay. The Bedouin are a sect or a group of Arabs who are chose to the nomadic life. So the
Yeah,
people
so
who
thank
built
you.
Petra, just a minute, the people who built the Petra were nomadic. They were Bedouin and they settled down to build. Just like how you claim right now that the people in modern day Saudi Arabia and Dubai and all those Gulf countries, they were Bedouin and settled down. They're not Bedouin anymore. Do you see that?
Yeah, sure, sir. But were
So-
they formerly Bedouin? Yes or no?
Yes, both
And
sides.
is
Both
this
both
prophecy
groups.
referring to the future or the past?
No, Mobarak has a
No.
point. If the Bedouin don't exist today as they existed in the past, then who is the prophecy talking about?
It's talking about the Bedouins, sir.
No, but
And
if
what
the
they are
Bedouin,
now.
but when the prophecy was written, the Bedouin were a
So,
specific group of people, right?
So I'll tell you.
Darth. When the prophecy, when this was written, were the Bedouin a specific group of people that it was being referred to?
The Bedouins were referring to people, Arabs. as
Okay.
Mubarak said,
Yeah. So,
right,
but
who
yes,
adopted
if
nomadic
if
lifestyle.
those people don't exist today as they existed then who is the prophecy talking about?
It's talking about these same people, sir. I'll give you another example. Right? So in the Quran and as well as the Hadith, right? So there's various prophecies that refer to the Romans. Now, what did the scholars say about this? Because in 2023, for example, Romans do not exist anymore, right? So the scholars,
Good to see
right,
you,
they say,
Kashif Fire.
this is referring to the people of the West, what is casually known as the Western world.
That's kind of a leap.
Right?
Yeah, that's
sir,
just
This is another example
That's
of
after the fact. It's not at the time, because at the time of Muhammad, they believed that the Roman will be there at the end of time. That's why they called them the
yes, sir.
Roman.
But he did not. He was referring to the Romans. Now, if you look at most Western countries, within Europe at least, were most European countries at one point not under Roman occupation, whether that be the Eastern Roman Empire or the Roman
Yes.
Republic or the Roman
Yes.
Empire.
Yes.
Yes. So, did interbreeding happen between the groups? The Romans, i.e. the Italians who came from the Italian peninsula, settled inside these places, did they interbreed with the local population?
Yes.
And in that case, would they therefore, at least genetically, be descended from the Romans? In
The
some
one
regard.
the one who are descendants of the Romans, they could claim to be a Roman, but that doesn't mean they are Roman.
No, but again, sir, I told you what the scholars' view is on this.
I know. So do you mean that the Nordic countries like Denmark and Norway and
It seems like it would be ad
are
hoc,
part
like
of
they're
this
taking what we know now and
Roman
trying to reapply it,
idea
trying
that
to
you're talking about?
reinterpret the
According
prophecy
to
to
the
include
scholars,
what we
what
know
the
now.
Romans is referring to is generally the Western world.
So, but Rome have never conquered them. They never interbreeded with them. They never, like, beside basic trade with them, they had never had any interaction with them. So how could
You're
call
saying
the
that Rome
Nordic-
didn't have interactions with the Nordic peoples, despite there being the Varangian god in the Eastern Roman Empire that actually did consist of Vikings and people who came from Norway and Sweden.
Okay, I said the people who's still there. I'm not talking about the people who migrated into France or even to
No, sir.
Spain.
These people that were in the Varangian god came from places like Norway and Sweden, made
Yes,
their way
they
into the
moved
Byzantine Empire,
They
and worked
moved
as
there,
bodyguards
yes.
for the emperor.
Yeah, they moved there. They moved from the Nordic country to there, but Rome never came to the Nordic country and conquered them.
Yeah, it
So
didn't,
you
but there was
cannot
interaction between them, wasn't there?
you cannot say that all the when the Quran say the Roman or the Hadith say the Roman,
I like that, Cindy
it
Sue.
just focus on the West.
You're correct.
Because
I like that.
it's
No,
not
sir.
just the
I'll
West.
tell you the two different contexts, right? So when the Quran was referring to the Romans, it was referring to past events or present events within the time of the Sahaba and so on, right? So, for example, Surah Al-Rum, right? It was in the context of the Byzantines and the Sassanids fighting, and the Muslims wanted the Christian Romans to win because the Sassanids at that time they were Zoroastrians, and the pagan Arabs were supporting them. Now, this was in the context of that time specifically. Now, when we look at the Hadith and the prophecies that the Prophet is making towards the future, right? The scholars have interpreted this to mean generally that the West, this is referring to the West, the same way that this Bedouin that we're talking about is referring to the Arabs that live in the peninsula now.
So but here's the thing. The Roman and Quran, just according to you, are different than the Roman and the Hadith.
The Romans, as I said, sir, this is referring to a specific context. Right?
Yeah, I know. I understand it's specific context, but they're talking about two different groups by now, because you're talking about people who live right now today, and you call them Roman, even though they're not, and the Quran talks about people who lived 1,500 years ago.
People who lived 1,300 years ago, yeah. So the Hadith, right? This is
the problem is, that's the problem is that there is different group of people. They are different. The Bedouin, just like how the Bedouin and the Hadith, the Bedouin are nomadic of nature. So
okay,
if
as I said for both of them, right? The scholars, the people of knowledge, sir, that have studied this topic extensively, they interpret this to mean generally
that's
Romans.
Interpretation beyond the fact. Muhammad did not say it.
Yes, sir, but this is a consensus. Do you know scholarly consensus, right?
But
scholars agree upon certain things.
I could say that he just mentioned the Roman. That's all he mentioned, because that's exactly the word is Rome. So he just mentioned the Romans. He doesn't talk about anyone else. So it's all depend on what you add to the text. So the scholar got
Joshua Lee,
to the
good to see you,
problem
bud.
when Rome was defeated, that those Hadith talks about still a future with Rome, but Rome is not there anymore, or what we do. So you have to explain to them, they have to explain to the masses that, oh no, it just doesn't mean just the Roman, it's all the Western.
Mubarak, if I may clarify, so essentially, hang on one sec, Darth, just to clarify. So Mubarak, is this really more of an instance of contemporary scholars reinterpreting the prior prophecies to include or to adapting them to what we know today?
Yes, it's just like how like all those prediction of end time coming through, like especially in the 1800s.
Right.
When the date doesn't happen, they will change it to something else. So because Rome fell and it doesn't exist anymore, a lot of the scholar interpretation, because when you look at it, most of those interpretation is after the fall of Rome, or after the very much the decline of Rome influence in the region, and it comes to the conclusion that, oh, we don't have the Rome to fight anymore, so we will just make it the West.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, sir. But as we've established prior within this conversation, right, aside from Norway and Sweden, on top of this, do you know the conclusion above which this was reached upon? The fact that Rome, at one point, ruled most of Europe. Additionally, right, and this was the conclusion that was reached upon, and the fact that the vicinity of the area that the Romans occupied was what we would now consider the West.
So do you consider Iran Arabs?
Bumblebee tuna.
Irans would not be
Bumblebee
Arabs.
tuna.
But they were ruled by the Arabs.
They were ruled by the Arabs.
So
yeah, sure.
But
interbreeding did happen between them, the same as interbreeding happened between the Romans and the populations that they conquered.
So why do you consider the West Roman but not Iran Arabs?
Some countries within the West are descended from the Romans, sir.
Okay, some people who live in Iran are descended from Arabs.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree. There's a lot of Arabs in Iran. There's a lot of people who have Arab DNA within Iran. and I
Okay.
can trace their lineage back to the Arabs. I definitely
Yes,
agree.
but you want to lump every Western country into Rome because the
Alright,
Hadith
so, sir,
said so, but you don't
can I
want
ask
to
you a
put the
question?
Iran under Arabs
Can
basically
I
the
ask you a
same
question,
way.
sir?
Yeah.
Did the countries that exist now exist in the 7th century?
No.
So when the Prophet was making the prediction, do you expect him to say Germany, France, Spain, all
No,
this?
no. If he wanted to say the Western world, he could have said people from the West. He doesn't need, because we know he could said that. He could have said
That
people will
certainly
come from the West.
that certainly would have been that certain
those
Darth that
people
Darth
was
that
West,
certainly
right?
would have been a more accurate prediction, wouldn't it have been?
That's what I'm
If
thinking.
he had predicted,
was the Roman Empire.
if the prediction had been made, not about what currently existed, because if the prediction is in the future, then it assumes that the Roman Empire is going to be there and that Romans will always be a force that is understood to exist. But Rome no longer exists as known when the prophecy was made. So if the prophecy was really a prophecy, it would have been like a country will come out of the West and its name will be America, and America will, when this occurs, blah, 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 blah. But that didn't happen because obviously you're correct. They didn't know that these countries existed. It's not talking about Germany or France or England or the United Kingdom or America or anything like that. So that's the point, is that the prediction that they made was about what currently existed and assumed that in the future that it would continue to exist in order for the prophecy to be fulfilled. But it didn't. So now, now scholars have reinterpreted those prophecies because they don't hold up anymore by their own verbiage. So now they're reinterpreting them to include what we know today, which invalidates it as a prophecy.
All right. So can I
Where is this mention of Rome? Because he said that the Bedouins who are barefooted will build towers. That was the prophecy, right? It had nothing to do with Rome.
Yeah, that was me bringing up another example of the prophet prophesizing groups of people that do not necessarily strictly happen today, but are referring to these people.
That sounds fine. So if I predict there's going to be a woman president, does that mean I am the son of God?
If there's a woman president, you predict it, and you know it's coming within the next few years. What was your prediction based on? Is it purely guess?
Next few years. This is like been like 500, 600 years.
A woman president. What is your prediction based on, sir?
Well, so if I just said there will be a woman president, and I don't give a time, I just say there will be a woman president, and that is the sign of the end times. And in 1,000 years it happens. Does that mean that I am the son of God?
But nobody says that the prophet is the son of God.
No, that's not the point. Not the point. So if I say there will be a woman president, and that is the sign of the end times, does that? And I say I know this because I am the son of God. Does that mean I am the son of God?
So you're saying that there would be a woman president based on your observations.
Because I have a direct line to God. God told me so. He says there's going to be a woman president. And I just say that, and I don't give a time limit. So it could be any time in the next infinity. There could be a woman president. Is that a good prediction, or is that just me saying a general fact that's most likely going to happen at some point eventually? And so it's not a good prediction.
Saying a general fact that's most likely going to happen.
Yes.
Do you want me to compare that and this prophecy?
Now replace Tom with Muhammad.
Wait. So if Muhammad says that some group of people will start to build buildings, that's what happens in every society. Over time, they start from hunter-gatherer hut building societies, and then they start to build buildings. Every society at Muhammad's time who had built buildings started as Bedouins, or people who like Bedouins barefoot and didn't have huts and had huts or whatever. So him predicting that the Bedouins would start to build buildings is no different from me predicting there's going to be a woman president.
This is not only buildings, it would be competing building tall structures with each other.
Yes,
and on top of this,
all societies do that. All societies already did that.
On top of this, sir, the Arabs, right? They did not have much exposure to the quote-unquote civilized.
Give me 1 second. I gotta let my
dog
in.
A corner of their areas.
Neither did the Germans. They were barbarians.
Wait.
The Germans did have.
Wait. Stop for a second. So the Islamic world was at one point the most advanced society in the world and had trade with all other societies.
Yes, it was. But was this the case when the Prophet was there?
Yes.
It had been the case.
It was similar. I will tell you, it was so similar a lot of the Nestorian Christian that fled the Roman went to Arabia, and there was multiple societies and communities of Jewish people and Zoroastrian who lived in Arabia.
I'll tell you something, sir. Let
me
At
finish.
the time,
And they interacted with people. Even at the time of Muhammad, when he comes up and tells stories about the previous generations, Arabs already heard those stories, and there were people. They will come up and say, "Okay, he tells you about Qawm Salih, the people of Salih. I will tell you about the emperors of Persia, and tell you their story and miracles." So those stories were not unknown, and the Arabs at that time were mainly most of those cities were mainly trading ports or trading hubs. So they had interaction, and we know that Muhammad had interaction with a lot of community because he himself said that he went to Syria, he went to the civilized world.
He did go to Sham. He even had interactions with the Romans. We know the Muslims saw the Romans.
So you cannot say those people who are you claim to be isolated that did not have interaction or knowledge.
No,
of
sir, I do not claim that they
buildings.
did not have interaction, sir.
Well, let me give you an example of a different prediction. So let's say that there was a religion who had a holy book that predicted that the world is 4.3 billion years old, like the Earth. That's about right. So that's a pretty specific prediction, right? That would be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would say that there would be an element of
Hey,
truth
it's
in this,
Jasper.
right?
Good to see you, bud.
So the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas does predict that. That's a much better prediction than predicting that Bedouins will build structures, right? Because you can already know people build structures because you have any experience with people. You know they build structures, but you can't know the age of the Earth. That's a lot more impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it is impressive.
Hey, T-Jump, someone in our audience
the thing
named Little with an exclamation point has asked that you wanted me to let you know to tell you that you need to make multiple predictions and they need to be accurate in order to be a prophesizer.
No, it can be one. Like one prediction is still an accurate prediction. It's still evidence. Like the more you make, the better evidence. But one is still good.
All right. So I'm limited on time now, but I'm gonna explain this point one more time, and then also gonna bring up, if you mind, gonna bring up another prophecy.
Before you go to another prophecy, you focus on
I'm gonna explain this point, and then I'm gonna bring up another answer, if you mind.
I want to say something. I want to state something before you go to another prophecy. So
I'm going to explain this one first.
You can explain. I'm talking about the same one. So the prophecy you focused on is that they're gonna extend in building. They're gonna build a lot. But there's two more prophecies in the same hadith. In the same hadith, there's two more prophecies talking about the goat herder gonna be the head of people, which means like the leaders of people, and that the slave woman will give birth to her mistress, her lord.
Yeah, shall I tell you what this is referring to?
Yes, if you want, let me know what you think.
The slave woman will give birth to her mistress. Do you know what this is referring to? It's referring to the disobedience of the children and how this will increase, right? Because why?
Why?
Right?
What?
The mother will be a slave to her child, will be abused by her child, and will be disobeyed by her child.
How do you get that?
This is from the scholarly interpretation, sir.
No, I'm curious as to the leap of logic. How do you derive children from the use of wife and mistress?
So this is referring to a mother will give birth to, or a slave woman will give birth to her mistress, sir.
How did you get to the discipline part? How did you get to them not being disciplined or whatever?
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
This is disobeying. This is disobeying the parents.
Where does that come from? Like in the passage, that a slave will give birth to her
This
mistress.
is the scholarly interpretation that is referring to that, sir. That is referring to the
How
child.
do you get that interpretation?
Okay, so what is a slave woman and what is a mistress?
A slave woman is a person who is owned by the owner of the house. The mistress is the one who the owner of the house usually sleeps with. Along those lines.
The mistress, yeah.
So,
now-
a person they sleep with that is not their wife.
So mistress can also refer to, the lady that oversees the slaves.
Yes.
Now see,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
what does the mistress do? Does the mistress have power over the slave woman, and does she at times abuse her?
Sure.
So when this is referring to the slave woman giving birth to her mistress, this is referring to the disobedient child abusing her mother, disobeying her mother, being rude to her mother as well, and viewing her mother as less than her.
How do you get that from the word birth? How does birth and
So,
obedience
what
come
does
into
a
it?
woman birth? What does a woman birth?
Children?
Yeah, and what else can it be referring to when it says birth?
I have
A
no
woman.
idea.
So why not just say that the slave woman will be disrespected or whatever, or by their child? Why did you just use the word child? Why use the word mistress?
That's a question that you're gonna have to ask the prophet, not me.
But
But
you know that this one.
And he's dead, so I don't know what we're gonna get there.
Here's the problem. Here's the
Can I
problem.
can I chime in? Can I chime in on this? Because
Just one minute, Peter. Peter, just 1 minute. See, you used one interpretation of that hadith to mean that the disobedient of children.
This is the consensus. It's not only one.
It's not. It's not. There's another interpretation of that. The same prediction you said, that there will be so many enslaved women that they will be the man bearing of children to a lot of the people. And that's exactly what Bin Baz said in answering the question about that prediction. So you have
Can I put in a different interpretation? Because there's a really, really easy one.
Okay, what's your interpretation?
Mistress, it could also be the wife of the slave owner. She would be the mistress of the slaves. So let's say that one of the slaves gives birth to a child, and then the slave owner marries that child. She would become the mistress of the slave. That would not mean that she would disobey her mother. That would not mean that she would abuse her mother. That is you reading into the story.
And that's the
that is scholars making logical deductions from what this is referring to.
I'm giving you the logical deductions, because if the daughter of the slave would marry the slave owner, probably the mother would get some special treatment and would be treated a lot better than any of the other slaves. So it wouldn't be disobeying. It could even mean the exact opposite. That is you reading into the Quran or the Hadith.
It's not me, sir.
That
it's
it
the
doesn't.
scholars. I get this view from the scholars. I don't make
okay. Then it's the scholars. And it's the scholars. They're reading into it and giving it more meaning than what the text actually says. And if you go and look, if there are different interpretations, this interpretation would still work with the text and has nothing to do with disobedience of the children.
All right. So that's your view that you've proposed.
No, it's not my view. What I'm saying is, this is a completely valid interpretation, merely based on the text, that does not lead you to children disobeying their parents.
Well, sir, as I said, I went through the logic.
Hold on. If that possibility is there, then you cannot claim that this particular part reads to be leading to the disobeying of the children to their parents, because the text doesn't say that. The text,
the problem of
even
hermeneutics,
is open enough to give
there's
you
no
the
solution
exact
for it.
opposite of that.
All right. So, I'll give you the consensus of scholars. This is for Mubarak, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, what it says here is giving the explanation that I said is basically saying children will disobey their parents, where children will treat their parents the way a master treats their slaves, with insults, abuse, and disrespect. And then he agreed with the opinion of the majority of scholars, which was cited by Imam al-Nawawi. For although slavery exists, women slaves who gave birth to their master's children has been happening since the time of the Prophet. And this is Fath al-Bari 1/122 to 123. So citing here that this is a consensus of scholars.
And that's
That
the
this is the view
consensus
that's
of
held among them.
wait. The consensus in which year?
The
Because you know-
consensus, this is a scholarly consensus. You do realize that scholarly
But
consensus
you're
can still
talking.
be
You're,
held
you're talking about
over
the
several
You're
time
talking
periods.
about the Nawawi who lived in like 1100.
Yes, sir. And where?
So-
How do you
so-
think scholarly consensus work?
Well, scholar consensus could change based on different evidence, and that's the thing. That if you have new evidence, will change the consensus.
Yes, sir. But where is this evidence derived from? The Quran and Hadith, right? So scholars, they go through the Quran, Hadith, and they come to a consensus. Now, if new evidence comes to light that certain evidences are weak, then the consensus shifts. You're right. Yeah, in that case,
So-
yeah.
So
Apparently,
So,
Taco is allowing
it's
us to
not- it's
continue
not
on
my-
because
it's
there's
not my
nobody else with
opinion
their hands
to
up
say
in
that
the chat.
It's just that there will be many slaves. This is the
Or in
opinion
the- in
of
the,
Ibn Baz,
the
who
audience.
was the Mufti of
So-
Saudi Arabia, and he was almost like they will call him the Imam because he was such a scholar to that point. So
Yes, sir. But
It's
it's
not
Ibn
the
Baz a
consensus when you
consensus
have-
of scholars, sir.
it's not a consensus when you have someone so immensely regardless in scholarship say different.
Yes, sir,
Disregard your interpretation.
Consensus of scholars
It's a good
has
point,
to
Avi.
be had in order for the ruling to be made.
If I can jump in here, because we've been going around this in
Yeah.
circles, and I know that you could bring up prophecies all day long, and we can keep knocking them down and pointing out why they're too vague or why whatever. The same thing would apply to the Bible. The same thing would apply to any holy text that makes prophecies regarding the future and how these things don't work. Obviously, the stage in and of itself is about why you believe in a God. You believe in a God. What God do you believe in? Why do you believe in this particular thing? And just going to the book, here's the problem: is that you've already conceded that it requires faith, that there is no evidence for God, that it requires faith first, then you can understand or believe that God. So you first have to believe with no evidence, and then somehow you'll be validated in that. So that doesn't make any sense. Then you go to citing the Bible or citing the Quran or the Hadith, but that's problematic in itself because that assumes that God exists in order for any of that to actually hold water. So that's problematic. The whole point being is it comes down to your faith position. You hold the faith position that the God that Allah exists. Okay, but we've pointed out that there's problems in that. Faith is malleable. Faith is based on your feelings and your intuitions, not on actual evidence. Faith can be manipulated by other people without you knowing it. Faith can be misplaced. So faith is not a reliable tool. You still haven't justified why we should ever use faith to make any determinations about reality. That's the important question here. Not going to try to nitpick the Quran, not nitpicking why the other holy texts are wrong, there's no methodology that you can assert without begging the question to determine which one is correct and which one is not. Okay? So it comes down to it. Why would you ever use faith? Given the inherent problems, why would you ever use faith to determine the truth about anything?
Well, again, faith directs what your belief is.
No, but why would you ever use it? I don't use faith at all. I have
You
no
don't use
faith.
at all.
I use no faith. I predicate my beliefs. My beliefs are predicated upon evidence and me being convinced by that evidence. Faith does not go into.
Okay.
Faith is not going to. I don't accept things based upon pure assumption or based upon how I feel, because when I do that, that can set me up for failure and can set me up to being taken advantage of by con men, grifters, and snake oil salesmen. So the point is to eschew faith so that you can't be taken advantage of.
Have you heard of intuition? Do you use intuition, sir?
I have utilized intuition, but not to come to conclusions on things because my intuitions can be wrong.
Okay. Now, let me provide you with a hypothetical situation in which your personal feelings will matter. Now, see, you have a big man. You're walking down the street at night time. You have a big man wearing a hood, right?
Okay.
Holding his hands in his pocket, and he's walking towards you. Now, you, following your intuition, you have the option to cross the road before you and that man interact and collide with each other. You don't know. You don't have evidence for what's going to happen. You don't have evidence that he's either going to stab you or he's just a normal guy and he's going to walk past.
Okay.
Now, for using your intuition, will you cross the road? Yes or no?
No. And
So
I wouldn't use my
you
intuition. I
willingly
wouldn't use
go
my
forward.
intuition. I would logically conclude there's no reason to think that this person means me any harm until they demonstrate they mean me harm.
Okay. So you're saying that despite the fact that would you feel threatened by a huge man wearing his hood at nighttime, holding his hands in his pocket?
Would I feel threatened? No.
You wouldn't feel threatened.
No, I would not.
So either you have no fear, or you are simply lying.
No, of course, human beings have fears. That particular hypothetical scenario you're trying to fit me into would not apply, because everybody's position is different. If someone had been harmed in the past by a huge person wearing a hood at night, then yeah, they might be inclined. But that's because they have evidence that large people in hoods walking at night have a propensity to do you harm. Okay, I myself am not in that category because a large person in a hood has never harmed me while walking at night. And two, I'm pretty well trained and I know how to handle myself. So until they present a threat, I'm not going to assume that they mean me harm. So that would be irrational. So no,
Okay.
I don't fall. So while I may have inclination or may have intuitions or feelings about a thing, I can recognize them and I can ignore them
Okay.
and not
So you
draw
walk
conclusions
forward.
based off of them.
Okay, you walk forward and the guy stabs you and he kills you. Would your intuition have saved you, sir?
Possibly, if I'd even had the intuition.
Again, if you had the intuition, as you said, because you'd ignore it, if you had the intuition, right, that told you to cross the road and avoid this guy, but yet you ignored it, went forward and was stabbed by this guy, would your intuition have saved you?
Sure,
Possibly.
yes.
Sure, yes. If my intuition would have saved me.
Okay, so here we have an example of personal feelings being beneficial.
Yes,
But not-
it can
100%.
be.
They can be, but they're not. Did he just leave?
Might have lost connection.
Well, did you want to finish what you're saying? And we could try to bring up Ben
Yeah,
Shapiro.
T-Jumps always going that. Sure, they
What?
can be, but they're not always. Is the whole point. And because he has no means or methodology to determine that his intuitions are correct, then especially given the whole and it's not even really analogous, because a person walking on the street that could potentially do me harm is a different situation than there's this entity that created everything, and the God claim. So it's two completely different things in that respect. But nonetheless, I think we got to the point. Yes, it's not good to go solely off your intuitions. And
Well, yeah,
Okay.
so the argument is that intuition can be reliable in cases that have an empirical basis, like I saw a dog. They're not reliable in cases that don't have an empirical basis, like miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. So that would be the response to what he said.
yes, because there's an empirical basis, because it's a large, scary guy walking at night with a hood over his head. There's an empirical. He's there. The man exists. The God itself does not. So.
Well, we have a live wire on with us now, a Daily Wire guy, Ben Shapiro. Welcome and thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, sir?
Big fan of your wife.
Hello, thank you for having me. You're really on the Ben Shapiro show.
Okay. So,
Okay.
did you want to
Joking aside now.
did you want to convince us that a goddess or a god exists, or did you have something else you wanted to raise with us?
Well, I have multiple things. First, I do want to address the faith accusation. I think faith, it doesn't call for you to have faith in something. It just means a belief in it. Like you trust in the information being given to you, regardless of the evidence given. So faith, it doesn't matter how much evidence there is for it. If you have a belief in it, that's faith. Like,
Okay,
I have
but
faith that that electric theory is real and true, and Ohm's law is undisputedly true. I have faith in that.
No, we have evidence for those.
Yeah, we don't need
No, but
faith
I
to
still
give
have
evidence.
faith in that.
Well, no, you don't have faith because you understand why they work, and in application we can see that they work, and we can make predictions utilizing them. So faith is not required. So because we have evidence to back it up, so
Yeah.
that's knowledge. You know it.
Well, But faith is just a belief in it. It doesn't matter how much evidence you have for it, because there's going to be different levels of evidence for every sort of information that you have. So there's no real way to quantify how much evidence you'd need for it to be faith.
Well, sure there is. Like T-Jump likes to say, novel testable predictions are a really good part of that. But you also want to make sure that you're not conflating faith with trust or confidence, which are both empirically based. Is that we have the evidence.
That's what faith is.
Well,
the definition of faith
is belief without evidence. Is belief without evidence.
Well, yeah. So that would be just pure blind faith. I mean, like that's just pure blind faith. But faith does not require no evidence or a ton of evidence. It doesn't require any of those things. Faith is just the belief and trust in it. Now, there's different levels of faith we can describe.
But blind faith seems like a marketing term. It seems that all faith is bad.
Wait.
You would need a methodology.
Well, I gotta.
Stop, please stop. Why don't? If you want to define faith that way, that's fine. What's your evidence?
Wait. Okay. We'll skip past the faith thing. So, question. Do you know? Have you looked into Genesis 22?
Yes,
why?
I've read the whole Bible. What is it? What is your argument?
Why would we?
Genesis
Why would
22.
we even take it? Why would we even? Why would we even appeal to the Bible?
Because for you to have any, like, I come from the presupposition that God of this world exists, and for me to really have any solid evidence or beliefs about that particular God, I would have to appeal to what the Word of God says. I can't just make things up willy-nilly because God exists.
That's true, but the existence of the Bible does not logically entail that the God exists. Just like you don't believe that the existence of the Vedas.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
can we let him finish? Like, so you brought up Genesis 22. Why? What is your point?
Okay, so Genesis 22, it marks out this is where Abraham is sent to sacrifice his son. So when in Genesis 22:2, it talks about, well, I want you to sacrifice your son in Moriah, in one of the mountains. I will lead you up to sacrifice your son there. And later on in that chapter, of course, you see he stops him. He says, "Hey,
can you skip to the point? Like, what is the purpose of you bringing this big passage to us? Like, I know what it says. What is?
Because prophecy was there was actually a prophetic word being given here. It says, on this very mountain, I will fulfill the promise of giving you your offspring. The offspring will bring peace or it will bless all nations. That's what the offspring will do. So when people talk about like the offspring, it's referring to the promise of Abraham. So like we see it in Genesis, I think 12:3. We see it in.
What is the purpose? You're saying there's some prophecy, and prophecy is evidence of God or something? Is that the goal?
when you look at the promise given to Abraham, it talks about the offspring many times. The offspring is, well, if you look at the Jewish interpretation, they think it's themselves, which
Abraham didn't exist.
I don't think any Jew in existence would go, oh yeah, we're meant to bless all nations. No, they're for themselves. Orthodox Jews, they're not very appealing to like.
Abraham did not exist.
And not only did Abraham did not exist, that story is immoral, and I don't see where it would be a prophecy. But just like D-Jump, that's actually a more fundamental problem, is the fact that he did not exist, so he can't actually make prophecy.
Wait, Abraham in Genesis 22?
Did not
Abraham
exist.
didn't exist.
You're saying Abraham did not exist at all?
As the human
that was an Abraham sacrificing Isaac.
Right.
Correct.
What do you come to that belief?
The consensus of historians, the first person in the Bible to exist was the King David. King David was the first person in the Bible to actually exist. Everything prior to that is matriarchs and patriarchs who are historical figures in order to convey a story, but didn't actually exist. They're mythical.
Well, the Word of God existed before King David, correct?
The book did.
How can you even call it the Word of God? It's just.
Well, okay. The Torah exists. It predated King David, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so obviously, when these things are written down beforehand, he would be in existence before David.
Sure.
And, I mean, like their whole.
In the same way that Harry Potter.
I mean, what level of evidence? Yeah, I mean, what do you accept from history? I mean, like, if you're not willing to accept the accounts in the old.
I accept the historical consensus.
So if the historical consensus was 9/11 didn't happen, would you believe 9/11 never happened?
Sure, if they had good reason to think that.
You would believe 9/11 did not happen
If they had a
They
good
had
reason.
good
Yeah.
historical consensus. If there
Dude,
was good
you literally just
empirical
asked.
reasons.
You just asked if the historical consensus, which is predicated upon the evidence and the studying of that and what we can know about that, if the historical consensus concluded that 9/11 did not happen, then there would be no real justification for believing that it did. But we do know it did, and that's why the historical consensus is that 9/11
Because
happened.
we've seen it. We've seen it. But he
Right.
just said if a historian came by and all the historians of the world just magically, came by and just said, yeah, it never happened. It was all fake. It was all like, they edited footage. The government had this footage, the technology to edit this footage beforehand. If historians started coming out like this in mass, he said he would believe it.
Yes,
So why
if
do
the
you think
experts in the
Abraham-
field can
Okay.
assess the evidence and realize the evidence shows a different conclusion than my intuition, yes, that would be a reason to believe the experts
Okay.
and not me. In
Okay.
the case of history, the experts know all of those people are mythical figures for lots of reasons, including the fact that they're based on other characters and other stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it doesn't have any correspondence to reality. There is no historical basis for any of those people, like Moses, for definitely didn't exist. Abraham and Isaac didn't exist. Cain and Abel didn't exist. These are stories made up by goat herders thousands of years ago, because we can look at the semantics and the historical
Okay.
facts to show that they didn't exist. That's the reason the
Okay,
historians say these
well,
are fictitious characters.
Hypothetically, okay. Yeah, I'll say hypothetically for the sake of the argument, I'm willing to accept, okay, this didn't exist. Okay, what if, whatever. These words were written, created before the coming of Jesus.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so regardless of this, if you believe or don't believe that Abraham existed, whatever. Regardless, the words there are still there, have been unchanging. We have scripture. We have
Fortunately.
Sure.
Fortunately, we have scripture that predates the coming of Jesus that confirms it.
Yes.
We have
Does it
many
say
holy
Jesus?
we have
Later
many
on, it
holy
was written down.
Ben, we have many holy texts that predate Jesus. There's
Yeah.
holy texts out there that predate
Yeah, of
Jesus
course we do.
by thousands of years. So
Yeah.
And one of its weaknesses is it's unchanging. It can't actually evolve with new information.
Well, okay, I'm saying before Jesus even came, Genesis 22 existed. Like the Torah
Yes.
existed. The Jews
And
recognized the Torah. Now, later on, it talks about, okay, well, God made the promise that's listed out multiple times in the Old Testament. God said that he was going to confirm his promise on this very mountain. And what do we see later on where Jesus dies? Well, he died on Mount I hate this word. Golgotha. We see Jesus being sacrificed. He can't choose which mountain he sacrificed on. The Jews didn't choose which mountain he was sacrificed on. It's being led by the Roman centurions just outside of Jerusalem.
Where is the
Yeah.
geological location given in the Old Testament for the mountain that Abraham was sacrificed on? Is there like a
Actually, it was not specific. So, if anything, Jesus's sacrifice would have pointed toward that, but it did say within the vicinity of Mount Moriah. Actually, it just says Moriah. It didn't say the mountain of Moriah, but it says that God would lead Abraham up on one of these hills. And what happens with Jesus? Well, Jesus is sacrificed on the hill at the base of what's currently known as Mount Moriah.
And then he stayed dead.
So,
again.
wait. So the Old Testament doesn't say which mountain it was on. It just says in the general vicinity of the Middle East. And congratulations, literally everything in the Bible happened there.
It didn't say general vicinity of the Middle East. It said you'll go to Moriah, and I will
does it
direct
give
you
an
to a
exact
hill.
location, or does it say a general location that could be applied to literally any mountain in the Middle East?
Well, Jesus at the same time, Jesus didn't have to be sacrificed on a mountain anywhere close to Moriah.
Yes, and it could have been any mountain.
Yeah, it could have been any mountain. But the guy claiming to be the God of the Old Testament supposedly gets sacrificed on a mountain within I wouldn't even bring it close to general vicinity, within the vicinity that's described in the Old Testament, not led by the Jews, but led by the Romans, that he was sacrificed on that hill.
Yes, this isn't a prediction. Saying the Messiah will be sacrificed on a hill somewhere in the Middle East is not a prediction.
It talks about the offspring, but they don't know who the offspring is. to the Jews, they think the offsprings themselves makes no sense because what do you hear Orthodox Jews going around? We're going to bless the world. No, they don't say that. They say they're for Israel. They're
Let me
me.
give you an example of a good prediction. Like if the Bible said the world is 4.3 billion years old, would that be a good prediction?
If the world was well, that would have to. That's okay. So you'd be coming from
a
the
yes or a no
presupposition
question.
that. Well, would that be a good prediction?
Yeah. So like since we have confirmed this with science that it's about 4.5 billion, would that be a good prediction to have?
Confirmed within your metrics. It's confirmed
Yeah,
within.
Just hypothetically, say science is right. Would that be a good prediction?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, are you going to say Hinduism is now proven because Hinduism made this prediction?
So going off of this, I'm trying to understand that
the point
how scholars determined that
I
don't care.
How
I don't care
scholars
about the age of the earth. The
determined
point
that
here is to
Mount
compare
Moriah and Golgotha were the
quality
same
of the
place.
prediction. One prediction gives it a very specific, precise date that could be wrong in a lot of ways. And if it was wrong in even a little bit, it'd be easy to tell it was wrong. Whereas your prediction saying the Messiah will be sacrificed on a hill is so vague, it could apply to literally anything. It's not a prediction.
No, it's not so vague because this is only one. This is talking about
all of them. Every single one in the
location.
Bible. All of the ones in the Bible are all vague like this. None of them are as good as the Hindu.
If you look at Zechariah 11, though, that's not very vague. It says that the shepherd would be slaughtered by his sheep and sold off for 30 silver pieces. And that's exactly what Jesus was sold off for slave wages. It even talks about that in Zechariah. That's not vague. Wait, hold on. That's very specific.
Hang on a second. Well, how did you wait, Ben?
Would be sold. Would be slain by his sheep.
But Ben, how could you?
30 silver pieces.
But Ben, how could you? Because there's a chronology to when they were written. Then how were you able to eliminate that the people who wrote it had prior knowledge of what would the earlier stuff and just repeated it to give it validation?
Well, the Jews didn't want Jesus to be the Messiah. Like that's why. I mean, to the Jews, the Messiah was supposed to be this political leader, not somebody they were going to sacrifice to the Romans. Like if anything, that's anything but what they wanted.
And it also makes no sense, like sacrificial logic, like actually killing a guy so that our sins could get off and all this stuff. There's no actual rational reason behind it.
Yeah, utilizing elements to tell a story in the later books of the Bible that occurred in prior books of the Bible in order to give them more poetic credibility. Then that's a literary trope. People have been doing that for ages. Is like this occurred here and has significance, so I'm going to write that this also occurred this way, so it has significance. We can't eliminate that possibility of artistic license.
Historically speaking, the church took the money that was given to Judas, and we actually see this. It was purchased by the church, the field of blood, which Judas had killed himself on, which is kind of a little all sickening. Yeah, we see all this kind of lining up historically speaking. So it's not like, somebody's just making up this weird story. No, the church bought this land that Judas received the money on. They didn't want to do anything with the money. Judas killed himself on this land. Okay, we'll purchase this land. This is the field of blood.
Okay, well, none of that does anything. Let's just say, given that, all that confirms is that if there's a person an itinerant rabbi walking around, with his crew preaching heretical Judaism, which eventually became Christianity. All this proves is that Christ was the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. He was a heretical cult leader. That's all he was.
Okay, so but he wasn't saying. Okay, so heretical cult leader. The issue is they take it as heresy because he claimed to be God, the Son of Man, and you have to understand really what the validity of this is. And it's not really grounded on anything because their beliefs in the Islamic belief is that God couldn't incarnate within his physical creation, which is absurd because that's exactly what he did in the Old Testament. He appeared in the wind before Abraham. He appeared as the fire before Moses. He wrestled with Jacob and changed his name to Israel, which there's no mixing this up. It literally means wrestling with God. So God is able to physically manifest himself into this world according to the Old Testament scriptures.
Okay, but why should we believe why should we believe the scriptures though? Why would we give any validity to the book?
Well, why would we give any validity to the book? I mean, I depend on the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. I mean, they'd give it to tradition. This is what our forefathers believed. It must be true. I believe in God. Nation is blessed. You know, the Jewish people, they have my belief, and I think it's to each their own.
Let's pretend we're in a
everybody
legal
has a different
system. But let's pretend we're in a legal system, and instead of so you commit a crime, and instead of actually going to jail, you say, well, we're going to put my daughter in jail. And you know what? She's sweeter than me. She's nicer than me. You know, she just does a lot less horrible things. And I feel like by putting my daughter in jail, that is a sufficient punishment for maybe the fact that I killed someone. Would that be would that make sense to you? That seem fair, judgmental?
I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question. Did this daughter willingly do this? Or like
she willingly? Yes, absolutely. So she was sure.
Was it hold on. Was it the daughter's idea to do this?
Was it the daughter's idea? No. She's 9 years old.
Okay. Well, okay, so that would be immoral. What you're doing is now you're going to punish someone else for what you've done, but not only that, but you're forcing them to take that punishment. So what Jesus says is, you know, I lay down my life of my own will. No one else takes it from me. That's what Jesus says.
Like Jesus didn't know that it was going to happen, and that he looks at God.
No, Jesus actually predicted it was going to happen. If you read Mark, he says, the Jew, you know, I will be given over to the Jews, and they will kill me, and I will resurrect. Mark said, it says this in Mark. I think it's 14. I think Mark 14.
Okay, so he has a conversation with his daughter, and now the daughter is willing to go. She wants to give her life up for her father, even though he murdered a bunch of people, and that she's 9 years old.
Well, here's the issue, though, is Jesus said, I give my life up. No, it's not that somebody had to convince Jesus to. Like, of course, Jesus was like, you know, please take this cup from me, you know, because of course he can suffer he suffers physical pain. And of course, the human within us says, I don't want to suffer physical pain. You know, the flesh of us says, I don't want to suffer. And Jesus, of course, was contending with that in his fleshly form. He didn't have the divine, what do you call it? The attribute, not attributes, but he had flesh and blood. Like he had to suffer as we suffered. So of course, this is conflicting for himself. And so, yeah, he said, if anything else can be done, you know, please pass this cup. But if not, you know, your will be done.
Sure. And so this little girl, she wasn't able to actually see her father. All she could do was see a High Inquisitor weeping for the fact that he would never get out. And she just threw herself at the judicial system. She said, please take me. I need this sacrifice.
So technically speaking, we have forms of that in our current judicial system already as it is. Somebody else can come in and pay your fine if you break the law. As far as taking prison sentence, I don't know. But as far as, I mean, we see it, you know, I mean, in your eyes, if a judge just lets you off scotch-free. Hold on a second.
I mean,
if a judge just lets you off scotch-free, is that judgment or is that justice?
I would say that's mercy, with the understanding that they looked at intent and whether you're going to commit the same crime in the future.
That's injustice. That's injustice being done.
I wouldn't say
that just goes to show that, you know, absolute justice and absolute mercy, you know, if you are absolutely just, you cannot be absolutely merciful, and if you're absolutely merciful, you cannot be absolutely just. Okay.
But before we go,
that's actually what we've seen, though, is that this is the actual mixture of absolute justice and mercy being done. Is that Jesus Christ, while he's the one who even he judges the world, he's also taking the punishment of the world for those who are willing to accept his sacrifice. So we
don't
see
view
it
it as
here.
justice or mercy. I view it as evil. I view it
I-
fundamentally
You
as
view it
evil.
as evil that the judge would come down from his chair and take your punishment from you?
So,
Or for you.
do you think that if a judge sent your 9-year-old to prison for life, that it would be either justice or mercy?
Hold on. So, yeah, this is an issue because, well, first off, 9-year-olds. First off, they don't really consent. Second off, for a parent to willingly, just come by and he's just like, hey son, you're going to take my punishment.
Seems like
that's a little bit.
It seems like such a waste. It seems like such a waste of effort. It's like why was all of this necessitated? It's very, very weird when the God that you're describing would not need to. The God that you're describing could have accomplished this without all the violence.
Wait, what are you talking about? Like, are you saying could God have given us salvation? Like, let's just say sacrifice. Like Jesus comes earlier. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying that the God, as you define it, as you believe in it, and all of its infinite power, would not need to rely on a blood magic ritual in order to forgive everyone or save everyone. Everyone could just be saved.
Exactly. Sacrificial logic is
blood magic ritual. First off, that's not what this is.
It is a blood magic ritual. It's a blood sacrifice. It's a blood sacrifice is what it is.
Participate in it. Hold on,
Shapiro. It is a blood sacrifice is what it is because he gave up his life and died through torturous effect, as a result of torture and death. So yes, it is a blood ritual. He sacrificed his life.
First off, it's not a ritual. Second off, it's not like some like you said blood magic ritual. You said all those things,
right?
And you clearly know that that's not what this is, and you're taking it in the weirdest negative light. The Bible condemns sorcery as it is. So I don't know why you would say it's blood.
No. But God can do all. No, but God can do all the magic. But no, because God can do all the magic that it wants. Okay, so raising someone from the dead, raising someone from the dead is God magic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess if you interpret it as magic, I guess
it is magic. It violates the laws of reality.
Wait. I want to ask a question. How is it not that? Because to me, it seems like blood requires blood of some kind.
So when
magic.
it comes to miracles and sorcery.
One sec. So magic, by my definition, is just any kind of new ontological substance in the universe that is beyond the physical scientific realm. And so God is using some kind of magic in that sense, and it has to do with blood because Jesus is sacrificed via a blood thing. And so I don't see how it's not a magical blood sacrifice ritual. And the ritual is, of course, to accomplish some kind of.
Okay, so question: was any magic involved? What magic's involved before you continue with the whole blood magic ritual thing?
The resurrection,
God's power. So God uses his powers.
So that's a completely different thing. That's not the sacrifice. We're talking about the sacrifice. You're saying blood magic ritual.
So God has some kind of power in the universe, right? And it's not in the physical known universe, right?
Yeah.
So that would be magic is a word that can describe that perfectly well, right?
I think it's never described. It's never even described, not even in the Hebrew, as magic or sorcery.
I don't care about the Bible. I don't
clearly define things because the Bible did address sorcery and magic.
So
and what we can see from sorcery and magic is they're not able to give life.
One sec. My definition of magic is any force beyond science, a new ontological force in the universe that isn't science. Right?
That's why I asked, what is your interpretation of it? Because if that's your interpretation, then we could define other things as magic, things that are undefined by science or through the lens of science. Technically logic is magic to you under that
no
condition.
New ontology. New ontology.
No, logic is magic. It's not, you can't scientifically quantify it.
Listen again. So magic is anything that entails a new ontology beyond the commitments of science. So logic is an ontology that's already committed by science because it's the descriptive nature of
cannot
things.
be proven scientifically. It cannot
Yes,
be
it can.
observed scientifically.
Whoa,
Logic and science are two separate things.
Hold up. So analytic, synthetic, a priori, posteriori, things that we know about by thinking about it, things that we know about
These
through
aren't
experience. That's all science. That's all science.
These aren't science.
So science, analytic truths are a part of science. They don't exist anywhere. They're just a part of our descriptive
language. They're not a part of the science. They're part of philosophy.
They're
part of philosophy. Philosophy is not science.
Science is actually also philosophy. Yes. So scientists, all scientists agree. Stop. All scientists agree. Analytic truths are fine. It's all physical reality, materialism, and analytic truths are perfectly compatible. So you're
Yeah.
saying, so when I say new ontology, I mean beyond physical materialism. Logic is not beyond physical materialism. It's accepted by physical materialism. So beyond physical materialism, miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, leprechauns, etc. That's all magic, which would include God and the supernatural. So why do you think that this is not a magic blood ritual by the definition of magic used by scientists?
Because God doesn't use, well, technically speaking, under your definition, it would be magic, but under the definitions given by the Bible, it wouldn't be, because they actually separate magic or sorcery and miracles done by God or works of God. So, because, I mean, what we can see is, well, no sorcerer in the Bible has ever been shown to be able to do exactly what God has been able to do, such as part waters, give life to all
we
the
don't care
planet
about that. We're
and
atheists. We're
individuals.
We're atheists. We define magic as anything beyond the spectrum of science. So you would agree, based on our definition, it is magic. It is a magic blood ritual.
Yeah, it's literally, if I was to, like, if this was like a D&D setting, I would give it the name that, like, this ritual is the ritual of substitutionary atonement.
Yeah.
And in order to pull off the ritual, it requires a blood sacrifice. So yes, it is literally a proxy cannibalistic. It is literally a proxy cannibalistic blood magic ritual death cult.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. I think everybody in the room can understand what exactly you're doing. Like, regardless of, like, you know, what you may be self-perceiving of it, I think everybody in the room with a brain who uses logic and invokes logic here knows exactly what you're doing, what you're implying when you say these kinds of things. So I'm saying, if we're going to continue forward and have an honest conversation, debate, however you want to phrase this, you know, it's
what are we doing?
Continue with this rhetoric. I mean, it's not going to happen.
You do have to
So the point, one sec. The point isn't to, like, demean Christianity. That's not the goal here.
No, I mean, that is the point of it. I think everybody can see that.
No. This is an honest representation from our perspective. It literally does.
It's not an honest representation. It's an underhanded representation.
Whoa. I just gave you my definition. From my definition, magic.
Everybody sees it. Nobody's this stupid as you think that they are.
So I gave you an honest definition. My definition of magic is anything that has an ontological.
He didn't like what I said.
Right. And that definition is agreed upon by the vast majority of people. Most people agree that's what magic is. And so when you say it's not magic,
I define women as men with masculine tones. So you're now a woman to me.
It's fine. I don't care. So based on our definition,
that's what I mean. You can interpret anything with your
interrupting,
own
or you're
definition.
going to get muted. Stop interrupting. You're going to get muted. So the classical culture defines magic as any ontological force beyond the ontological commitments of science. God is such a thing. Therefore, God is a category of magic by normal, standard, everyday usage of the language. Now, you, based on the Bible, think that there's another kind of thing which is magic, which is fine. I don't really care. But our goal isn't to make fun of you. Our goal is, this is how it honestly perceives to us. This is what it looks like. Because magic of the biblical kind and magic of the spiritual ontological kind are equally as not supported by science, so they're both equally as ridiculous.
I think what's happening, Ben, is you think that we are comparing you to a cult. I would say that is an almost fair assessment, actually. That's what we are trying to point out.
At least your mask off.
I will say that is what we're trying to kind of push here, is that it is a leader who had a
one honest person.
It absolutely is a cult. It deals in behavioral control. It deals in information control, thought control, emotional control. It adheres to the Hassan Bite model of authoritarian control. It absolutely is a cult. And like I said, given the evidence that we have to work off of, that all we can really conclude is that Jesus was essentially the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. He was a heretical preacher, a heretical rabbi who basically taught heretical Judaism, which in turn became the Christianity because it was Christ. So the question being, but all of this is irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. The whole point is none of it is true, and it's just stories if the God doesn't exist. Okay, none of this, the existence of these stories does not logically entail that the God exists, exactly how you don't believe that the existence of the Vedas entails that we are all unified by Brahman. Okay, so how do you get how do you justify that? You keep citing the Bible. It's always been my position that if we're in a debate or a conversation about the existence of God and you immediately cite the Bible, you have to go to the Bible to cite it, you automatically lose. Because you're automatically just presupposing that it exists. You're begging the question. So, what is your evidence
that this thing exists to make all of your claims true.
Give me one moment. I love you. All right. You have a good day.
And remember, everyone,
So,
to
so
keep
for you to
following, and
incite that,
subscribing.
Do what?
So you're inciting that Jesus was a heretical preacher, but you're involving the Torah in order to prove that. So where in the Torah does it say that what Jesus was saying was exactly heretical?
That's what he was put to
Heretical to
death.
other religions.
Yeah, that's what he was.
Yeah,
It
of
was
course,
heretical.
because
It was
he said it was- yeah,
that's
he
what he
said
was
it
put
was
to
the Son
death
of
for.
Man.
He was put to death for heresy.
Yes. Yeah. On what accounts?
Are you saying like what
What'd
he
you
was
say?
what he was convicted of?
You're saying he was a heretical preacher, but what exactly did he say that was heretical?
Well, that he was the son of God. That would
yeah,
be heretical to
Son of
Judaism.
God. Well, son of
heretical
God
to
is not a
Hinduism.
heretical. No, I mean David said he was a son of God.
Heretical just means it goes against the God teachings of other religions. That's all it means. So it's against.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And
so we can both see.
and
he
it doesn't.
said it in a different aspect.
Regardless, he was executed for heresy. That was his
Yeah,
crime.
But, I mean, what
but
heretical
so
things?
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. No, it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the Jews considered him a heretic. He was convicted of heresy and he was executed for it. So it doesn't matter because it's just a story in a book.
But it does matter.
It's just a story. No, it is just a story in a book. Whether or not he was a heretic is irrelevant. It's just a story in a book.
He's not a heretical teacher.
It's just a story in a book. If the God doesn't exist,
can you say yes or no? Was he a heretical teacher or not?
Yes, by the understanding he taught heretical Judaism.
Justify that now. Yeah, justify that now. Or do you
I don't
have faith in that?
It's irrelevant. Stop trying to derail and provide the evidence that your God exists.
No. I'm just asking. Well, provide evidence that he was a heretical teacher first.
Well, so you know the Russian guy who claims to be Jesus, is he heretical?
The Russian guy who claims I don't know any Russian guy who claims to be Jesus.
He's pretty
but,
famous.
I mean,
there's a Russian guy. He claims to be the second coming of Jesus. His name is Valenkin or something. Is he heretical?
I mean, I would say that's heretical because it doesn't line up.
Right. So if it doesn't line up with your religion, it's heretical.
Yes. Yeah. So where does Jesus? What does Jesus say that doesn't line up?
About 3,000 different religions.
Yeah.
So
What does Jesus say that doesn't line up? Though?
He was heretical to Jews at the time.
Yeah, the fact that he said that he is the son of God.
Yes. Well, son of God is not heretical in itself, but he said it in a different sense. Like when
Exactly.
Okay. So hang on a sec. So according to Judaic beliefs, the Torah rules out a Trinitarian God in Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Judaism teaches that it is heretical for any man to claim to be God, part of God, or the literal son of God. That is heresy.
Yeah. Okay, sure. But what I mean, when we talk about that he was a heretical teacher, I mean, on what accounts? Because technically, I mean, what could be said is, well, what they're preaching is heresy if it goes against their own scriptures. Because I mean, you can agree. Like, I mean, I talked to a Muslim individual who I talked to him about Surah 3:3, and it talks about the Torah and the Gospel are actually between Muhammad's hands. Because if you read the original Arabic, and the proper translation of what came before is actually ma Hadehi, which means between his hands. So it's an improper translation, and what they're saying is essentially against their own scriptures. So I'm saying what mainstream Islamic thought is, it's all heretical.
Well, it doesn't matter. The question was you wanted to know why he was heretical, and yes, if he is making that claim, he is a heretic. Yeah. That's it.
Well, I'm saying who's committing the heresy? Is it
according to the Jews? It was him.
Well, according to the Jews, but what is the actual? What's when you look at all the evidence lining up between Jesus and the scriptures? Who's actually committing the heresy? I think that's the real question.
No, because that makes assumptions. That makes assumptions about. Exactly.
No one is committing the heresy because there is no God, and so there's no one committing the heresy based on the evidence.
So it's all completely. It's completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. He, by determination of the authorities at the time, he was a heretic. But it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter because number one, the character as depicted in the Bible didn't exist. Okay, all of this is just stories in and of itself, and all of it is. It doesn't matter if he was a heretic or not because The God itself doesn't exist until you can provide
Well,
evidence that it does.
Do you retract that statement then?
No, I'm
So
not
it's
going to
still
retract the
heretical
statement.
to other
It would
religions.
So he's still
mean-
heretical.
It
So
would
you don't
mean
believe this
Muhammad is
other
not
religion.
heretical.
Oh, I didn't
Guys,
say
maybe I
Muhammad's
can help
heretical.
out because Ben
Well,
Shapiro.
no, he's not. You just
gave
said he's
me-
not heretical. Because
Hold
you're
on,
saying
I can help out.
No, stop
I
getting
can
hung
help
up
out.
on this
Hold on.
one
Oh.
thing and just deal with the question. The whole point is
Oh, I'm
none
just
of
not
this
letting you
means
skate by it.
anything. None of this means anything if you
Gail.
have no evidence to support the existence of the God that you believe in. What do
I mean,
you have to
just say,
present?
no, nothing was heretical. I'm not
JL,
proving anything
there's
to
a
you with
disconnect. I
you
can
admitting
help.
that.
I can help with this. Ben, just hold on for a second. Did you not just say that you read something in the Quran and you said that is heretical? Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They're going against their own Quran with saying
hold on.
gospel
We're
and the
on the right
Torah.
path. No. Time out. That is it. So, can you actually imagine that the Jews would say the same thing about Jesus, that he was heretical?
Yeah, they would say they would say these things because
That is what.
they-
that is the point. Hold
they have
on.
presumptions.
That is the point. Hold on. That is the point we're trying to make. Jesus was heretical in the eyes of the Jews, which was the predominant religion.
Well, I'm
at
not talking about the
time.
Jewish view. I'm
So-
talking about his view.
That's what we were
Hold
saying.
on.
Every single
Yes,
one of us
and
was
that
saying
is where
exactly
your
that.
disconnect is. Hold on, that is where your disconnect is, because that is not what any of us are saying. That we're looking from the point of view of Jesus. We're looking from the point of view of the people that had the main religion at the time. According
Right.
to them, Jesus was religious. That is the whole thing. You're going to this whole back and forth is so useless.
Right.
Because this is the one thing you do not see. If you get this out of the way, that the Jews can
So
actually
yes,
say
so
that
Fipto.
Jesus, according to
do you have
their
faith
Yes.
that
So
religion,
what I
Jesus
was
was a
trying,
heretical
what I
teacher?
was trying to state
That
was
is-
you're
that is the point they're
assuming.
trying to
Yeah.
make.
What I'm saying is that you're taking offense with what I'm saying because you are
Yeah.
assuming that Christ was correct and that your God
Okay.
exists.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not. I'm
Yes.
saying that you cannot conclude that either religion was true, but that he was a heretic by the standard of the time. Okay. That's why he was executed, and that's it. I'm not saying that Christianity is false because he was a heretic. I'm saying that that's what he was at the time. Now you have to demonstrate. Now you're saying, well, don't call him a heretic because he wasn't. Okay, why wasn't he a heretic? He wouldn't if your God exists and Jesus Christ literally was who you think he is, the Son of God. Then you need to demonstrate that in order for Christ to not be a heretic.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. Do you have faith in the Jewish belief that Jesus was a heretic? Before we continue.
No, I
No.
understand that that's what they believe.
Okay, you understand that, but I mean, is that your belief?
No, because I don't believe that the
so he's not a
Bible. I
heretical
don't
teacher.
believe that the
Okay, in
biblically
your
depicted
eyes.
Jesus existed, and I don't believe in the Abrahamic God. They're both two
Yeah.
religious factions who
Okay,
disagreed
okay,
with
cool,
one
cool.
another. No,
In
they're
your-
both
in
two
your eyes,
related.
Jesus
They're
is not a heretic. Okay,
Ben,
we can move forward
so
now.
no, because Shapiro, no, because
Oh
Fipto,
God,
Fip-
don't equivocate like that.
Yeah.
That's such a Weasley
yeah,
tactic,
Fipto,
dude.
come on. So you had Judaism, and then Christianity was a cult offshoot from Judaism. Okay. And the Jews considered it to be heretical because of what Christ was teaching. That's it. That's all I'm going. I'm not saying that Christianity is true. I'm not saying that Judaism is true. I'm just saying that historically, these are two groups that had a problem because the offshoot group, was teaching things that the core group did not agree with. Now, it doesn't matter. All of that is irrelevant because you still need to demonstrate that your God exists. I am an atheist. You can change my mind with evidence. Provide the evidence that your God exists to back up all the claims that you're making about Jesus.
I'm asking about your claims, though.
I'm not making a claim. I'm looking at it from the historical perspective.
You said
That was
he
the
a
record.
heretical teacher.
Well, what he's
Yes,
saying
he taught
is
heretical Judaism.
not only that,
So
what we're
you have
saying
faith
is
in the Jewish claims.
no.
Oh my God!
we're
If you're too
saying
dumb to
of the
understand this,
Jews.
we're going to move on.
Stop
Yeah,
being so hung up on Jesus.
If he's going to be,
being a
if he's going to be
heretical
intellectually,
teacher.
if
We
he's going to
don't
be,
believe he exists.
well, if
I'm just
if
making
sure
Fipto,
that you
hang
guys
on. If Fipto is going to be
Provide
intellectually
some
dishonest,
evidence.
if Fipto is
Where
going
am
to be
I
intellectually
dishonest?
dishonest, there is no reason to
Quantify
continue the
that.
conversation.
Was Jesus heretical to the Jews? Yes or no?
To the Jews, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what JL
He was
said was
perceived as
correct. So
heretical.
JL was correct. Jesus was heretical.
Yeah, but I'm asking about his view, and he said in
He's
his
an
view,
atheist. He doesn't
he wasn't
believe in
heretical.
God. Nothing is heretical.
We
Nothing
don't
is
have
heretical.
views. This is the point.
Okay.
We don't have
Yeah,
views.
I don't.
If
The
you
atheists
want to
think the Jews
present
and Christians are
Jesus
both wrong
as
at the
a
same
Yes,
time.
so Ben, so Fipto,
provide
I don't
evidence
believe. Yes,
for
I don't
Jesus.
believe that Jesus was a heretic because your God does not exist. Okay, you can't be a heretic if the God doesn't exist. You can just disagree with somebody, and they can call you a heretic. I'm just going to say you're both wrong.
That's what I was saying, but you had a problem with it. I said, so you don't believe Jesus
No,
was
no,
a
I have a
heretical teacher.
problem with
Okay.
you. No,
had a
hang on a sec,
problem
Peter.
with it.
Peter, I have a problem with you getting hung up on this one thing as though it was completely relevant to the entire topic, which it is not.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is.
No,
I mean,
it isn't,
it's
because for
relevant in the way
Jesus to not be a heretic, that means that your God has to exist, and Jesus had to be telling the truth about all of these things.
Okay,
So
the only reason.
So
Yeah, the only,
logically, so go ahead and provide the evidence to back up your claim that Jesus was not a heretic.
well, I'm just bringing it up. The only reason I'm steelmanning you on this is because you apparently do have some views on this, and you keep saying he's the heretical teacher, but I need you to quantify that or justify that, because you even said in your own belief
Time to
system
come
you
off
don't
the
believe he's
stage.
heretical. So why even
Look,
call him a
he
heretical
thinks
teacher?
he's heretical
Jesus
to a
being
false
heretical.
belief.
It's done.
Provide
It's done.
evidence
You've
that
already
the guy
explained this to
even
him.
Yeah,
existed.
There's no
So
point.
That
time
is
to get
what-
him off the
Look,
stage.
How do you not
Why do we need
understand
to
that?
stick
Look,
on-
Peter, wait. And how do
Go
you
ahead.
not understand that JL thinks both the Jews and the Christians are wrong?
Oh, I know he thinks that.
Okay.
Well, then why are you questioning it?
Okay.
Because
Why
he's
do
he's
you
hung up
keep
on
Wait,
on-
Peter,
no.
Why do you
Why?
keep
I'm asking.
on
No.
harping about
Specifically, I'm
Jesus being
asking
heretical?
Peter, please. I'm asking why you're doing this
Go ahead.
weaselly tactic of trying to say,
It's not
"Oh,
a weaselly
JL."
tactic.
No, yeah, it is a weaselly tactic. I'm going to show why
There's
it's a
no
weaselly
weaseling.
tactic. Yes, there is.
No,
I'm going to
I'm
show you
asking
how
him
it
to be
is.
honest.
You don't want me to show how it is because you're being weaselly. Now, here's
not
how it's a
being weaselly.
weaselly
I'm
tactic.
asking
You
him to be
are. I'm
honest.
showing you how. Please stop
you think
interrupting
I'm
me.
being weaselly.
Please
I
stop
think you're being
interrupting me.
weaselly.
Please stop interrupting me. Anyways, you're trying to say, "Oh, JL doesn't think Jesus was a heretic." Yes, JL thinks Jesus was a heretic to the incorrect belief that the Jews held. He also thinks that Jesus' claims were incorrect. Both things can be true at the same time. He can believe the Jews are wrong and the Christians are wrong. He can believe Jesus was wrong under the false beliefs of the Jews. What is the problem here? Why do you keep trying to obfuscate this point?
Because I asked him to quantify within the Jewish text
He
how
did.
exactly he was heretical,
I
because
did.
Jesus argued
He
from the
did that.
scripture.
He did
Yeah.
that. So why are you still
where,
trying
where
to
did he do
confuse us?
that? He said because the Jews said so.
Yes, that's the point. The Jews have this false belief,
Yeah,
according
but
to the Christians.
I'm talking about doctrine here. I'm saying where can you point
According
to
to
that says that
Jewish doctrine, Jesus can't be the Messiah.
We move on.
Correct?
now.
Why?
Can
I
we
pointed it
please
out. I pointed it out,
stop
Ben.
talking about
I
Jesus
pointed it
being
out in
heretical
Deuteronomy.
because it is
I pointed
irrelevant
it.
to
I
anything
not
on
pointed
this
it
irrelevant.
out.
page.
I pointed it out in Deuteronomy. Okay, I gave you literal scripture to back it up.
We need to move
Wait,
on.
wait, when
We
did
need
you
to
do
move on.
that?
Okay.
We need
What?
to move on.
All right.
We need to move on.
Here,
He's just
okay,
being a,
where in
he's being a
Deuteronomy?
Move
troll.
on.
He's either being
Stop.
a troll or
Alright,
he's
stop.
incapable of comprehending the point.
We need to
Yeah.
move on.
He jumped
So
that.
what he
Really
was
wants to move
trying
on.
to do was he wanted to prop up his Jesus guy by making you say he's not heretical in Christianity, therefore he's not heretical, which was never what the claim was. And he was just deliberately trying to make you make that statement because it tries to make him look good. And that was it. That was it. He was just never going to give up on that point.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
Thank you for coming up, Ben Shapiro. Randolph, you said you had something you wanted to talk to Mubarak about?
Hey, Amy. Good to see you.
Yeah, Mubarak, because you have this background in Islam, but first I just want to say thank you to Ben Shapiro for taking his precious time away from PragerU and Livewire, Daily Wire, to come and join us on the Theist Helpline. That was wonderful.
And once again, I want to thank his wife.
I still think it's hilarious. He got so triggered over by
Mubarak. I was talking
how I
with,
represented
some people on
Christianity.
Clubhouse just a few days ago, and there was an ex-Muslim there. He had an interesting idea, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. He was saying that in some of these conversations he has
Hey,
with Muslims, and
Azo
he's seen
64,
others
good to
have
see you,
with
bud.
Muslims, is one of the defenses that a lot of Muslim apologists use is that we should be relying on the original Arabic texts. And his solution to that was interesting. He suggests copying and pasting that Arabic into Google Translate and going that way. And I thought, this is actually a neat way to deal with that. What are your thoughts on that? I did mention that my understanding is that there are multiple Arabic versions of the Quran as well. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on all of this and using Google Translate to answer this.
Google Translate will fail to translate the Quran because the Quran is written, the Quranic Arabic, the language the Quran is written in, is older than the classical Arabic or the standard Arabic, because they used the Quran is more specific on some grammar stuff, and spelling is different, so that the Google Translate will fail. Like you're better off using multiple translation of the Quran, like actual scholarly translation of the Quran. That way you will get what the text means. But the problem is, it's true that without knowing the actual Arabic, you will not understand the nuance of the Quran, because God fails, and rather than actually making a book or a message that everyone could understand, he decided to make it in this specific dialect of Arabic that today no one speaks and no one really understands without putting time and effort to study.
I have a question about that, Mubarak.
Yeah.
So what the Quran claims is that you need to speak Arabic in order to fully understand it.
I'm just going to claim that I actually beat Ben Shapiro. I'm going to claim that now. That's my claim.
Concepts
I beat Ben
that
Shapiro.
You cannot translate from one language to another, because even using different words and different terminology, couldn't you still translate those concepts into other languages?
Oh no, you will understand it if you have like an honest translation. But the problem with most of the translations, they come with more baggage, because it depends on who's translating the book. So any Muslim will not accept, most Muslim, especially like online dawah guy, will not accept.
That's true. He's an absolute
English
white belt.
translation. You have to go and ask them, do you accept this translation, before you could go in and discuss the Quran with them, because a translation could change the meaning of one to another. And the biggest evidence of that is that the verses about the beating of the women in the Quran, if you read it in Arabic, it doesn't have any specification except there's a couple steps before it. It's like you have to talk to them.
Hell yeah, Rodin. Good to see you, but gab to you, sir.
Deny them sexual.
And hey, Trude, hell, good to see you.
And then you could beat them if they don't listen. But in the English translation, they will put lightly within quotes, because that's their interpretation.
So basically,
here's the thing. You've got hold on.
Okay.
You've got English speaking Dawa channels. How do they, if they're English speaking and talking to someone who can only speak English, can they interpret the Quran in the correct way?
I will ask them if they using like a standard translation of the Quran, or are they using their own translation of the Quran?
I'm pretty sure Taco may have pulled it from the stage.
I mean, the guys who are running the Dawa channels, apparently they are still capable of translating it to English-speaking viewers of their channel, because otherwise, why would you even have an English channel, an English Dawa channel? And there are several.
Yeah.
So apparently they all can translate the Quran into English and convey the concept perfectly. Yet the Quran says that is impossible.
Perhaps, but they're not. They're professional translators.
Move to the next
speaker. I look
speaker.
at all these different translations. I see that they're different, and I come across this idea that there are different versions of the Arabic, and I think my understanding is that the Arabic language has gone through some significant changes over time as well. I remember
Yes.
seeing a YouTube video. They were showing different Qurans, original Arabic, not translated by anybody, kind of versions, not to another language. I mean,
Should I put
and
Viking beads in
somebody
my
had
beard?
showcased that there's over 33, I think, different
Yeah.
different ones. But my
Those
understanding is
little,
there's a part
those
in
little
history where
metal
the
things. Should I put those in my
Islamic
beard?
regimes
I've thought about it.
had gone around and removed Qurans from everybody's homes and replaced them with the one they wanted to be the standard, and they burnt all the others. I don't know if you know much about this, Mubarak. I suspect you probably do.
It's just not to take a lot of time. Yeah, there was a burning of different texts that they were claimed to be Quran. But it happened so early in Islamic history that we really the only
Yeah, Repo, it was. It was a
like
dude named Fipto
copy
who's
that
been on the
we
stage
might
before.
claim to be pre the collection is the one that from the Sana manuscripts, and that's the only one I think I know of. I don't know if they found another one, but because they decided they're gonna standardize it, and they did.
I guess it wouldn't be very surprising if that a number of them were missed, and because people are going to store them all over the place, and some people are going to hide them because they don't want to go
The
with
skulls
the
of bats. I love it,
regime's
Maxine.
changes, because there's always resistance to change.
The skulls
too.
of bats, like it's like
And,
little skulls.
some
right
of them
there.
will find their way
Fucking
through, and
sweet.
that's why we've got at least 30 of them out there now. 33 is one part complained. And
Avi, I am
and
such a
remember them
dwarf.
showing in the video.
I'm very dangerous
that I
over
saw
short
a few years
distances.
ago, the Qurans side by side, the different versions of them, and showing that the Arabic text is actually different. And they had some lady there doing an explanation of what the different meanings
And you
were.
will have my sword,
and there were some
and
significant
my
differences
bow,
between some.
and my axe, and my boomerang.
Yes, there are.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mubarak. Appreciate it. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to that before we go on to our guest?
No, I've really that there is the manuscript of the Quran is and the Arabic language have evolved and changed, and basically you really don't.
I go by
need
Jason
to know
Statham
Arabic
in
to
that
know
movie, in the
Quran because
UA
it could
Bowl
be
movie,
translation.
In the Name of the King, where
Translations
he had
that
a
are
boomerang,
professionally
and my
translated.
boomerang.
Okay, thank you very much. NPC Lowlife, thank you for joining us. Welcome, and what have you got for us today?
Oh, well, I mean, before talking about the other thing, I think I wanted to kind of touch on what Mubarak was saying there. Even if all the discussions about whether the first edition of the Quran was burned and replaced by another edition, I think it will be very hard to actually make the claim that modern day Islamists or Muslims would know the true meaning or the true idea of what God is, simply because of the language that we speak. To my understanding, language is something like we're putting certain objects or certain manifestation of concepts under an umbrella that is called symbols, and because we live different lives and live different experiences, those objects will be different. So even if we are using the same exact words, same exact terminology, because of the time, because of the place,
Oh yeah,
we
Avi,
could be
he's
talking about
hilarious.
completely different things. Now what I'm actually going to ask you guys is to what extent do you think philosophy and ideology will take precedence over lived experience? This is something that I listened, something that I heard from a lecture from Michael Group.
Why must they be divided in such a manner? Do you think it's possible they could be complementary?
Lived experience and ideology. Well, I think
certainly.
Oftentimes, they are. People select ideologies based on their lived experiences, and some people choose to be atheist, some people choose to be Christian. But this is basically the main idea. If you go to a tailor, an analogy for the philosopher, and you tell the tailor to make you a jacket, and the philosopher gives you a jacket with only one arm, and you tell the tailor, obviously you made the coat wrong. I have two arms, you should make two armholes. But then the philosopher tells you that, no, actually, you're wrong. You should cut off one of your arms because my jacket tells you that you're wrong. So should philosophy and ideology be subordinate to something else, or do you think we need to be subordinate to ideology? That's basically my
There's a
question.
difference between personal experience and like science. So obviously your personal experience is pretty useless. If science tells you your personal experience is wrong, your personal experience is wrong. Philosophy is not as important. So obviously if you're trying to bridge your personal experience and science, science wins, because we know personal experience is wrong all the time. And so in any case where they overlap, science is the superior ideology that you should go with in pretty much every case, no matter what. Philosophy is essentially very little different between personal experience. You can take whatever philosophy you want, just like you can take whatever personal experience you want.
Well, to my understanding, science was only a method of obtaining truth. It isn't, like the Quran, or isn't like the Bible. How can you say that the science is always going to be superior when that hasn't really been the case?
Because it works, it is the case that works better than literally any other ideology at differentiating imagination from reality.
So you're going at this from a practical level then. I mean, that I can agree with, but then to try and claim that science is making the same claim as the Quran is or the Bible is would be incorrect, even in your view.
No, it's called scientific realism. Scientific realism is the position that science describes the world as it is, which means quantum fields are fundamental, it's uncreated, there's no God, there's no intentionality that is outside of space-time. That's all science.
So that would be immune to any kind of, Cartesian, not Cartesian, but any kind of, I think I forgot the word here.
Skepticism?
Would that, yeah, Cartesian skepticism, would that be immune to any of that?
Well, yeah, because evidence doesn't require certainty. So the fact that you could be wrong doesn't make it not evidence. So science has evidence even if it could be wrong, because science makes predictions about the future and gets them right. So even if science is wrong, it's still more supported than any other ideology that doesn't make predictions about the future and get them right.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is kind of very similar to what people like Matt Delonte said in a lot of debates. They say I would rather believe in what is more reasonable than what is actually the truth. Sometimes it can be okay. I think I understand.
Yeah, and I think as far as we know, there's never been a case in human history where anyone ever got anything right that wasn't supported by science. There's no one who actually knew something and then science like, oh, you're right. Like, no, didn't happen. Science is the right one.
The only thing that can counter bad science is good science.
And potatoes.
Is more science.
Both of those things.
Was that it for us, NPC?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I think I'll go and take a nap.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
Appreciate your time. We'll go ahead and pull up Aaron. Yes. I think is a Muslim, if I remember correctly.
Welcome back, Aaron. Yes. Thank you for joining us once again. I remember last time we left off just a fortnight ago that
pretty sure
had,
Aaron is another troll.
6 arguments in mind, and you managed to get 3 of them presented, and then we all agreed that maybe we'd cover the next 3 in a future episode. So here we are. Welcome back. And if you wanted to continue those, feel free to, or if you wanted to cover a different topic, that's okay too.
Hi, thank you for having me again. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. I have one point to add about it. When he said about the translation of the Quran. When we compare the English to Arabic, like for example, the word friend in English has one definition, but in Arabic you can have like 20 definitions. Like you can use Khalil or Habib or Sadiq, and so on. So I wanted to add that.
Sure, but that could be understood in English. Like we can actually add more words to friend to describe those kinds of friends.
No. But
indeed,
they have,
this did come up. This did come up in the Clubhouse conversation as well as a point against the credibility.
I'm curious what Mubarak will probably have to do with this individual. Say about this individual.
No, I'm not going to that argument. I'm saying that you didn't mention.
I'll be right back. I got to use a little boys' room. I got to use a little atheist room.
There's other definition has different context. It's not like one definition of one of them.
Right, so you can add an extra word there. So if it's like good friend, you can say it's a good friend, or if it's just like a mundane friend, you can say mundane friend. So you can add an extra word there in English to make it mean the exact same thing as it's intended in the Quran.
No. Yes, maybe if you are two words, yes. So if two words, maybe I don't know. But okay. So I want to ask T-Jump about previous argument I used about the abortion one. For
Okay.
example, yes. Last time I was here, you gave me like evidence that Caesar used to have. They have cut open the woman belly, and then take the baby and have birth. So, but the hadith doesn't say that. It says that مخافة للولد. It means like this for fear of giving birth. Like.
So are the hadiths in the Quran, or are they separate documents?
Separate documents.
Separate? I don't know what that meant. So what is the point?
To
avoid
hadith,
having pregnancy or something?
Yes.
Right. So that's every cesarean section is literally done to avoid birth. That's kind of the point.
No, but didn't they like used to have to get babies out like alive, not to kill them?
Both.
Both. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I have okay. So I go to a new prediction. So this one is a little weird. So should I post the reference to you guys?
Okay.
You can,
Sure,
but just tell
post
us.
it in chat
Okay, 1 second.
and tell us.
Okay. I posted the reference for you guys. So should I present the argument?
Yes, that's what you should start with.
Okay, so I will go to the last two parts because the hadith is long. So 1 second. And the strap on his sandal speaks to him, and his thighs inform him of what occurred with his family and after him. So
what's the prediction there?
We know for a fact that about 2002 or 2003, Nike and Google made a shoe that can talk to you, and yes. No. It's yes.
You think that's what this prophecy is predicting, that Nike will make a shoe?
It says
No.
sandal.
Yes.
Was it a sandal that Nike made?
No. The translation. In Arabic, it means like his shoe.
Where? Yeah, but do you think that's what it's predicting? That's a literal statement that's meant to be read literally, or is that proverbial?
No, literally.
It's supposed to be literal.
Yeah. So if you read it, you can see that even though he mentioned another thing, that his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family and after him. I can show you on another
Argument a la Payless.
I'm pretty sure those are meant to be taken figuratively, not literally.
But what if the opposite? Because it's proven today that I can show you that the second one about I will post something. I posted something about the thigh speaks to him.
So you think Muhammad was like, you know what? The most important information for people to have right here is, or
No,
Hadith, because Hadith. But so let's say they're like, you know what? We need to tell them about Nike in the future. That's going to be the most important thing people need to know.
No. Just 1 second. He said the hour will not come until people will have this. Like we will be able to talk with our sandals and about other things. And the previous two parts it talks about talking to predators.
Can I ask, does this mean that the Air Jordan movie that's about to come out is holy?
Probably.
Yes.
No, but
No,
you
actually,
need
it would be blasphemous because it's a artistic description of the holy event.
I'm also kind of curious because Nike was originally originally Blue Ribbon Sports, and they became Nike in 1971, and they took its name from the Greek goddess of victory.
No, it has nothing to do with Mike or Google also made a choose like that. I'm talking about him knowing this. Like if he knows the future, then it's easy for him to know this.
Sure. So the first problem is one, I'm pretty sure that text is meant to be taken figuratively. Secondly, it's a vague prediction because it doesn't give us a year or anything. So it wouldn't be a technical prediction.
Why not? You can read. Did you read the reference?
Yes. So if I say there's going to be a woman president, but I don't give a time limit, does that mean that I'm the son of God?
No, but he gave something that it's unimaginable. Like people can't at the desert can't believe that a man can talk to his shoe in the future. Is this even possible to you? Like 400 years ago?
Wait,
400 years ago, you couldn't imagine a person talking to their shoe?
It
Yeah.
says the straps on his sandals speak to him.
Yes, exactly. The straps
on the sandal.
Yeah,
Whoa.
exactly.
How is this a prediction? How is this
speaker?
How is this a prediction of anything?
I can show you.
I say?
Yeah, Mubarak, please weigh in here.
Yeah, I don't know why are you talking about the sandals where they talking about lions talking to human being before that.
Yes, I told them that I will go to this 2 parts before the last 2 parts, and then we'll go to the first 2 parts.
Okay, so you're starting from the back. Okay, I got you. So you're saying
just one second. I will. He said the strap of his book. You can see. I posted.
Hey, Tesla Bit Radio, good to see you.
You can see that the chips for where to talk is in the strap.
Shanny 7-Eleven's here. Good to see you, Shanny.
Do you read Arabic? Because it's not in the English translation, and that's the problem. Is
yes, I read Arabic, of course.
And they say the Quran isn't nonsense. Come on now.
Hadith, yes.
Yeah.
Hadith.
Is this Mubarak an ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Of course. It's obvious. Go ahead.
It's obvious. Why'd you ask?
No, it's obvious, but
make your argument, apostate.
It's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's obvious that
I
it's
mean,
fine.
isn't that more of like a falsification of the Hadith that you basically have a Pixar movie going on that you have talking?
Can we let Mubarak why is what he
So-
said silly?
So in the Arabic translation, in the Arabic text of the Hadith, they're not in the text, but a commentary on the text, that it says it's a good Hadith, but it's weird, and they don't know it.
They don't know it, but the Prophet know it.
No. The scholar says. Let me finish. The scholar said the commentary on it says that it's a good Hadith, like. They're okay with it. It's weird. It's gharib. And they don't know it except from one guy that referenced it.
No.
Yes, it says there. إلا من حديث القاسم ابن الفضل. And he is the only one that...
The grade. What's the grade?
What?
What's the grade of the Hadith?
Oh, I could read the grade. The grade is Sahih. But
It's
the commentary on it is a Hadith Hasan al-Gharib.
I don't care about the commentary. We care about Sahih or Da'if.
And that's the problem here.
No.
Yes.
No.
Here's the problem. In the English translation, it says it's Sahih, but it's not Sahih because it is Hasan Gharib. It's a different standard.
Hey, Bob Neville's Gyroscope. Good to see you. Glad you're home safe. Sven, good to see you. And Angel.
In Muslim.
Yes, it's in Muslim and it's in Tirmidhi, and there is hadith da'if in Muslim and in Tirmidhi and Bukhari. Yes.
Why are you lying?
I'm not lying. There are hadith in there.
No, I'm serious. Why are you lying? I gave you from an authentic source, and you are telling me that it's ضعيف.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. It's in the source
And
you
Dr. Who
shared with
Design, good to
us.
see you, bud.
It says it
Yeah.
in Arabic, and that's the problem here. You're gonna focus on the English text, but not gonna tell them what's in the Arabic text. It's in the Arabic text. It says it's a hasanun gharib. You know what's meaning of hasan? Hasan, it's less than sahih, so it's not 100% proven. And gharib mean it's weird, that they don't know where its source is.
No. The thing that you don't get, man, is this narration is in Sahih Muslim and in Tirmidhi and others. So even if the commentary is bad, even if the commentary what they say is bad, it has nothing to do with the narration and being on Sahih Muslim and Jami' Tirmidhi and others.
And
Do
see,
you get that?
here's the problem with going to the hadith, because you have two parts of the hadith. There's two parts of the hadith. You have the isnad and you have the text. You have the people who recited it, and then there you have the actual text. So the actual text is okay in the hadith study, but it's weird, and they don't know where it came from except from one person who told them so. So it's all those narration goes to one person. So
Yeah.
if
I can't believe that.
Okay.
Guys, can you explain the hadith? This guy is just lying.
What is he lying about?
No, the hadith is in Sahih Muslim and also in Tirmidhi. So I don't know why he's making this like it's a da'if hadith.
I didn't say da'if. I didn't say da'if. I said it's a hasanun gharib. It's different.
No, but why you can't address the argument? Why you are trying
No,
to?
I understand the argument. The hadith, if it exists in a book, doesn't mean it's actually sahih. The
No,
Sahih
it's
Muslim
not
and Sahih Bukhari and all those books, the Sahih books, all the 7 of them have different hadith, and all those 7 books have Sahih, and they have Hasan hadith, and they have Da'if hadith in all the texts, which means they have accurate.
I think
and
it's
they
because
have
he's an apostate.
good,
Yeah.
and they have weak. That's
grade.
Darus Salam grade. That's the Darus Salam grade.
No,
So
stop
do
lying,
you
man.
disagree?
Stop
Wait.
lying.
So for the highest
lying.
quality text, does it also contain certain passages that are lower quality within the highest quality text? Is that true?
What?
Scott Stanton, good to see you, bud.
Yeah.
Make sure I don't miss
Can you
anybody.
repeat
Like
it?
saying hi to everyone.
Yeah. So in the highest quality text,
I swear it's going to
are
get me
there
in trouble
certain
in the future.
passages in the highest quality text that are of lower quality?
Yes, we qualify that we put them in range, like it's da'if and Hasan and Sahih and other
Right.
da'if.
And that's all he
Yeah.
was saying. So how is that's not lying? He's telling
No,
the
no,
truth.
but-
So
No, he's not. He's lying. The grade it
what?
said Sahih. The grade it says Sahih. He's trying to I don't know. He said because it's one narrated by only one person, then it's da'if.
I
We
didn't
know
say
that.
it's da'if. I didn't say you're putting words in my mouth that I did not say, and I didn't. I'm just reading. I'm reading what's in the text you sent to us. In the text you
He did
sent
not,
to
Bob.
us,
He hasn't
it
for a
says,
while.
it says it's a هذا
Too many
الحديث
facts.
حسن غريب. In the
No,
text
no.
you sent to us.
The Sunnah website gives a authentic hadith, not just if you.
But if you look at it, why do you have a bracket? And they only say it's a Darus Salam bracket in the same grade.
No, a lot of them have the Dar es Salaam. It
But
means
why?
Sahih. What? Why?
Yeah, why? Why don't they just say Sahih? Why do they have bracket of Darus Salam?
Man, those are how to say it in English. People who are qualified to grade this as Sahih. They put Sahih. So why you are arguing that it's Da'if or Hasan? Even Hasan, it's very good.
Because it's in the text you send to us that you used as an evidence.
I
That's
can't
your
tell you.
text.
You are so much. You are lying.
Hey, open the page. Open the page you sent to us.
Can you
Open
guys?
the page you sent to us,
Can you,
okay? And
I,
then after
know.
the text in gray, it says قال أبو عيسى وفي باب عن أبي هريرة وهذا الحدث حسن
I can't
غريب
deal with
لا نعرف إلا من حديث القاسم بن الفضل. So it's in the text. It's in the text you sent us. I'm not adding anything from what I said.
Guys. The website says it's Sahih, and Sunnah is an authentic website. And this guy is trying to. I don't know why he's doing this.
Wait,
But
you
guys,
just read a quote from the website. What's wrong with the quote?
no. But
Yeah, what can maybe it helps that if he reads the text and then translates it into English.
Well, Aaron,
what
yes,
it
what
says.
he's pointing out is that it says Jerusalem in parentheses,
yes.
right next to Sahih.
Just
And
one
so
second.
I think he's saying that the Jerusalem or whatever that how you say that is
Jerusalem?
whatever that is, right?
I can give you an example, guys. Do you know the Sahih Hadith about the age marriage in the Prophet age marriage?
Don't go to a different text. Go to
No. I will give you.
that
I will give you an
Mubarak just read out.
Easy there, Fred White.
Same
And
example.
No, go
same
to the.
example.
Go
Nice
to
tombstone
the
reference there.
Peter,
I'm going
he's
to
trying
make
to
a point.
explain the justification point by comparing it to a different, equally justified text. That's what
Yeah.
he's doing. So it's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
The Prophet marriage to Aisha, we have only one testimony by when he said it was 6, or I don't know, it was 6 or 9, but we have only one testimony, her, and only her. So if that's if he wants to change the Sahih to like Da'if or Hasan, or why guys didn't change that hadith? Well, because it has one testimony. Why they didn't change it?
Probably because the person giving the testimony was more reliable.
Yes, it's true. But
So,
it's all about that. Every hadith is about that. Anyone who gives the narration, it has to be reliable. So even
can I say something? If I tell you something about my own life, okay?
No, you are lying.
Wait a minute.
To deal with you. I'm here to present the argument for them, not for you.
Well,
you present the argument for all of us.
Well,
And that's the
technically,
problem we don't wanna
Aaron,
deal with.
Mubarak is like the best authority here because he's an ex-Muslim and he speaks Arabic and he understands these things a heck of a lot better than the majority of us do. So he would be the kind of person you're presenting for. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because
he lied.
Ultimately, no, Aaron, yes, but ultimately, it doesn't matter.
He lied.
Aaron, ultimately, it doesn't matter because why should any of us believe anything that the Quran says?
No, it's not the
or the Hadith.
Or the Hadith. Why should any of us believe any of this?
Well, that he gave a prediction. That was the point. So this is a prophecy about the future, and if he gets them right, that's a reason to believe it. That was the original.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
But
fantastic.
Air Jordans are not in the deep. I'm sorry.
Well, fantastic. The Vedas make a prediction about the age of the Earth, and it's it's pretty close to being accurate. You know, it's a little off, but it was pretty close. So therefore, Brahman exists, right? That's the same logic.
But last time I was here, I gave you the prediction about the Sahara becoming green again.
Right, and we already knocked all 3 of those down.
No, he didn't.
Yes, we did.
He said in the time of the hour, the Sahara will become green again. It means at the.
Well, then Aaron. Okay, so Aaron, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question: Can a book make it? Okay, so can books or can authors make predictions in books? Just yes or no?
But they fail.
Okay, Aaron, can authors make predictions and write predictions down in books? Is that yes? Yes, they can.
Just 1 second. Yes.
Okay.
They can.
Okay, so they
But
can.
If it's not from God, then they will fail.
No. It's yes, they can. Authors can write down predictions in books. Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if the prediction comes true, is that evidence of anything of any of them? Is that evidence of them getting the information from a god?
I will give you an example.
No. Yes or no? If an author writes in a book a prediction and the prediction comes true, is it logically entailed that the information came from a god?
Well, actually, I'd say it can be. Yeah, so it can.
No,
be
but is it necessary? Is it absolutely that's the case?
Well,
So,
there's no such
just
thing
what-
like that. Evidence doesn't work that way. There's never a
That's the
exclusive-
point. Is like we
Let-
can't jump the
let
gap. We
JL
can't
go.
say that the prediction just because someone wrote something in a book and predicted something and then that came true, regardless of how vague it may be. Okay,
No,
or
no,
how
but-
we have to incorporate new stuff, like new material into to try and make it fit.
So
that
I would
doesn't matter.
disagree.
The
I would
existence
disagree.
of a
I'd say
prediction,
that's-
the existence of a prediction in a book coming true does not entail that the author got that information from a supernatural source. Does not logically entail that this is the case.
You are missing
So
the
I
point.
disagree with JL here because I think that if there's a book that claims to make predictions that are precise about the future and it gets them right and it claims that it got this information from a god, that is evidence that it is from a god. It wouldn't be proof, like 100% we
Yes.
don't have for anything, but it is evidence.
But it's
I
not
agree.
logically entailed, though.
Nothing
just,
is.
He
Like,
just said
the
yes,
world being
so
round
he
isn't
does
logically
agree
entailed.
with the prediction
One sec,
about the Earth
One sec, Peter. One sec,
coming
Peter.
from God.
One sec, Peter. One sec. So the fact the world is round isn't logically entailed with all the scientific evidence we have. Nothing is logically entailed from the evidence. Science just doesn't work that way.
No, what I'm
And
saying is
I
that we
just
can't
misspoke.
we
He
can't make.
just- he
He's
just
making the
said
absolute
that-
claim. He's making the absolute claim that that the God exists because the prediction came true.
He's claiming it's evidence, right? You're
Yeah.
claiming that's evidence, correct?
Yes. Just it's a good reason to
Yes,
believe that.
except when it's not in the Quran. If it's in another holy book, then you completely
Right.
discard it because then it's no longer evidence. That is the point that JL's
Yeah,
starting to
no,
That was
point
my
out.
original. That was
And
my
what you
original.
don't
No,
get,
Aaron.
yet.
That was
I
my
will-
original point out. By that logic, if another
No.
holy yes, by that
I
logic, if
address it?
another holy text makes a prediction, then
Can I
the
address-
God that inspired that one, that's evidence for that one existing.
No, I will address that. Just 1 second. We know that for a fact that a lot, 25 of the prophets are mentioned in the Quran, and Jesus and Moses are
How's that relevant to a prediction in another holy book that,
Because-
according to your
because-
own standards, which you just agreed to,
Yes,
is
let me
evidence
finish.
for God? But if it's in another holy book, you discard it and you say it cannot be evidence for a God. So there's only
No.
one person in this whole stage. There's only one person who's lying, Aaron. Yes, and that is
Let
you.
me finish. Why,
Wait,
No,
why you
no,
asking
no,
why?
no, no.
Right,
That
let
is
him
you.
finish. Let him finish.
Because
let him
you've got a
finish,
double
please let him
standard
finish.
for
Please let him
different
finish.
books.
No,
let
no,
him
I
finish.
don't have.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
If another
So
holy
you
book,
agree with
Let him
JL.
finish,
So you
Peter.
agree
Stop,
with
Peter.
no,
Peter,
no,
you've
no.
interrupted enough. You've interrupted
No,
enough.
no, I'm
Let
not
him
letting
finish.
this go. I'm not letting this go. Aaron, yes, you
You're letting
agree
this
with
go.
JL that the prediction about the age of the earth is evidence for the Brahman god. You agree with him? Yes or no?
yes. Let me explain.
Finally.
We know for a fact that God sent a lot of prophets, and only 25 are mentioned by name. And we know that thousands of them were mentioned, were given, were sent down to this earth.
How many prophets did Brahman send?
No,
No,
he's
no, no,
arguing that the person who wrote
Same
the
God.
Vedas is a prophet of Muhammad. That's what he's arguing.
Yes, the same God. The same God.
He just
all
ended
gods.
up in the wrong book?
No, it's not ended up. If you look in the Vedas, the oldest
The prediction about Earth
No,
that
this
JL
is-
mentioned is not in the Quran.
This exactly. That's
he
another.
ended
That's
up in the
it's
wrong
ad
book.
hoc. It's literally Islam.
No,
No,
but-
this is literally no, Aaron. This is literally the end of
Guys,
like
can you let
Muhammad
me
or whatever. But this is literally Islam trying to reconcile that that by their own logic, if they use their logic to validate their faith, that same logic can apply to other religions. So the
Yes.
earlier purveyors of Islam recognized that yes, the logic we use to validate our faith can be applied elsewhere. So therefore, if we hold it to, it must hold true for that. So the way they reconciled that was no, they got it wrong, but they were still sent by Allah. So no, that was
No, no.
Islam
You are
co-opting
missing
prior
the
held.
point.
That was Islam
No, no.
co-opting prior systems to validate itself.
No. Do you know why God sent the Prophet Muhammad? Can you answer the question? Do
God
you
didn't
even
send
know?
them. No, God did not
why
send
are
the
you
Prophet
deflecting?
Muhammad. Muhammad was a fucking warlord who decided he wanted to wrest control of this particular area. He married a freaking 9-year-old, and anybody who disagreed with him, he had put to death.
6-year-old. He married a
we don't
6-year-old.
need-
6-year-old, sorry. He banged her when she was 9. So
Yes, Muhammad was a warlord who married into money, okay, and then literally put to death anybody who disagreed with him.
That's a lie. That's a big lie.
That is not a lie.
That's a big lie. We have no one that is even when he conquered Mecca, he didn't kill anyone. Stop lying, man. Read his biography. Just let me address that.
Everyone disagrees with you is automatically a liar.
Peter, just a minute. So Muhammad spends 10 years in Mecca preaching, and just about a handful of people believe in him. The moment he went to Medina and acquired an army, surprise, surprise, within 13 years, all of Arabia believes in him. He did not kill anyone except the Jews that were neighbor with him because he decided he killed them.
No, I think he's arguing that Muhammad himself personally didn't chop their heads off. He just ordered it to be done.
No, guys, stop lying. Why you are lying?
Islam spread at the tip of a sword, just like Christianity did, just like the vast majority of religions did. And guess what? The Muslims had a problem with the Hindus, and they had a problem with the Christians as well. So yes, these ideologies spread at the tip of a sword. It was either convert or die. Okay, the Muslims did the same thing with the Hindus that the Christians did with the pagans.
Let's ask Aaron. Do you think that Muhammad didn't conquer and kill people in battle? Is that what you're saying?
No, when he has 10,000 people and they conquer Mecca, the people of his village, they surrendered. He didn't kill them. Today they said even there is a woman that killed his uncle, his beloved uncle. They told her, you can do whatever you want. You can be a Muslim. I
want to clarify. So do you think Muhammad in battle, in war, literally never killed a single person in all of the wars he was in? Even though it says that he beheaded 2,000 people.
But they are not what they are arguing. But that's not their point. They said he killed people. In the Quran, it says that don't kill women or old people or children.
Why don't you answer T Jump's question?
Aaron, Ibn Ishaq writes. Ibn Ishaq wrote that Muhammad approved the beheading of some 600 to 700 people, with some arguing that it was as high as 800 to 900 who surrendered after a siege that had lasted for weeks. So yes, he did put people to the sword.
No, that's a lie, man.
What
do you got? What do you got?
The problem here, Aaron, everyone tells you something and then you say it's a lie. But the problem, we don't say it from ourselves. It's not something that comes from ourselves. It's from the Islamic source.
That was literally the invasion of Banu Qurayza.
Is the Quran lying?
No. Can I address one point, just one point at a time?
Sure.
You haven't addressed a single point because every single time people ask you a question, you come up with a different topic in order to avoid answering the question. You didn't answer JL. You didn't answer T Jump. If you want to do something, answer any of those questions that you just have been asked. And start because it's probably the one you still remember. Answer the question T Jump just asked you.
Let me answer.
Yeah, this is your problem. You're not listening.
Let him go. Peter, it's his turn. Peter, it's his turn. Go ahead.
I want to answer about the first one about God send other revelation in
answer
Holy
T
Book.
Jump's question. Restate T Jump's question and then answer it. I bet you cannot do it because there's only one liar.
We're curious. You said that Muhammad didn't kill people. This is very curious to us, given the fact that pretty much every historian thinks Muhammad killed people. So why do you think Muhammad didn't kill people? Do you think that the Quran and the Hadiths are lying when they said he went to battle and killed people?
In battles, he killed people. I said in battles, but not. And the other fact that I was mentioning that when he conquered Mecca with 10,000 people and the people, his village surrendered, some of them didn't become Muslims. He didn't kill them, even though
I don't care about the people he didn't kill. I want to care about the people he did kill. So you said he killed no one.
Only in battles. He did.
What about the people he beheaded after the battle?
The people who surrendered.
No, he didn't kill anyone who surrendered.
Listen,
Yes,
they
they
were headless
did.
when
Okay.
he found them. Okay?
Yes, they
Look,
did.
what-
It is
look.
well known. It is well documented that after the invasion of the Banu Qurayza, that the massacre of Banu Qurayza took place.
Dale, do you
That's
have
a
the
lie.
passage? Do you have the actual Hadith passage where it says that?
Yeah,
Or
please.
Well, he already
show us.
conceded he
Mubarak?
killed people, so I think we can.
No,
move
no,
on.
Do
no.
you have the passage?
I conceded he killed people in battles, not people who surrendered.
So
That's a lie.
what's the
Big
the
lie.
hadith that says I came I have been commanded to fight against the people until they testify there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger, and to establish the salah and to pay
You
the
are-
zakah.
No, 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 no.
It's
You
hadith,
are
it's sahih
so
hadith.
much- you are so full of hate, man. You are so full of
I'm-
hate.
He's just
we
reading.
know
He's
for
just reading the Hadith. What's wrong with
No,
the
no,
Hadith?
no.
there?
I posted the hadith in the chat. Everyone, you
No.
could go read it.
No, but
and
you
tell
are-
me what
you
you
are-
think.
It's different context. It's why guys
Different
get
context.
yes. If it was like that, then every Muslim would kill people who doesn't believe in God. Stop making that we are killers.
Well,
or
that's
something.
kind of a thing in
did
lots
not
of
say
Muslim
that.
countries.
I
No,
didn't say I didn't say
I
every
think
Muslim.
we can conclude. I think we can
Yeah,
conclude
God.
that both the Quran and the Hadith are lying, according to Aaron. Yes, because every single time people bring
No, no.
things up that are in the Quran or in the Hadith.
You
Hold
didn't
on,
show
hold
us
on. I'm not
any-
finished. You hold on. I'm not finished.
Show
You
me anything.
say that that is a lie. If that lie comes strictly from the Quran or the Hadith, then you are the one claiming that those are lying. Aaron, yes.
Yeah.
You can't
Can
have
you
your
show
cake
me?
and
Can
eat
you
it
show
too.
me? Can you show me?
Either you
Show
accept,
me.
either you
Show me.
accept what is either
No, I
you
don't-
either you accept what is in the Hadith or in the
Show me.
Quran, or you don't. But
Show
you
me.
can't say that every single time Mubarak puts something up, say that he's
Mubarak
a
is a
liar
liar.
when he's literally putting up your scripture, the things that you believe in.
All right.
But
No, no, no,
now, because you're
sent you.
confronted
He
with
sent
it,
it to you.
you choose to avoid it because you
So
don't want to
one sec,
accept
one sec,
the claims
Peter.
that
So
we're making.
Peter. So he sent it to you. He sent you the Hadith. What is wrong with the Hadith that he sent you? Is it that Hadith
Where
a lie?
is
Is it not a real
he didn't
Hadith?
send me anything. He didn't send me anything. Where is?
It's in the chat.
Where? I don't see it. Can you mention my name?
I will.
Okay.
So I
Can
mean,
you just
it's-
link it again real quick and then ping Aaron? Yes.
And Aaron,
Uh,
part of the
But guys, you didn't address the argument.
well, you're just
The only
saying
one
that
not
he
addressing
killed
any
people
arguments is you, Aaron. Yes.
not in battle.
Wait, hang on
This
for a
has
minute.
already changed from what we began with.
Aaron, yes, he just pinged you.
Yes.
So
yes,
could you
yes.
take a look at that, Aaron, and let me know what is wrong with that Hadith? Is that not a real Hadith?
Okay, 1 second.
Just an observation. It's a weird phenomenon
Yes.
where killing doesn't
Yes.
mean killing in Islam, just like
No,
all
no,
doesn't
no.
mean all in Calvinism.
But,
Again, he was a hug
every
lord.
hadith has a context. So you mean that the prophet meant to kill all people?
No. Did he kill anybody? Did he kill anyone ever? Did he kill people? Did he kill human beings ever?
A warlord doesn't want to kill everyone.
Outside
He
of
wants
battle.
to kill everyone that's in his way
No,
so he can conquer,
outside of
pillage,
battle,
and
no.
take the loot and women,
No,
which are loot.
Guys, I came with one argument and you posting a lot of arguments against me. I'm not for example. No. But
The reason why there are so many arguments posted against you is because you keep refusing to answer direct questions, even
I
if they
answered
put them to you as a simple yes or no question, which JL had to do 6 or 7 times before you answered. Why can't you be honest, Aaron? Yes, why can't you be honest? And when you're asked a question, answer the question and don't go to, but there's context here and there's context. Answer the stupid question.
Well, I mean, if you want an assessment, so where I'm going off of in the Quran is that the battle of Banu Qurayza was discussed in it was 33, 10, 27, 10 through 27. That's where Yusuf Ali did his critique of that. So that the individuals who were beheaded after the battle was over, so the siege was over, and that of the individuals who surrendered, some 600 to 700 in all. Some argue even higher accounts, like 800 to 900. But that Muhammad approved the beheading of them all, and that they were buried in a mass grave in the Medina marketplace, and that all of their women and children were sold into slavery.
No, that's a lie.
That's literally 33:10 through 27.
Can you did you post to me?
I'm giving you the quote, dude. Look it up.
Yeah, he wants you to post it in the chat so we can.
Hold on. You just said that was a lie, and after you said that was a lie, and JL clarified it, then you said, "Can you post it because I need to read it?" You don't read anything, but because it goes against. Hold on, it goes against your claims every single time you come up with it is a lie. Why are you calling everything that goes against your beliefs, but we can actually demonstrate to you what we can actually demonstrate to you to be true? Why is all of that a lie? Because the only thing you're showing right now is that your holy book is lying, the Hadiths are lying, and Aaron Yes is lying. I'm so sick and tired of you constantly throwing out the word lying. Do you even know
none of this is an argument. None of this is an argument, Peter. None of this is an argument. This is just diatribe.
Has intention.
Peter, this is just you diatribing. I don't care. I don't care about your feelings, Peter.
I'm not letting this go.
I'm not letting
this go.
Read, Aaron.
Lying has an intention.
Peter, stop. Shut up. I don't care about your feelings.
You can provide.
Please, can you just mute Peter? Mute Peter. We need to move forward with the conversation. Peter is not helping us move forward with the conversation. So, Aaron, JL, did you tag him in the surah so that he can read it and tell us what he thinks? Please.
I gave him Surah 33, 10 through 27, where it speaks specifically about the Banu Qurayza massacre.
So, Aaron, could you please read that and tell us what you think? Do you agree that Muhammad killed people that were not in battle based on that surah?
No, it doesn't say that. 33:27.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't say that.
What does it say?
You can read it. He also, I will read it in English, so that he also caused you to take over their lands, homes, and wealth, as well as land you have not yet put on, and Allah is most capable of everything.
And the skeletons and bones that we have in the Medina Square, are those fake?
No, but the verse doesn't even mention that. Why he's lying? I don't know. And
So why do you think he didn't kill them? Why do you think? What happened to them? Did they magically disappear?
No. We know for a fact that people who doesn't fight, it's in the book, in the Quran, that says, don't kill people who doesn't fight you back.
So what happened to Bani Qurayza?
I don't know. But
what did you say?
What happened to Bani Qurayza? Because they were a tribe in Medina, and they were besieged, and they surrendered. What happened to them?
I don't know that argument. It's
not an argument. I'm just telling you I'm asking you to tell me what happened to them.
I don't know. I never read that. You
never read the hadith that says that the male were killed and women were enslaved, and the way they differentiated between children and adult is by pubic hair. It's very well known hadith.
No. I'm pretty sure that the Muslims guys has debunked that. I'm not knowledgeable enough to answer that question.
Do you know what hadith that is? Do you know what hadith it is? The number?
I will pull it up right now and send it to you.
Okay. I don't know that argument. I never heard of it. But we know for fact after I read the whole biography of the Prophet. He never killed anyone who is not in battle.
So these,
you haven't read it. It's a lie.
So these works. So everything I'm starting off is based off the works of Yusuf Ali, and Yusuf Ali was basing his work off the work of Ibn. Apologies, Mubarak, if I mispronounce this. Ibn Ishaq. Okay, if I got that wrong, I apologize if I did. But Muhammad Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Yasar, Ibn Qiyar. So from the 8th century.
I want to ask one thing. I came here with one argument, and you are posting me to everything that happened to Islam. I don't know that argument. Exactly.
Well,
that
it's because you said something really interesting. You said that Muhammad didn't kill people. Now, that to us is a very strange statement because it seems to go against all the history.
Only I told you that he
Right.
killed people.
So you think he didn't kill people and behead people outside of battle? The Hadith literally says he does, and so we would like to know what your thoughts are on this because it seems very strange to us. That's what we're asking about.
That's
And I apologize if I mispronounced that. I obviously don't speak Arabic, but
to answer other hadiths.
That's why we want to send you the Hadith and have it. If it literally says Muhammad killed the men, then would you agree that that's a problem?
Logan saying, "Man, I caught that too. I'm pretty sure the Muslim guys debunked that." It's like, what? What Muslim guy?
Did he send me?
Mubarak, did you send it yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, we'll let you know when he sends it.
So I have a question. Aaron, as you said that the biography of the prophet does not mention Muhammad ordering anyone killed outside of battle. When you say the biography, are you talking about the Sirah?
Yes.
Okay, and you say that you've read the Sirah?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess you forgot part of it because it seems like you forgot the part where two captives, Al-Nadr ibn al-Harith and Uqba ibn Abu Mu'ayyad, were executed after coming back from Medina, and the former was executed by Ali, and the latter was executed by Asim bin Thabit al-Ansari, and they were executed. There's multiple sources explaining that Muhammad ordered the execution, and in the case of Al-Nadr,
because the asshole couldn't get his hands dirty himself.
In particular, who was a rival storyteller who called him a plagiarist, and said that the Quranic stories that he was telling were very largely derived from earlier stories from the Old Testament, from other sources, which he said Muhammad was recycling and claiming as his own.
No. That's another topic.
Well, you mentioned the source. I brought it up because you mentioned it. You said the Sirah says that they never killed anyone outside of battle. The Sirah does mention these two people being executed, one of whom is specifically a critic of Muhammad as a false prophet and as a plagiarist storyteller.
I know that, but
so why didn't you mention this? Why did you tell us? It seems like you're lying, or you forgot.
No.
He did kill people outside of battle. That's the point.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like war to me.
Let me answer, guys.
It sounds like he put someone to the sword who disagreed with him.
Man, you're full of hate. Let me answer.
No. Right. What is your answer?
No. That's a
found the hadith, and the hadith is in chat, and I pinged you for it.
We were talking about people who surrender, not people who call him, like, for example, if a person arrive, like, for example, outside of the city or something like that, and call her and came and start causing fitna, like causing problems between the people.
Okay, so Mubarak just sent you the hadith where he killed people who surrendered.
Okay, 1 second.
And I haven't heard any rebuttal about Al-Nadr either. He just said it was another topic, and he just pretended like I didn't say it.
I think specifically Muhammad didn't kill people who surrendered. He killed some people in battle. He killed some people who disagreed with him. He may have killed people some other cases, but not people who surrendered. That's, I think, the updated claim.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So he's basically saying that that massacre didn't happen, is what he's saying.
Well, we will see.
Yeah.
1 second. I'm reading the hadith.
What number is it, Mubarak? Just for everybody in the audience, what's the hadith?
Okay, it's in Sahih Bukhari, number 3043, and sometime in book references, book 56, hadith 249. You could, I sent the link. Anyone could look at it and check it.
Thanks.
I know, but I just read the hadith. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you.
Just 1 second. This doesn't say anything about people surrendering. I believe that they fought him. These people fought him, and then when the prophet won, he gave them the judgment. So
So
he
after
didn't-
the battle, when they stopped fighting, he beheaded them.
No, it's not that they stopped fighting, because he told them before the fight. He tell people before the fight that nothing will hurt you if you surrender, or like for example.
So by
And
this
after the
standard,
fighting-
the Mongols didn't kill anyone without battle because they always warned them first that they would murder the entire city if they didn't surrender.
No, but these people persecuted him for like.
Killing people?
You're saying they had it coming?
Well, in
No,
defense of Genghis Khan, he made it clear that he was a punishment sent from God.
That was pretty funny, yeah.
No, but guys, he fought these people. Then when they lose, they didn't surrender earlier. Then when they lose, the judgment, how to say, the judgment, like he gave them the judgment.
For anybody
So
curious
there's
in the
an
live stream, what I'm
expiration
looking
date
at
to
right
when you can
now, I'm
surrender.
literally looking
No,
at
it's not like
detail
that,
from a miniature painting. The Prophet Ali and the
the
companions
Prophet
at the
didn't kill
massacre of the
people who
prisoners of
doesn't,
the Jewish
fight
tribe
him.
of Beni
It's not like it doesn't
Qurayza.
fight him. The people surrender. What Mubarak
Tabari
said
and Ibn
that,
Hisham
these
mentioned
people
600,
didn't
900 of
fight
the
him,
Banu
but,
Qurayza were
they
beheaded.
surrendered to him and he killed him. That's a big
I-
lie.
You will keep saying I'm lying, but everyone could see who's lying.
So
The thing is-
Aaron, yes,
the thing is,
Aaron. So
he
if I
fought and then they surrendered. It's the same context with Mecca, the example you used. Okay, the example you used. Let me talk. The example you used. He besieged the town. There's a group of people who fought against him. The majority surrendered, and he forgave them. It's okay.
Yes.
But when it
Yeah.
comes to the other town, when they fought and they surrender after they've been besieged, he
No,
killed
they
them.
They didn't surrender. It doesn't say.
What happened? What
Okay,
happened?
well, Mubarak, if I could throw this out here, like literally, Aaron, yes, I'm looking at this right now. I can't show you on my computer screen. I'm literally looking at this. Tabari and Ibn Hisham mentioned 600, 900 of the Banu Qurayza were beheaded. There was an artist depiction of the event that is titled The Prophet, Ali, and the Companions at the Massacre of the Prisoners of the Jewish Tribe of Beni Qurayza. Okay? So in this one, it's actually because the siege was over. They conquered the tribe, okay, and they had them prisoner. Whether they surrendered or not is irrelevant. It was not in battle, and they put them and they had and Muhammad ordered them all beheaded.
No,
Okay,
that's a
it
lie.
was so important and so graphic that people felt it necessary to put it to literal image. Like this is what it looked like.
No, the hadith say that only the warrior were dead. The children and the woman should be taken as prisoners. The hadith clearly.
Sex
No,
slaves, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it says the hadith or the surah says that they were so that the women and children were sold into slavery and the men were beheaded and buried in a mass grave.
Stop lying. It says prisoners. It doesn't say.
It says no. It doesn't say prisoners. Prisoner means sajin, which means prisoner. It says sabi, which means enslaved, or it's like the prophet of war is a sabi, which is when a human is getting enslaved by the process of war.
No.
Spoils.
Yes, exactly. That's what it means.
In fact, the whole section in the Quran is literally called spoils.
Exactly. It's the spoils. The women and children are spoil of war.
Guys, can I even answer? The hadith says it's prisoners. Stop lying, Mubarak.
It says sabi. Tell me what does it mean, sabi?
No, I know you are an ex-Muslim.
What does it mean? Wait. What does the word sabi mean?
Answer the question.
What does the word sabi means?
Prisoners.
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. It means the spoils of war. You are lying, Aaron. You are now lying.
Guys, can you read the English translation of the hadith? Read it. Either I'm lying or he's lying.
Wait. I thought we needed to read the Quran in
I was about to say,
Islamic,
Tijo.
but now we're going to translate it to English. I'll read the English version. English version is the true version.
Okay,
You
we're gonna
need to understand
I
the
was about to
perfect
say.
English translation.
That was beautiful. I was
we're
like,
gonna
wait.
have to put this through Google Translate now.
No, guys, can you even read the English? He gave me the Sahih in the English. Can you even read it? So either he's lying or I'm lying.
You're lying.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
I know you are.
I
all
think,
against-
well, Aaron, despite all of this, and we've gone round and round and round on this, and Mubarak, I think, has done a wonderful job in demonstrating how you are incorrect, and pointing these things out and giving you the sources for them. Still, none of this is evidence that a God exists. And
Well, that's my fault. That's my fault because I changed the topic to this. So
that's okay. That's okay. I think, but if we're just going to keep going around and round, because I think T-Jump noted and Mubarak noted is that every time you get countered, you just call people a liar, and we're not lying because we have because ultimately we have you're predicating. You're using this to justify your belief in a God. All right, we don't believe that your God exists. So
I know.
So you haven't demonstrated how any of this.
Yes.
You haven't demonstrated how any of this is actual evidence to support the existence of the God. And every time we counter you,
I think.
Let me answer, guys.
I think he hasn't presented evidence for a God, but he has presented evidence for a liar, and that's him. Because we've had several occasions in which he's just demonstrably wrong. And calls other people
well, then I will
liars.
say he's very much in keeping with he's very much in keeping with the tradition of Muhammad to force other people to believe by any means necessary.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly read this one passage that Aaron shared earlier. It's on sunnah.com, chapters on Al-Fitan. I hope I'm saying it right. 33, chapter 19. What has been related about predators speaking? Is that the one, Aaron? Yes.
I don't know. The guy sent me the link. I don't know.
That's the link that you shared. This is from the link you shared in Discord. And so I'll just quickly read it. It says, the English one, by the one in whose hand is my soul, the hour will not be established until predators speak to people, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps of his sandal speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. If it's not, then we can just disregard it.
No, that's the one. Just 1 second before I move to that one, guys. It's not fair to attack me on different points that I didn't come prepared for them. So you made it like you can go and ask a famous YouTube
He's not prepared
Muslim
for that.
YouTuber.
It's fair for you to call people liars who present to you the actual text that you haven't read, and then you say, well, this one is full of hate. This one is a liar. I'm not going to talk to him anymore because he's a liar. The people who present your own holy text to you, that is okay. To call all of these people liars, that's fine.
No, let me finish. Just 1 second.
No, answer my question. That's a yes or no. Answer my question. That's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no.
You have called everyone on this stage a liar. I want you to answer the question.
Because they said Muhammad is.
I want you to answer the question.
What? Come on, let's.
Wait, are you disagreeing with the fact that I said?
My question.
Wait a second. Are you disagreeing with the fact that I said Muhammad was a warlord?
No, not like that.
Because he was a warlord. He made war on other nations.
Did you see the debate between Mohammed Hijab and Jordan Peterson? He gave
how's
them.
How's that relevant to this conversation?
Because
how's that relevant to this conversation?
Because he
Did
has
any of us get mentioned in that? Did any of us get mentioned in that debate?
So much, man. Now, let me answer him.
I'm not going to let you answer anymore because you are still not answering the question.
Would you rather we use the word war friend?
It was a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question. I'm giving the reason
it is
why.
a yes or no question. So are you saying that your scriptures are lying, or are you saying that you are lying? That is one of two options that we've found out right now, because you keep saying every single time Mubarak posts a link. That is a lie. That lie comes directly. That lie comes directly from your own scriptures. So either your scriptures are lying or you are lying. Which of the two is it?
Let me answer him, guys. This Peter doesn't stop until
Yeah, this Peter is holding your feet to the fire, and that is something you don't like. Mubarak did that. Mubarak did that with your holy book, and you called Mubarak a liar. Then JL did it with an example, and JL was a liar. Then T-Jump did it with another example, and T-Jump was a liar. Everyone on this stage is a liar. But I ask you a simple question, which we have seen during this conversation, and you will not fucking answer the question.
I'm answering
that leads me to think that you are a liar. You have no clue what you're talking about. You don't even know your own scriptures, which Mubarak has demonstrated. So who's lying?
No, I'm going to answer the guy that asked me earlier.
Yeah, you're not going to answer me.
Peter, let him
talk.
Let him talk. Go ahead, Aaron.
The reason I mentioned the debate between the Mohammed Hijab and the Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson said that he was a warlord, and in the debate, it's not debate, it's a discussion. He gave them reason why he is not a warlord. That's why I'm mentioning this. That's
Mohammed
why
Hijab is wrong. He's an idiot.
No, you can go to him and tell him that. I'm not knowledgeable.
Aaron, the definition of a warlord is someone who commands an army and makes war on other nations. Okay? Muhammad had an army, and he led that army against other nations, converting people at the tip of a sword. Yes, by definition of his actions, he was a warlord.
The prophet was between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. So he has no chance except to fight.
He still was a warlord. It doesn't matter how small you are. You could be a big warlord, or you could be a small warlord. He's still a warlord.
Survivor. It's a war for survivor. He was between the biggest name.
It doesn't matter the motivation. He's still a warlord. I don't care why you're making war, just that you're making war.
No,
could have been like Jesus and just been a pacifist. He didn't have to do war.
Yeah, it could have been like Siddhartha, just chilling back and not eating anything. It's all good.
No, guys, can you? This question was answered by famous Muslims. I'm not. I came here
famous
to
Muslims.
Could have been like Siddhartha, chilling back, all aesthetic and shit, and being like,
so
hey,
famous
man,
Muslims
like,
are to believe
unity
over the Quran and the Hadith.
Before we go off on that, can I ask you, Aaron, you said about famous Muslims, is this one of the reasons that you believe? Is this something that convinces you that a God exists?
No, this is a separate topic that I brought up because he said something interesting. So this is not an argument for God.
Yes, exactly. I'm saying this because they have more knowledge about this
I've
subject.
debated Mohammed Hijab
I never saw the debate.
on my YouTube channel.
Cool. There's a bunch of resources that you haven't had access to, or you don't have access to, or you haven't seen, that you haven't read. So here's a recommendation: go back and do the work, just like we told you last time. It looks like it's back to the drawing board for you. So
do the work, because I didn't came here to present other arguments. I came here with specific argument, and you attacked on other arguments that I have.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about your lions?
No. You deflected from the argument, and you called Mubarak a liar when he addressed your argument.
Peter, you've brought this up 10 times. So okay, do you want to go back to your argument that lions talk to people?
Yes. I want to go back.
Just to clarify, it was lions, like lions, is in like the big cats. Predators.
Yeah.
Okay, so predators talk to people, right?
1 second. This Mubarak was lying about this hadith. That's why I
forget that. Let's go back to your evidence. Let's go back to your evidence for predators talk to people.
Argument a la Pixar.
So what does it mean by predators? I'm curious. Does anybody know? Mubarak what does it mean by predators?
Muhammad.
Just let me just 1 second.
Like child predators, Muhammad.
Yeah.
Guys,
no, it is like wild animals.
Okay, so like wild animals. Okay, so like hyenas, jackals, lions, leopards, because jaguars were in South America. So okay, so I get it. So the predators will talk to people. So how does that work?
To talk to you guys. Just be respectful. I'm not one, but don't.
Yeah,
insult me.
we're really respectful to the guy who calls everyone a liar.
Go ahead.
Because
Go
that
ahead.
guy,
We've hashed
obviously, we
it.
need to
We've hashed it,
Aaron,
Peter.
Aaron, go
tell
ahead.
us about the animals that talk to people.
No. I said I will go to the last two parts, and then we'll go to the first two parts. Do you agree with me about the sandals? About what he meant about the sandals? What it say about him speaking to the strap of his boots and so on.
No, at all.
Why not?
Because I don't think they were talking about Nike. I think they were talking about it was just a weird prediction.
No, it's not about Nike. Google also made one.
Doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. So it was not
Yeah.
talking about Google. It wasn't talking about Nike. It was just a weird statement that was vague and ambiguous.
What does even if I grant you that it's weird, why he said in the next one, and his thoughts inform him of what occurred with his family and after him. Now
My thighs do not inform me.
Just I will show you 1 second.
No, I heard the passage. My thighs don't inform me of anything.
We have a comment from our YouTube audience. Blessed be he writes that Muhammad says that the ants talk.
Can you see the picture that I posted?
No, I'm playing a video game. I can't see anything.
I posted the picture.
I don't care. What does it say? I just want the evidence. I don't care about the sources.
No. But it's like, for example, if you type on Google Typhon, you can type on Google Typhon. You will see that a lot of picture that of phone inside in the thigh, and we know for a fact that phones are.
Phones do not reside in the thigh. They have pockets, but the thigh isn't what's telling you anything. The phone's telling you things. So it's incorrect to say the thigh is telling you what's happening with your family.
Type the thigh phone.
The thigh is a platform. The phone
phone?
is the device.
It's the thigh phone. Oh, is this like a language game where it's iPhone sounds a lot like thigh phone, and so it's a prediction of the thigh phone?
No, it's more like that you put your phone around the picture he shared is like a strap. So you put your phone on your thigh, and you know from the phone how your family is doing.
Right.
Okay, let me
My
see
thighs
here.
tell me I need to do more cardio.
So let me see here. This is Volume 4, Hadith 2181. By the one in whose hand is my soul, the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his sandals speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him. That's what the Hadith says. So, going by this, by the one in whose hand is my soul, so that would be Allah, the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people. Well, they don't. They don't.
Does it really say that?
Yes, and then so the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people, comma, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his shoelaces, speak to him, and his thigh informs him of what occurred with his family after him. So,
that's hilarious.
Okay, so
my whip is in the shop. It doesn't speak to me.
So obviously whips. So this is just from I'm not Muslim. You know, I wasn't brought up in it. So just reading this, and if I were to put myself in the sandals of these individuals who were writing this comes off as very, very metaphorical. This is extreme metaphor. This is not prediction. This is like so incredibly a vague metaphor that it could be applied to anything, because you have to interpret what are wild animals. What does it mean by speaking? Hang on a second. You have to interpret. No, Aaron, you have to interpret. Aaron, stop. You have to interpret what does it mean by wild animals actually? What does it actually mean by speaking to people? What does it mean by the tip of a man's whip? And what does it mean by the straps on his sandals? And what does it mean by his thigh informing him? Okay.
Just 1 second. Let me.
Actually, I think listening to that, I think I understand what it means. Like tip of a whip sounds like a dick, and thigh also sounds kind of like a dick reference. So it seems like it's making a reference to a future immorality or something.
Talking?
Yeah.
I was gonna put out there the only thing actually worthy of worship is thighs, and so
So it could so to go by T-Jump, so it could be saying the hour will not be established until wild animals speak to people. If they consider individuals who don't believe in Allah or apostates, that they could be equating those with wild animals. So it's not actually talking about animals, it's talking about people who reject Allah. And because we can speak to one another, and until the tip of a man's whip and the straps on his sandal speak to him. I don't even know.
It sounds like it's saying people go insane. That's kind of what it seems like it's saying. Like
that people could go crazy. Okay, mass insanity.
Does like for example, have you never seen a movie called The Chronicle of Narnia?
Yes, I've seen the Chronicles of Narnia.
Did the people speak to lions or not?
Yes, in the Disney movie, people.
Is he really gonna use C.S. Lewis to prove Islam?
I was gonna say you're coming back full circle to my joke, which I
everything the light,
idea.
everything the light touches is yours.
Amy, your joke really kicks.
Thank you.
So is this predicting the end of the world then?
When Narnia becomes the case, the end of the world will happen.
No. Could it be the case? Could like for example, could he meant that people? It's possible that he meant that people will talk to wild animals. Like
right now, we have no examples of anything but in science fiction and fantasy of anything like that happening.
Don't you guys agree that movies are like, for example, almost real? Like
no, I don't at all. As someone, as Aaron, as someone who literally hosts and created and hosts a movie podcast. No, I can tell you definitively, movies are not real.
Oh, he took Amy's joke and made it real. Literally, it's a prediction of Disney.
Oh, wow!
No, I didn't mean
Disney,
like
Nike, and Google. The Quran predicts Disney, Nike, and Google.
Oh, so the Lion King is evidence that the hadiths are correct.
I know you guys answer the question. I know you are trying so hard to mock me, but you didn't answer anything.
No. You're doing that.
Go ahead. What do you want to say about the lions? Tell us. Wild animals speak to people.
Be prepared.
Let's stick to one argument at a time. If we took, like I told you about the first two, let's answer them first. Then we go to the lions.
Let's start with the lions. The lions is the most interesting one. Let's start with that one.
Yeah,
because if any part of this is wrong, then the prediction is wrong. So if any one of these is wrong, let's start with the hardest one.
Let's talk about the lions. Do you guys agree that there is two, like for example, there is two interpretation of that? He could have mean literally, like we talk to lions, which is possible with our technology in the future. Even if that's the case, it's more possible today than 400 years ago with the technology that we have today. Or the second interpretation that maybe he saw a movie or anything or something, when he was presented with the future and he saw, like for example, a man talking to a lion in a movie.
No.
Wait, what?
Why not?
A man talking to Allah in a movie?
To a lion. It's like, how do we know that he wasn't talking about like that what he was describing was like a movie of a person talking to a lion? And so
so God gave him a vision of the Lion King as his vision of the future.
God gave him a lot of vision. I'm talking about this specific one.
You think Disney movie revelation?
I think the fact that Allah didn't tell him that it was nothing but a flicka show, that it doesn't really hold any water. So
just a minute, Aaron, whose interpretation are you using?
There's my Green Mile reference for the day. Never seen a flicka show.
Because
because your own interpretation stands against the majority of Muslim, or even the scholars that talks about the Hadith. Because most of the time when they talk about the Hadith, they talk about actual vocal communication.
No, but I don't. Just 1 second. Because 400 years ago, this hadith would look so weird. They,
Yeah,
even the
I know. I'm talking about people like
Ooh,
Ibn Baz,
Mufasa.
who is one.
Ooh.
I said I used his name earlier. He's a scholar. You know who's Ibn Baz?
no, I know a lot of them. Just 1 second. Can you?
Do you know who's Ibn Baz?
Yes.
Yes. So he says it's actual talk and verbal, and we're not talking about people who lived 300 years ago. We're talking about modern people. Yes, he died in the 90s, but he faced and recognized modern technology.
No, but it's a commentary. We can take it as a commentary. It's not like we can take it as a commentary. Nothing super.
So yeah, it's your commentary against a commentary of a scholar of the Hadith in Islam, Mufti of the Haramain, and a professor in a college that taught the Hadith and Deen for almost his entire life. Do you see the problem here, Aaron?
No, I don't see the problem. We know. Let's stick to one argument, please.
Can you think about how
let's stick to the.
Can you think how insane it would be if he'd shown him visions of Star Wars instead of the Lion King?
I know. It would be more amazing.
that would be insane.
That sounds more like the Christian revelation with the flaming swords that can cut through things and the flying chariots and stuff. That's what happened.
And there's a planet totally of ice and a planet totally of sand and
and little cute teddy bears.
Didn't even strap of his boot talking to him. We didn't use that's it. But we know that this happened today. Why you didn't answer that?
No, what happens today?
What happened today? Yeah.
The straps of like, for example, the shoe talk to you.
Yes, that does happen today, and it's totally coincidence.
No, it's not coincidence. Because
wait, shoes talk? Wait, shoestrings? Shoestrings talk to people?
The laces, yeah.
Just 1 second. If a man 400 years ago predicts this insane thing, no one would believe him. But we are reading the context today. Like, for example, he says the shoe talk to you, like the strap of the shoe, and it's magically came to happen. So how do you answer that?
Okay, we're running out of time here,
right.
so we can continue this shoe strapping conversation in the next fortnight. We'd like to try to get to one more person who's in the queue, and maybe just for a few minutes to hear what they have to say before we close things down. Oh, Aaron, yes, you left. I was just going to ask you if you had any final you wanted to say. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to cover quickly before we move to our next guest?
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, so even if his prediction about the shoelaces talking was correct, it's only a successful prediction if all the other parts of the prediction are also correct, because if they're wrong, then it's just a bunch of guesses, then one happens to be right and a bunch happen to be wrong. So you'd have to justify all the other ones, like the tip of your whip talking to you, would also have to be correct until that was actually evidence. Just the one, even if it is correct, would not be evidence on its own until all the other parts were shown to also be correct.
Sounds good. If you're hearing us, feel free to join us. Otherwise, we're going to probably be closing things down pretty soon.
And obviously, the whip didn't speak to Indiana Jones because it would have said, "Hey, you can't use me to swing like that," because that's not how these things work. So.
Well, I guess maybe what we'll do is move on with some final thoughts about the conversations today. Since we are pretty close to noon here, we've been running for almost 4 hours. Thank you to everybody for being here. Did Mubarak, since you're new with us, why don't you tell us if you had any final thoughts about today's episode and anything that stood out to you?
Well, I liked a lot of the discussion we had and the people we talked to. And we have I noticed the problem,
Bellywood, good to see you,
with the last guest, that they will use the ignorance of the other people in the panel or the audience of the language or of the topics, and they will just deny, even though that you present evidence to them. And he have a very, very weird interpretation of that hadith, because like most most scholars, even modern scholars, I sent him a video that he could see if it's in Arabic, but it's a scholar that actually still lives who knows about all this details that he want to present. That he's talking about like a miraculous thing in the future. So it doesn't make sense to use it as evidence of how Islam is true. If it's something that's gonna happen, it's miraculous and it's gonna happen in the future. But there's a lot of time that I just laughed because I will present him with something and he doesn't want to admit it. Like he
Appreciate that, Nimrod.
denies the fact that the word in Arabic means what it means, because it will make him look bad, make Islam look bad, because the word in Arabic says prisoner of wars, and then he decided no, it just means prisoners. It's the prophet of war. No, it just means prisoners. Well, what do you do with prisoners after the war?
Mubarak.
Mubarak,
you just lie.
Exactly. And that's the problem, is that whenever you talk to them about something, and like for this subject especially, you introduced him to something and he's like, no, you're lying. I didn't say anything from my own. I'm just reading to you the exact text and you calling me a liar. So that's just mind baffling. It's like you could read it yourself. But
I'm going to make a prediction, Mubarak. We're going to get more Muslims in the future, and they will all call you a liar. Full of hate.
I think that I think that's true.
I'm the son of God, so worship.
So thank you, Mubarak. Since Peter was just interjecting, why don't you tell us next what your final thoughts are?
So I want to apologize to the rest of the panel because I got a little heated about the whole liar thing. I hate it when people are called liars when there's no evidence that they are lying, because in order for people to lie, you have to have a reason to present false information. And unless you can point out what someone's reason is, and even so with what Mubarak did, just presenting a text and then just saying they're a liar, coming up here and saying you have to read the Quran in the original Arabic, and then trying to convince us that we need to go to Google Translate because his translation is the best one. I don't get it. You can say that someone is wrong. Don't call them a liar, because we're not here to lie to people. If we present something to you, we might be wrong, but we're not lying. That's not something we need to do in order to keep the position that we have. We're atheists for a reason, not because we're lying, but because we don't see enough evidence for there to be a God. Now, if you come on here, you can present your evidence. Or a goddess. Yes. So you can come on here and you can present your evidence, but don't accuse us of lying, because it has no meaning. It literally, none of us is up here to lie to people, because why would we? We're atheists because we take the honest position that we can think of. So that's my thought. Anyway, we're still a good conversation, and I'm really happy that we got Mubarak on the panel, because I think that he can fill a void that we had so far.
Yeah, no, this is great. I see that Wee has just joined us, so we'll just hold off on our final thoughts and just hear what Wee has to say, and maybe we'll go about five or 10 minutes. Hello, Wee. Welcome to the panel, and thank you for joining us.
Hi. So I heard you guys were talking about so maybe the 2 topics ago, you were talking about other books and how they also make predictions, and they've been shown to be true. So therefore, their idea of a god is right. So how can two different gods be right?
Well, no,
it's lying, right?
No, it's a demonstration that the logic doesn't work out. So, for example, if someone claims that evidence for their God is because a particular holy text made a prediction, that prediction came true, and that is sufficient evidence. By that logic, we can apply that to other holy texts that do the same thing. So it's a break in the epistemology is what it is. So they basically say, I know my God exists because my book says it makes a prediction that comes true, but I reject that holy book. Even though it made a prediction that came true, I reject that. So it's a break, and that's what that's meant to demonstrate.
Also, I have a friend who's Muslim, and he keeps telling me that there's no contradictions in the Quran or Islam. So I don't even know what to say to that, because I'm not sure if there is.
Well, there have been a lot of, if you search Google for contradictions in the Quran, same as searching for them in the Bible or other religious texts, there's usually many websites out there that will list what they are and cite the different verses that contradict with each other, so you can see for yourself and even double check with the books directly yourself and see that there are contradictions. And then there's also information in many religious texts that are just wrong. Like in the Quran, there's a part that talks about how fresh water and salt water don't mix. And then, of course, the apologists will talk about how it's not being, it's been taken out of context or being mistranslated or whatever. The fact is that it's in all these different English translations of it, and this is what we're seeing. So there's that leads me to think this one person who has an opinion about it versus professionals who've done translations. I'm going to side with the professionals who've done translations. I hope this is helpful.
Also, we were talking about it earlier. You should bring up the chapter, The Ant, in which Solomon has not only a wonderful conversation, but he starts laughing at how silly the ants are for talking to each other, and then he gives them orders. And so if you like a contradiction, that's not physically possible as far as we can tell.
That's a good point. Sorry, go ahead,
There was like what was it? There's also how there's like the suffix after the ant, which means it's like a female ant, so it's referring to every animal as a female. That's also what I heard. So it's like a she ant or she camel, and there's like stuff like that, which doesn't make any sense. So
it sounds like more work needs to be done on these translations, really. So
no, these are like literal Arabic translations too. So that's what they are. And then the apologists or whatever translators, they try to change the meaning so it doesn't look suspicious. That's what it is. So it's like halal if you're lying about your religion to. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but like.
I'm just curious, if you don't mind me asking, should I put you in our list as a theist or an atheist, or?
I would say I'm like an atheist agnostic.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
All right.
Did you have anything else you wanted to share with us before we move on to our final thoughts?
No, all right. I'm good. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you up here. Thank you for joining us and raising these questions. Okay, so I guess T-Jump, did you want to, I was going to come to you next and ask, did you have any final thoughts about today, and did you want to let us know how things are progressing with your Atheist Church project?
Yeah, sure. So today was pretty good. I like having someone who's educated in Islam to be able to chat with. That helps a lot. Atheist Church is going well. I'm filing for 501c3, but it takes like 6 to 8 months for the IRS to actually approve it, which kind of sucks how long it takes. But looking for donations, because our goal is to buy an apartment building and offer affordable housing to people, so we can have a moral church that does what Christian churches should be doing to hopefully inspire them to actually become less useless in society. So if you can, please subscribe to the Atheist Church, give donations so that we can outclass Christian churches and make a better religion, the atheist religion.
Okay, thank you, T-Jump. I guess, X, did you have anything you wanted to share with us today?
I got here kind of late, so I'll pass, but I did enjoy having Mubarak and his knowledge of Arabic and the text. That was great. So thanks for joining us.
Great. Yeah, it's always great to see you. JL Warren, your final thoughts.
This was a fun one today. Some good quality conversations and some wacky ones. That this was a lot of fun. A little, it's always a little, interesting at the beginning, but I think we found our groove, and so the big, huge thank you to Mubarak, especially. So great to have you part of the panel. I think you fill a necessary gap that we had a gap there. I think you filled that up quite well. And then, of course, Ix, Jack, Peter, Randolph, T-Jump, Amy, Taco. Thank you all so much. Appreciate that. Of course, everybody else, whoever comes on the stage. Kind of a bummer. It's a bummer, that King Xerxes won't be joining us for a while, so I hope everything works out for him. And don't forget, www.darthdawkins.com. Get your official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy.
Yeah, and these links can also be found in the theisthelpline.com website. If you click on About, the link at the top right corner, you'll find a link to all our hosts, including the one that J.L. Warren just mentioned, and also T-Jump's Atheist Church and so on. Jack Burton, your final thoughts.
Want to welcome Mubarak again. Thanks. Welcome to the panel. And of all the Sundays I spent on Discord in the morning, this was definitely one of them.
Thank you. Amy, your final thoughts.
Well, I just want to agree with Jack as a starter. It is definitely a day that ends in Y, and I'm lovely to be here with all you guys. So just very quickly, we do share common ancestry. Abiogenesis is the most likely hypothesis that we're leaning towards. Micro-macro evolution's time. Legal and physical laws are two different concepts. We make up legal laws, and physical laws are just descriptors. It's the difference between prescription and description. We shouldn't presuppose a God. Genesis 22, even though it includes Abraham, doing the OG sacrifice, it was evil even back then. You can't have sacrificial magic, for lack of a better time. Lions can't speak English. Once again, I just want to send a lot of love to all of the people that tried to make Simba come to life in CGI and failed. So thank you for that. But the cartoon's still good, and ants can't talk either. But I will say, welcome Mubarak, and I want to send love to J.L. Warren's, T-Jumps, and Randolph Richardson streams. You guys should all be following, and subscribing. And I want to thank Ix, Jack, Peter, Randolph, T-Jump, J.L. Warren, Taco, and Mubarak. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Amy. I'm just going to say thank you to Politics Discord at discord.gg/politics if you're not online live right now and need a way to get to it. They sponsor us by providing this stage and this lovely audience that comes and joins us and challenges us with their ideas, and we always appreciate it. We're also Canadian Atheists is also helping with taking care of the website and things like that in the back end for us. So we're really appreciative of all this.
There you go, Avi.
The work that Taco has done to organize this is so important. He's the reason we're all here and brought together on this. Which is why I'm going to leave the last words with him after just saying again to our audience, thank you to everybody for tuning into this and participating in the various ways that you do. If you know of anybody who is interested
and hey, Sir Little Wolf, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Please feel free to share the website with them, which is at www.theisthelpline.com.
Donnie does that.
And again, the About section and the Sponsors section, I'll draw your attention to. We also have the schedule of all our upcoming programs there. Thank you very much. Taco, your final thoughts.
Yeah, that was awesome. Mubarak, you rock, dude. Good job. We definitely were weak there, and now we aren't. Now, Zionist Jules did have a question. Do we have time for a quick question?
Just before we, just as long as it's really quick, just before we do that, Mubarak, I just want to make sure that I'm getting your name correct because I'm hearing a lot of different variations on it. Is it Mubarak?
Yeah, it's Mubarak.
Okay, thank you.
I really don't. If you are in vicinity of how my name is, I will respond.
Cool. No problem. I'm just doing my best. I always try to get it right, and we're all new to you here, so we're still getting used to it. And I had it wrong when I first asked you earlier. So, Zionist Jules, welcome and thank you for joining us. We've just got a few minutes, but go ahead with your question, sir.
my apologies, and I'm really sorry for doing this last minute. I'm very thankful for the guests on this panel. So I just wanted to ask a really quick question. I'll be off the stage. And this is directed to Mubarak. There's this concept that I've heard about Taqiyya. Apparently, it's like the Muslims' ability to lie so they could further like their Islamic goal. Is that the right interpretation of what Taqiyya is?
That's complicated because they will interpret it the way that they want to. As in, you can take it as in, well, that's giving them permission to lie. They'll give the apologetic, well, it only means to lie under duress. And so it's why we shouldn't rely on holy texts. But back to the panel.
Yeah, the taqiyya is more, it's complicated because it's the reason for it in Islam is to lie under duress. So if someone is standing above your head saying denounce Islam,
I think it's
or
Mubarak.
you could denounce Islam. But in later years, it has been stretched somewhat that you could lie to someone else to convince them that Islam is good. There's a story that is repeated. It's most likely not true, but it's repeated among like scholarly circuit when it's a da'wah man, and it's a guy who had a neighbor who's Christian. The Christian was an alcoholic, and the guy is Muslim, and he keep telling him, if you convert to Islam, it will be good for you. You should just convert to Islam. But then he said, well, I like my alcohol. I like to drink. And the guy said, well, if you convert to Islam, will not stop you from drinking. So the guy converted to Islam. And he said, well, now you're a Muslim. If you drink, we're going to give you the punishment drinking, which is you get public lashing. And if you want to leave Islam, now you're an apostate, so you will be killed. So basically, that is a sense of the taqiyya, kind of, if it explains anything, that you could use white lies, within air quotes, to convince someone, because the lie, the problem from lying is less than the benefit of converting someone else into Islam. And it differs from every scholar interpretation. Some people say you shouldn't do it unless you're real under duress, and some people say you could use it basically on a daily basis.
And this is the last question. I'm done. Would you say during this whole panel where we had like Muslim people on, do you think they could use Taqiyya under those situations?
I think the specific, when I asked the person to translate the meaning of the word, and he totally denied it, which is like he just straight on lied. There's nothing else but to lie, and the only reason he lied is to make Islam look better. So yeah, I think there was some of that.
Thank you for joining us, Zionist Jules, with those great questions. Taqiyya is an important concept that comes up a lot.
Take it easy, Gavins.
I think Mubarak summarized it very well for us all. Thank you, Mubarak. Yeah, when it comes to the earlier accusations about everyone on the panel lying, not everybody was even speaking at that time. But for myself, if somebody accuses me of lying, I'm going to reject it as well. That's a normal thing to do when we're actually not lying, is to reject the accusation. I don't think anybody really takes it personally, because we know people get kind of heated in these things. We're after good quality conversation, and if people can phrase things a little differently, such as in terms of I think you're misrepresenting things, or that feels to me like you're lying, you probably get a lot further with people in general than just making an outright accusation. But this is only a suggestion. You know, present yourself however you like, but my hope is that this is helpful to you. Thank you, everybody, and I guess Talk is going to close the stage now. Again, to everybody in the audience, we greatly appreciate this, and we just got a comment in our YouTube audience from Lorraine Drosophila. probably getting her name slightly wrong, but I'm trying. She wrote, "Thank you, Randolph. I appreciate you posting this for us non-Discorders." Yes, we are also broadcasting this on YouTube. T-Jump and JL Warren are also doing that on their channels, and we are very happy to be able to make this accessible to people outside of Discord as well, and have permanent records of it on YouTube, because people do enjoy listening to these. Thank you very much, everybody, for everything.
Good night.
Taqiyya, not just assemblable furniture from Thailand.
Oh, it's different than, how would they pronounce that in IKEA? I guess Taco's moved himself out of here, so I guess I'm going to have to close everything down. So take care,
Sorry,
everybody.
I'm trying to figure this out with these new perms. I think I got it.
Awesome. Take care.
Awesome. All right. So that was good times. Fantastic. Let me go ahead and close that out. Oh, do that. There we go. Yeah. So make sure I close that out. And I want to make sure I sent that over to I sent a list of contradictions in the Quran. So he would know, so he would have that for reference, so he could go back to it. And but yeah, the Discord chat was intense. That was wild, but a lot of fun. So yeah, that was the Theist experience. Oh, that was not the Theist experience. That was the Theist Helpline. It's what we do as far as like having these discussions. Sometimes entertaining, sometimes crazy, but you never, whatever. So, but I hope that y'all enjoyed it. That was a blast. Something that I wanted to look up, because there was something I wanted to go over in the live stream. What was it? There was a Reddit post. So, and I found this to be absolutely hilarious. Let me see here. I think there was an attempt, because I found it funny that Chile recently made the there was an attempt subreddit. And I know I found it before. God, it was freaking hilarious. That's funny. Dang it, because I had it. Oh, I should have kept the damn link. That there was so I know I don't normally I still try not to call, I still try not to to cover Chile very, very much on this channel, but his video where he got his video of his own arrest made Reddit and kind of blew up on Reddit. I think it was in What Could Go Wrong, and then was reposted to There Was an Attempt, but the comments were absolutely hilarious and shutting him down. So I kind of wanted to look at that. I found that to be really, really entertaining. There was also something else. Let me see here. Now, I guess I could probably save those for future videos. Because I found a couple of additional videos to cover about atheists can't answer these particular questions and such. I wish that some of the individuals from some of the individuals in the Discord chat had come by to talk, but apparently they have not, or they don't have any. Because I see that after we close down, the amount of people in the live chat dipped significantly. So, but I think that'll be a good place. I don't really have anything else to go over. He's e-begging to cover his next bail from jail. From last I checked, is that there was another auditor that got arrested during a live stream. He and his wife got arrested, and he was trying to do a fundraiser through YouTube Super Chats. He was fundraising through YouTube Super Chats to get him out of to basically bail him and his wife out. That was his latest grift. So yeah, it's I'm a constitutional law scholar, as though that would have an effect. I wish I knew where it was. I had it and then I lost it. which is a bummer. Maybe if I go to, because I get Reddit notifications. I should have had it prepped. I should have had it prepped before I went into it. But it shouldn't be something I'm doing on the fly. I should have had it prepped and ready to go. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So I hope that y'all enjoyed it. As far as Bridge the Divide goes, we've got new content coming up here shortly. I'm putting the finishing touches on my latest video, and so that will be up. So look for that notification. And of course, additional content after that. We'll keep doing this every 2 weeks. I hope everybody dug that. And then, of course, I've got Week in Horror, which is the horror film podcast if you like scary movies, and that's every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central. The links to that is in the description, how to follow us and support us over there. Of course, don't forget your official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy is available. I wish I could squeak this. There you go. My dogs will freak out. But the official Darth Dawkins Squeak toy, so you too can argue just like Darth Dawkins, is available at darthdawkins.com because I bought that website. So, but darthdawkins.com, check that out if you want. And if those take off, there will be additional cool, like fun little kitschy things that you can get from there, because that's what Darth Dawkins is pretty much worth is, kitschy little commemorative items. Other than that, I think this is a good place to go. So I appreciate it unless anybody has any questions or anything. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hitting that like button and hitting the subscribe button if you like my content here. And I think that'll be pretty much it. So a huge, giant thank you to all of the channel members. Appreciate you being here and appreciate your support. Link for that, if you want to support the channel, is down in the description. And of course, thank you to all of the super chats and super stickers. And thank you. Appreciate all of that. Let me see. Francis, when are you going to just do another Bridge the Divide live? Let's watch some ghost videos again. Or does that scare you, JL? I typically do that around Halloween because that's when the subject is there. Because it just seems to fit thematically. So that's typically when I do those because it seems to be a lot of fun. That's when people start looking for those things. But I could probably do another debunking video, or if somebody wants to send me debunking videos, if you have videos you want to recommend to me that you come across, and then yeah. Johnny says, hang on, I think I found it. See, I just popped over to Reddit and I was trying to find it, but I couldn't. So where's it? Oh, I may have even deleted the email that I got that recommended it because it was in an email update, and I was like, oh, what's on Reddit today? And it sent me that. I was like, holy shit! And I actually watched that live. So yeah, I may have actually deleted that. Oh, well. It happens. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So, unless Donnie's got something for me. Let me see. So it also made it to am I being detained? So it made it to that one as well. So, but yeah, pretty much if you go into the comments on that video of his arrest are just absolutely hysterical. It's Reddit, so they're going to be damn funny. So that's looking at some of those was absolutely hilarious. But yeah, the dude's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and at this point, he's just a parody of himself. So either way. So with that, what I will do is. Where did it go? I should have prepped this earlier. I'm so unprepared. It's so bad. There it is. We'll do that. And then let me put that and put that. Okay. So, and thank you very much, Tina Jones. Yes, we are very, very close to 1,000 subscribers over at Week in Horror. So if you haven't subscribed over there, please, help us to get there. We're really, really close. I'm hoping to break 1,000 soon. But we need the support over there. So if you can, that would be fantastic. Because we'll be able to get the channel monetized, which would be fantastic and great. So yeah, but thank you all very much. So huge giant thank you. And as always, I'm JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. Be safe, be excellent to each other, and I'll see you next time.